When Team Cherry was designing Hollow Knight's DLC, they planned to have the final adventure be Silksong, a short side story where the player would control Hornet in her own solo adventure. But as it developed and grew in scale and complexity, Team Cherry eventually announced that Silksong would no longer be a DLC, it would be its own game. Years passed in silence before this short DLC that had grown a little too large was finally released, and frankly, it's hard to see this game having ever been conceptualized as a DLC. Silksong immediately outnumbers Hollow Knight's 34 base game fights with a whopping 46 encounters, with a few bosses now being permanently missable and one encounter even being locked behind the permadeath Steel Soul difficulty setting. One of the greatest strengths of Hollow Knight was that the journey of this ghost and a majority of their foes were told with minimal or completely wordless storytelling, creating an often esoteric journey. Silksong maintains the same extraordinary atmospheric storytelling throughout its areas and bosses, but Hornet's ability to speak and express opinions makes the core arcs and story significantly more concrete. These two methods of storytelling combine to create some extraordinary set pieces that Team Cherry has baked into every piece of their world. For me, I found myself enraptured by the stories of Farloom's pilgrims and beasts in a way that I wasn't in the already astonishing and emotional Hollow Knight. So today, I'll be going through the 46 bosses of Silksong, analyzing their stories, music, and gameplay to try and express and define part of what makes this game so special. Though I'll try to analyze the game's artistry, I'll also try to provide a grade for each encounter. I'll always try to justify my grades, but like any piece of art, my overall impression of these moments will always be somewhat subjective. So, with all that said and out of the way, let's explore the haunted kingdom of Farloom. Motherhood is an instinct that can push creatures beyond what seems their normal limits. It turns even weaker beasts like these into formidable foes. At the start of Hollow Knight, the tutorial area was capped off with a really big door, but in Silksong, before the player reaches their initial hub in Bone Bottom, they have to pass the Moss Mother. Silksong is a much more boss-focused experience than Hollow Knight. In Hollow Knight, progressing through the game without major skips only required beating Hornet, Dung Defender, Umu, Broken Vessel, Watcher Knights, and the Hollow Knight. And even some of those are skippable with game knowledge. If a player progresses through Silksong on a similar path of least resistance, the player will only be earning their first nail upgrade by the time they've fought their first 6 bosses. Because of this, Moss Mother is designed as a universal baseline skill check. She's not intensely difficult, but where Hollow Knight gave players until Hornet before they needed to really overcome a direct combat challenge via the breakable wall in the False Knight's arena, the inability to progress further into the world is a very clear statement about the fairly bottlenecked encounter design present in the first half of Silksong's first act. As a gameplay challenge, Moss Mother encourages a lot of good habits in players. The arena has breakable pods that can fill up their silk to reward interacting with objects in the arena and prepare yourself for an early heal, while the Moss Mother's nature as a flying opponent forces players to focus on their aerial mobility right off the bat. As the game progresses, Hornet eventually ends up fighting bosses that don't even have a floor for the player to land on, so the game's starting with developing aerial skills before the complications of the dash, the claw line, and double jump is critical to creating a player base that'll be able to adapt to the harsher challenges that follow. Like with the Vengefly King, Moss Mother's main attack is a sweep across the arena. Since Hornet's diagonal pogo can take a little bit of time to get used to, a required boss that rewards players for experimenting with this new mechanic and develop a new muscle memory does a great job selling the player on their new aerial mobility, while the Moss Mother's more compact arena also keeps the fight faster paced and lets the player stay aggressive between sweeps. Moss Mother also serves as a test of the area's mechanics. The Moss Mother smashes into the ceiling, spawning either moss enemies that move along the ground, or rocks that fall straight down. The grounded threat is pulled from the area prior, keeping the player's focus on their ability to time jumps and attacks, while the falling rocks function as versions of the flying moss enemies the player would be familiar with from prior in the area. Right from the first boss, Team Cherry has the same focus on combining vertical and horizontal threats, something that defined a lot of Hollow Knight's mid-game that Silksong opens with right out of the gate. Moss Mother is not too challenging of a wall, but I do enjoy how much of Silksong's early game is a universal first-time experience among its players. Moss Mother, Bellbeast, Lace, Fourth Chorus, Moorwing, Sister Splinter, and Widow are all fought at effectively the same power level, with only one acquirable mask before Widow, hard to find skips for Lace, 4th Chorus, and Moorwing, and unintentional skips for Sister Splinter and the Bellbeast. It creates a solid on-ramp of bosses that seek to test unique skills, and Mossmother starts that ramp off by encouraging struggling players that bosses can be overcome through a metered aerial offense. Her attacks are timed so that a player can use their heal safely, and since she's one of the only fights that does one mask of damage, there's a lot more margin for error here than in later fights. She also immediately begins to introduce a recurring theme throughout the game: motherhood. Though the Hunter's Journal quote isn't unlocked at this point in the game, the fact that the first enemy fought is a mother protecting her children is definitely not an accident. Once you ascend to the surface, the children of the Moss Mother move from the background of the arena out into Farloom alongside you. It's a gorgeous shot to begin the game, but it also evokes a sense of liberation, as if the Moss Mother had been holding her own children back through her well-intentioned desire to protect them. Considering the direction the game later goes with the relationship of Lace and Grandmother Silk, it's an early way to start bringing those themes into the forefront, and gains even more meaning on subsequent playthroughs. Mossmother does use a generic combat theme, but I really love Strive as an early game boss theme. The dancing strings match Hornet's musical theming from the first game, while also showing off the more complicated arrangements that Larkins created for the sequel. It sets a high bar for the music for the rest of the game, helping make Mossmother more tense than the standard enemies that the player faced prior, without setting the bar so high that the first big musical themes of the game are overshadowed. Though it's a simple fight, I think it earns a high B grade. It's a solid way to start off the game while also creating a clear, immediate tone and placing the building blocks for the main themes that the game plans to focus on. This one has allied themselves with me, either as thanks for their saving or respect for one judged as equal. Whichever the reason, their fellowship is welcome. The second of the on-ramp boss fights Silksong offers is the Bellbeast, freed immediately after the player gets their first Silk skill. The beast starts immediately feral, and the browns of the bell-covered arena stick out from the greys of the Marrow and the greens of Mossholm to set the arena apart, while subtly building towards Bellheart's existence. A lot of Farloom's world design plays with music and musical instruments as a recurring theme, and the bells of this arena are an early way for Silksong to start showcasing that design concept. With that said, a significantly improved version of the massive Moss Charger from Hollow Knight was definitely not on my shortlist, but the Bellbeast takes the boss concept and makes it not only work, but present a solid challenge as well. The Bellbeast starts the fight with the same two attacks that the Moss Charger had. It leaps through the air, landing before burrowing back under, or it barrels across the arena. The big difference is that, unlike the Moss Charger, you can't push back the Bellbeast. It will stomp over you unless you play by its tempo. The audio design of the fight, featuring a cacophony of bells throughout, means that the Bellbeast also has a lot more of a presence. The stouter creature design also accommodates for Hornet's faster downward pogo with the Hunter's Crest, allowing for often up to 4 hits with aggressive play. Additionally, it introduces a much longer delay before burrowing under after the jump attack. It's long enough that if a player sets themselves up, they can pretty easily land multiple hits again. On top of that, the Bellbeast is the fight that cements a new rule for bosses. Unless it is purposefully designed as a light strike, almost every boss on this list deals 2 masks of damage. A mechanic once reserved for gods and uniquely colored mineral deposits is now a universal truth. Since the Bellbeast takes so long underground between attacks, it means that healing, so long as you have the Silk, is pretty straightforward. The design encourages focusing on defense first, but ensuring that you land 1 or 2 attacks whenever the opportunity arises. And that defensive focus is the best way to learn how to deal with most of the bosses in the game, making Bellbeast an important teaching tool. As the fight continues, the moveset makes exploiting the Bellbeast more and more challenging. Halfway through the health bar, the Bellbeast creates a cascade of bouncing bells, and these bells continue to overlap with its other attacks to force even more careful aggression, especially since the player's lack of a dodge means that positioning requires players to anticipate threats in advance. It also pushes the audio even more into complete chaos as the bells start to storm onto the arena. That does lead to one of my bigger minuses with the fight. The Bellbeast is the first boss with a unique combat theme, and Larkin puts an excellent focus on lower, rolling horns that help communicate the scale and weight of the Bellbeast. Unfortunately, the horns often end up drowned out by the storm of bells, leading to the high strings of the theme blending with the generic boss theme. It does have an excellent musical payoff in Act 3 though, when the Bellbeast teaches you its own musical theme in order to summon its children to help you. The other attack that struggles to land for me is the Bell Beast's final attack, bursting straight up and pushing a bell up on each side that bounces down and across the arena. The player can get in 1, maybe 2 hits before they dart away, or use their new Silk skill to do damage, but since you can repeat this attack multiple times in a row and the player's Silk reserves are pretty limited, it usually leads to dead time, where the player can't press in against the beast, missing out on that encouraged aggression that defines the rest of this fight. The Bell Beast is already a fight that features a lot of waiting, and bad move luck can make it worse. On a positive note though, the bouncing of the bells does one final thing that I love. It makes the environment feel kinetic and present. Things are falling from the roof, and the line between background and foreground ends up shattered as the arena falls apart. It increases the fight's scale in a really fun way and sells the player on the beast's raw power. And the best part about the fight is afterwards, where it turns out that the Bell Beast is the fast travel system for most of Farloom, and, incredibly, Hornet's pet dog. The design of the beast as a mount is super fun, and the feral nature of the fight makes the beast being a surprise ally a really satisfying moment that characterizes Hornet's brutal efficiency. I find it hilarious that the knight, who was unable to emote or speak, developed a connection through stories with the final stag of the Stagways, leading to this emotional discovery of the last Stagway, whereas Hornet, who can and does speak, gets a pet dog. I'd give the Bell Beast another B grade. I feel that, when rematched in a Godhome-esque DLC with more movement abilities, the waiting gaps will shorten even further due to the additional movement and spell options. But the variation in fight length based off of attack luck does hold the otherwise fun fight back somewhat. I can save you, little spider, all the trouble you'd face above all the suffering. It's so simple. In the years we've waited for Silksong, one of the only pieces of information we knew was that we'd have 2 different fights with a character named Lace. She was even the boss highlighted in the gameplay demo. Considering the boss distribution of Hollow Knight, this fight immediately drew parallels to Hornet's past role, and the game takes advantage of that similarity to have Lace serve as a foil to Hornet. In her introduction in Hollow Knight, Hornet was characterized as a stern and watchful protector of the world you found yourself in, killing you as part of some self-imposed duty. When Lace arrives, she's introduced conducting the white butterflies that freed you in the opening cutscene, suggesting that she might have been who freed you. But it becomes clear she has no intent to allow you to reach the capital alive. Though her lethal intent matches Hornet's, she approaches the fight as a game. Throughout the whole battle, she's giggling and laughing, especially on her dash and when preparing her area of effect attack. Lace stands out among the early game's roster of bosses that welcome the player into Silksong, and I believe that's by design. Until Widow, Lace is the only boss that speaks to the player as a way to display her intelligence and malevolent intent. Though she's technically skippable, a player would need to grind 500 rosaries to purchase a simple key from Bone Bottom, then use it specifically on the Deep Docks door that requires the dash to access, and then travel through an area balanced for Act 2 before popping out on the other side of Lace. It provides enough flexibility to make replays more interesting, but the game definitely pushes the player towards fighting Lace on their first playthrough. After acquiring the dash, you need to move by Lace's arena before you find the locked door, so a player needs to be pretty deliberately avoiding the main path in order to find a way around her. Lace is going to take up a lot of this video's runtime later on, discussing her as a character, so the last thing I'll mention before getting into her introductory mechanics is the reiteration of musicality as a design among bosses through her conducting and humming. The main area of the Citadel is the choral chambers, and music is part of what seals Grandmother Silk away. And though there are only a few bosses that directly theme themselves around it, this small detail continues to hint towards the importance of music in the capital. She deals only a single mask of damage on most of her attacks, but makes up for the decrease in damage by increasing the game's speed. Some attacks are directly reminiscent of Hornet's moveset, a dash across the arena and a dart up into a diagonal thrust downward, as well as introducing Silksong's first parry, though Lace immediately steps up the threat that these parry moves created. Unlike in Hollow Knight, where hitting a parry and punishing the boss afterwards was pretty simple, Lace's counter pushes her a long distance forward and deals 2 damage. The player can still jump up or sprint away, but it requires much more intentional movement to escape than Hornet's old swing. Jumping and punishing her from above is definitely the more rewarded behavior of the 2 escape options, which will be important later. She also has a 2-hit swing to close the distance across the arena with large hitboxes to protect her from pogo damage and encourage landing next to her as she finishes attacks. Partway through the fight, she starts using the other attack that does 2 damage. She takes a moment to charge up, which rewards a player if they are pressed in against her, before teleporting to a marked area, usually near the player's location, slashing it for 2 hits of damage, then slamming to the ground with a small shockwave that the player can dart in after to punish. The entire fight encourages learning to pogo in a precise way to avoid having your own attack parried away, or landing behind her after attacks in order to keep up your aggressive pressure, and players are even rewarded for knocking her into lava with a ton of extra damage. With the player still limited to the Silk Spear in terms of spells, even using magic requires the player to be at a pretty close melee range and intentionally attacking in order to avoid being parried away. It's a strange moveset to discuss in terms of retrospect and intent, as it's really a way to mechanically introduce the one-on-one duels that make up a large portion of the endgame and the base elements of Lace's moveset in one sweep. The fact that they were able to simplify this moveset to work with only the dash movement capabilities, while still helping players learn the general rhythm of Lace, is impressive, even if it leads to a straightforward battle compared to the game's best. The arena is a particularly interesting choice. The lava-filled Deep Docks doesn't visually read as an introductory area, setting a really high bar for the inevitable next battle with Lace, especially since many of the areas in the rest of Act 1 feel less hostile. But the hostile area allows Lace to present herself as an early climax during the on-ramp, while also setting up an eventual contrast for her rematch to take advantage of. For now, I think Lace's first duel earns an A grade. There's a lot more to say about Lace as we continue through the video, but this introduction to her moveset does a fantastic job laying the groundwork for the fights to come and setting Lace and Hornet up as personal foils. A terrifying achievement of Farloom to build a construct so large and yet so nimble. If there's one thing you can count on in a Metroidvania, it's on backtracking, and one of the challenges of the genre is making that as engaging as possible. For the most part in Silksong, backtracking is usually optional, as a method to find upgrades and hidden paths, rather than direct progression, but there is one notable exception. While you're heading to the far side of the far fields, the player passes a huge metal automaton with a pin in its neck, and as you walk past, nothing happens. It's only after unlocking the Drifter's Cloak that the player is forced to travel back through the arena, and this time, the fourth chorus's eyes light up as it breaks from the rocks and attacks. The fourth chorus is a spectacle of a boss fight. He takes up the entire screen, deals 2 damage a hit, and destroys the floor of the arena with his attacks. Considering how early this fight takes place, it sets the bar for the peak of scale this game needs to reach absurdly high. Since the game does eventually reach those spectacular peaks as it continues, sometimes even making fourth chorus seem simple by comparison, the fourth chorus ends up a successful early game appetizer for what's to come. But the fourth chorus serves as more than pure spectacle. It continues to focus on the fundamentals Mossmother introduced by putting its mechanical focus on aerial control. With the introduction of the dash and cloak as movement options, fourth chorus is able to keep its hurtbox completely airborne without the same pogo opportunities that the Mossmother did. There are only 3 attacks: a well-telegraphed swipe along the ground that forces the player to jump, a downward slam that destroys terrain, and summoning falling rocks. The downward slam is the key attack that informs both the others. There are 6 segments of floor, and the fourth chorus can destroy up to 2 of them in one blow. It takes a short time for the floor to return, or the floor returns automatically as soon as the player earns a knockdown, making sure that players can always attack the head in that earned moment of opportunity. There does seem to be some sort of check that ensures that there's never a platform with more than 3 missing platforms next to it, raising a platform as soon as those would be destroyed. The player's dash can only cross the distance of 2 platforms at this point, so this is likely to avoid players ever being stranded and unable to react to an incoming attack. The other 2 attacks are incredibly straightforward on their own. The sweep only requires that the player jump, and the falling rocks are simple enough that they can be avoided via walking out of the way. Of course, missing platforms can complicate them somewhat, but the main challenge here is that the player is encouraged to stay aggressive throughout these attacks. The player needs to ensure that their jumps to attack are timed so that they can move over the hand in the sweep, and the player is encouraged to weave their way vertically through the falling rocks as they continue dealing damage. The fight can be accomplished here without dashing or floating, letting those resources serve as ways to get yourself out of bad situations. In the second phase, the outer 2 pieces of floor fall away and become wind tunnels upwards. With the area restricted further, you see more cases where attacks will force one of the platforms to rise up to ensure that there's always at least 2, and players need to be more aware of the downward slam just because of how little space they have. With the wind tunnels encouraging using the cloak, it also means that there is still a method to escape to the side if the player gets into a tight spot. But the wind tunnels aren't only for escape. If the player rides up, they'll find 2 explosive rocks, one on each side. If the player destroys both, it drops a boulder onto the 4th chorus, ending the 2nd phase instantly. Especially in the on-ramp that is the first bosses of this game, skipping a section that intensifies challenge is somewhat out of character for Silksong, but it cements the purpose of the 4th chorus as an early pinnacle of scale. You can also even interact with these 2 explosives in the first phase. You just have to do it completely blind and rely off of pogoing the 4th chorus in order to get that height. Whereas the world of Hollow Knight was designed around descending further and further into the unknown, Silksong is built on ascension to what you do know. And especially with a quest marker making it apparent what direction you need to travel, that theme is clear from the moment you reach Bone Bottom. With the damage and rust on the 4th chorus, it seems like an echo of something from above, fallen down here into the dregs of the world. The pin in the neck was likely the pin of the seamstress, who gave you the means to rise through the far fields to Greymoor, characterizing this as a soon-to-be twice-dead shadow of what awaits you in the capital above. The music sells that too. This is the first musical theme that has an active, moving vocal line on top of the action, and there's a sense of weariness or melancholy to this melody that made this the first moment that the soundtrack of Silksong really popped to me. There's a sense of ancientness and innate power that this music fuels this robotic creature with, and the suggestion of artificial life within the Citadel lays the footwork for fights like the Cogwork Dancers and eventually Lace's arc as a creature made rather than born. The chorus and Lace connection is immediately drawn via the white butterflies, seen again bursting from the 4th chorus's eyes after it falls. I adore the 4th chorus, and though its gameplay is simple, it still earns a spot at the top of my A grade. With more challenge or a late game variation, I think it could press into my top honors, but it does become a little too simple to overcome upon replays, changing from this 3-minute cinematic powerhouse from my first run to a boss that barely took a minute to roll over on my second playthrough. Civilization encroaches from this kingdom's crown, but the lowlands are still ruled by great beasts. Its roar stirs something deep within me, some primal instinct. Let's take a moment away from the on-ramp of bosses that form the first of Silksong's opening act, and venture instead into Hunter's March. Within the fairly linear start to Silksong, the March is one of the only optional areas, protected by an elite enemy that becomes easier to beat after you've gained the ability to dash. And if you progress through this area with the ability to float, you can eventually find the Chapel of the Beast. It's possible this is the first time a player's found a chapel, which means they might not know yet that these are fully optional areas that unlock crests, alternate movesets. Because of this, it seems that a lot of new players found the area, located the chapel, and promptly collided into the unrelenting brick wall that is the Savage Beastfly. Out of the first 8 on-ramp fights, the Savage Beastfly, as simple as it is in practice, is a contender for the hardest boss in the early game. Unless you've pushed forward into the later areas, you'll only have 5 masks and a limited selection of resources. And the Beastfly, like most fights after the on-ramp, deals 2 masks of contact damage all the time. The Beastfly has 2 attacks. They sweep across the arena 3 times, lightly tracking the player's vertical level, or smash into the ground 3 times, much more significantly tracking the player's horizontal position. All these attacks press tightly together, meaning that this is definitely the hardest boss so far to find a healing window for. To start with the positives, the core concept of this boss encourages the same aerial mobility that Mossmother and 4th Chorus have been starting to instill. Leading the Beastfly with jumps and pogoing off him is the kind of mobility the player needs to learn with their crest of choice, as it's the only real window of opportunity the player has here for aggression. I'm a little less generous towards the slam, as the Beastfly comes out of it diagonally towards the player, punishing the player for being airborne. There's a small window on the ground, but it pushes against how much the game has been training and continues to train responding to aerial enemies by being airborne yourself. And if it was just this moveset, I think I'd put Beastfly around an average boss. But there's one final complication that defines this fight. Upon reaching a certain health threshold, the Beastfly starts to cry out, summoning 1 of 3 enemies to join him, and after a certain point, begins to spawn 2 enemies. He can either summon a Beastfly, small flying enemies with a single version of the horizontal attack that they do when they come into line with the player, a Keelik, ground-bound creatures that burst out spikes that the player's needle can't damage through when they get too close, or vicious Caronids, huge creatures that deal 2 masks of contact damage and create AoEs around themselves as they drift towards the player. With the size of the arena and aggression of the Beastfly, this enemy selection is not great. They take 3, 4, and 5 hits to kill with the starting nail accordingly, and those hits are not easily earned, especially on the Helik and the Kharanid, where the player can usually only get 1 hit in before they need to back off. Technically, the Beastfly's vertical slam can kill these enemies, but the hitbox is not particularly generous to the player. With how little space there is to navigate, it can be hard to position the Beastfly to kill other enemies that are making engaging with the Beastfly challenging. With how much variation there is with what enemies are summoned when, it ends up even more RNG based than fights like the Collector were back in Hollow Knight. The player is so early on in the game that there isn't any significant build flexibility or resources to use to counteract bad RNG, meaning Savage Beastfly can quickly turn from a test of your aerial movement with what's still likely the Hunter's Crest to a barrage of damage that feels overwhelming and unfair. There is a cool detail with a number of optional bosses though. If you reach Act 3 without killing them, they gain a huge power spike by becoming engulfed by Void. Their health doubles and they gain a collection of dangerous attacks that add on to the fight. I haven't personally fought any of these optional bosses in Act 3, so I have to admit I can't give much of a testimony to it. But I think this kind of unique scaling design is lacking in a lot of Metroidvanias. And though nail damage, having some unique scaling based on individual bosses helps somewhat, I'll get into that more later, the nature of the genre still leaves a few fights that the player can curb stomp if they don't find and beat them immediately. The description in the Hunter's Journal is an amazing build up towards the Beast Crest. The different methods of fighting and how they reflect upon Hornet as a character are really fun, but you don't unlock that description, which opened this section through this fight. There are 2 Savage Beastflies, and you get that dialogue with the significantly less characterized crest reward that you turn in for a mask shard that I'll get to much later in the video. The Beastfly here, trying to break into where the crest is held, builds towards the climax of the small area well, with the regular thudding that echoes even from outside the chapel. But I really wish this flavor text was linked to the acquisition of the Beast Crest. It would do a lot to continue to characterize it. The focus on aerial mobility and optional nature of the area keeps this fight out of the bottom honors for me, but I think it earns a low D grade. With a more spacious arena and more carefully selected enemies, I think that the fight could have been an exceptional early game hurdle, but the end result is something that I usually want to loop back around to far later in the game. With its wranglers long dead, the Moorwing stalked the towers of Greymoor, feasting on passing pilgrims and tenders alike. Though there are technically ways to skip other bosses in the early game on-ramp before Widow, the only boss within that lineup of bosses that felt intentionally skippable on a first playthrough is the Moorwing. Unlike other early bosses, which either come immediately before or after a movement upgrade, the Moorwing is simply a threat in the way of your path to Bellheart. There's no upgrade or reward outside of progression from this fight. If the player finds 5 of the hidden fleas before reaching this arena and talks to the caravan, then the flea caravan moves to this space and the Moorwing disappears until the fleas move again to the blasted steps, where it then reappears in a new arena, even becoming touched by Void in Act 3 if it still hasn't been faced. Upon release, everything the Moorwing did dealt 2 damage, but shortly after, both he and the following boss, Sister Splinter, were both adjusted. Moorwing has a number of blade throw attacks that make up the majority of his threat, and those attacks now only deal 1 mask of damage instead of 2. I believe this specific nerf was designed to avoid Moorwing's ability to effectively combo a panicked player. With how much is on screen in the second phase, if the player gets hit by a blade saw and tries to dart away without thinking of where they're going to dodge next, it's really easy to just dodge into another hit. And though the late game of Silksong has much fewer qualms about punishing panic dodging in boss fights, I can understand wanting to avoid making the punishment for panic smaller as a part of this on-ramp, even if this is the first fight that mechanically asks the player to consider exactly where they want to go next in the few moments of invincibility that getting hit provides. In terms of the fight itself, Moorwing serves as a culmination for a number of the enemies in Greymoor. Crows that fly out of reach and need to be chased down and attacked, and grounded enemies that force the player to move in and out of combat, picking attacks carefully through large hitboxes or thrown weapons. Moorwing's body does 2 damage, and his 1 melee attack punishes greedy offense by pressing forward with a wide hitbox. Once the player learns to anticipate it, they can bait it, then press back in and attack above that hitbox, keeping the fight's tempo and avoiding downtime. Flying enemies have somewhat of a reputation for flying away, and small design choices like this can make them more pleasant to fight. He also has a dash attack reminiscent of the Soul Master from the first game, moving across the ground to encourage the player to use their pogo of choice to keep on pressure. This attack does bug out a little by the entry to Bellheart, meaning the Moorwing dashes above the player instead. The player is still able to attack during the flyby, but it drills in pogoing less and has the chance to throw off a player. Past that, the Moorwing can throw out a blade that races along the ground, keeping the player airborne to cement his status as another of these aerial tests that exist within the on-ramp of bosses. At a little over half health, the Moorwing will roar, entering a second phase that escalates the moveset enough to change how the player approaches without adjusting enough to need to be relearned. The attacks and charge remain the same, but the blade throw now adds a second blade that lifts back into the air and draws a circle in front of the Moorwing before embedding in the ground. The initial dodge is the same, but it adds more aerial threat that the player needs to juggle during their counterattack. Additionally, the Moorwing turns upside down, spinning a blade from each side that lands on the ground and crosses underneath the Moorwing as an inverse of the previous move. This and the other blade spin each ask different things of the player based off their location, meaning they combine to make the moveset read as far more diverse than it practically is. One of the things that makes Silksong stand out to me is how carefully the moveset of these enemies are crafted to create the illusion of diversity. The fact that bosses with 4 static attacks can carry the same level of tension as bosses with a detailed combo string that varies based off proximity is what makes Silksong really stand out, and the rhythm created by these 2 moves is a perfect example of how Silksong takes simple moves and executes them expertly. On the other hand, it does lead to my one issue with this fight that recurs throughout Silksong: long arenas. Hollow Knight and most 2D action games will often have their boss fights take place in a space that either doesn't scroll or scrolls only a small amount, with fights like Umu that place a heavier focus on platforming being the only fights that have arenas that often go past the screen's edges. Silksong, on the other hand, has a myriad of more traditional action fights with arenas that expand 2 or more lengths of the screen, which leads to moments where the boss is fully off-screen, forcing the player to often wait and see how the boss comes to them, rather than being able to reach and immediately put pressure on the boss. Hornet is able to close distance faster with her sprint and eventually claw line, but even among fights I love, like Moorwing, it holds the fight back by introducing an element of frustration. Greymoor is an atmospheric area, with the deep grays creating an incredibly stark contrast to the brighter Hunter's March and far fields. But the Moorwing doesn't add much atmosphere past what the area brought to the fight. His design works, with the Falconer's hood giving an almost penitent vibe, while still characterizing it as monstrous and hungry. The biggest boon to the atmosphere works as well as it does by clashing with Greymoor, and that's, of course, Garmond and Zaza. Despite the dreariness of the area, this noble knight volunteers his aid, joining in the battle with Moorwing with the charming yells and callouts that have defined Hollow Knight's audio design. His callouts mesh with the Strive boss theme much better than the Moorwing's blade spins, though his moveset is designed to face a grounded target rather than enemies like Moorwing, meaning he often looks like he's just doing his own thing. On the other hand, the fact that Moorwing attacks so much of the space in front of him means that learning to survive Moorwing with Garmond is no different than learning to fight him solo, making Garmond a better learning tool than most summons in the genre. Oftentimes, summons or allies can split enemy aggression and risk leaving the boss bordering on passive, but Garmond avoids that without intensifying the boss's challenge to an outrageous degree. Moorwing earns a B grade. Though his individual atmosphere leaves something to be desired, the challenge he offers is solid without being overwhelming, and the ability to fight intensified versions if he's skipped stands him out from the rest of the early game. Though the long arena can be frustrating, it's not enough to take away from how satisfying the moveset is to engage with. This one lived long and fed much. The world will be safer for their slaying. The penultimate boss of the on-ramp encounters, Sister Splinter is a strangely placed test of the player's ability to dash and manage resources. Saying that Sister Splinter was nerfed is somewhat misleading. She wasn't changed, but the minions she summoned went from dealing 2 damage to 1 damage, minimizing some of the fight's previous resource management demands. Right off the bat, Sister Splinter has a harrowing build-up to her encounter, with these branches closing the area behind Hornet off before trapping her in the arena. Sister Splinter enters with some of the most present vocal lines yet, and starts slamming the arena. Unlike Moorwing, she has her own theme, and the manic instrumentation puts the player immediately on guard. With attacks coming in such rapid succession and Sister Splinter moving right over the player, it's easy to get rushed down on your first attempt before you've realized what's happening. Once the player is ready to dodge, the attack has a satisfying rhythm. 3 slams that the player is encouraged to either anticipate via movement or time their dashes around. Like with 4th Chorus, the player is being tested on their ability to keep aerial pressure on a threat while avoiding these attacks. Though the lack of a grounded threat, like a breakable floor or ground-based swipes, makes facing Sister Splinter individually more straightforward. Past that, Splinter can bring down branches that restrict the player, but can be broken with attacks, spells, or tools, which is where resource management comes into play. These branches always arrive before Splinter returns, and she always gives a little time before attacking again, letting the player have a moment to choose what they want to focus on. Do they dedicate themselves to breaking the branches, damaging the boss, or do they use their resources to either damage both, or to quickly break the branches and try to return to Splinter before she started moving? For her final move, she summons the aforementioned minions. These minions, however, are much less overwhelming than the Beastflies. Sister Splinter disappears for a long window after summoning the minions, encouraging the player to rush them down using their limited resources, but especially with the minion damage reduced, it gives the player a lot more flexibility for things going wrong here, and keeps Sister Splinter as the primary threat. Enforcing that, her attack, much like the Beastfly's slam, can instantly kill minions and destroy her own branches. Though unlike the Beastfly, the speed and size of these attacks, and it being Splinter's only offense, means that the player is able to use this attack much more reliably than the Beastfly slam. The biggest minus I have is her stagger. She shakes around and then falls to the ground. Though Moorwing fell to the ground too, I think it was more clear that he was about to fall and deal damage on the way, but Sister Splinter's fall seems to catch players off guard the first time. Once it's learned, it does give the player plenty of time to avoid it, and the unsubmerged roofs of her backside make for a great visual design, but the double contact damage gets frustrating. When you return to Splinter's arena later in the game, you can see the flowers of shellwood growing from her corpse. Despite her power, the forest still reigns eternal, which starts to foreshadow Nyleth's memory in the 3rd act. Sister Splinter is fun, if simpler than the other fights in the first half of the act, earning a B grade. The best piece of her design is how much she gets the player to stay in close by restricting space, leading to the satisfying rhythm of moving just out of the range of attacks then leaping back into combat. For me, that's when both Hollow Knight and Silksong feel at their best. Her body seemed a weaver's, but her mask had been forcibly removed, and her own silk was bound useless by heavy pins lodged through her spine. The end of the on-ramp that forms the early part of Silksong is the fight atop Bellheart with Widow. Shellwood and Sister Splinter within it is a strange area in terms of pacing. Arriving in Bellheart for the first time after Moorwing and being greeted by the now haunted town suspended in silk is an incredible moment, especially since after quitting out at that bench, even Hornet will have been webbed for a moment. But before you deal with that, you first gotta travel through this sickly forest and beat up an evil tree. After getting the wall jump from Splinter, however, the player can finally work their way to the top of Bellheart, where they face the spider weaving these webs, which is an excellent culmination of the early game. In terms of challenge, Widow is designed like a final boss. Every move she uses takes concepts from earlier in the on-ramp and intensifies it. Attacks that cover the ground encourage precise pogoing, wall climbing to create space, or delaying your fall with a float to avoid damage, while the dart down into a dash similarly serves as a pogo test and rewards aggressive positioning with a few moments to strike. And of course, like with Bell Beast, Widow brings bells that bounce once, adding an initial complication of diagonal bells with a second bounce that covers a lot more space. But the biggest thing that sets Widow apart from the rest of the on-ramp is her comparative speed. Though she can crawl away from the player, most of her movement around the arena is her teleporting away after her attacks have finished, meaning that the player is constantly chasing after her in the hopes of landing a hit. Combined with her manic theme and the added chaos of dodging lingering bell attacks while she rushes at the player, Widow's tension is a step above any foe fought up to this point. Her health is lower than most early bosses, but she's hard enough to hit that, even on my second playthrough. The fight took longer than some numerically tankier foes. I mentioned her theme, but this is the first track on the soundtrack that absolutely blew me away. The constantly building strings further identify this moment as a climax, especially when the key changes as the fight progresses to the final phase. Widow's music, screams, and breakneck pace make her the hardest fight in the game so far, while the on-ramp of fights ensures that the player has all the tools and training they need to make her a realistic challenge. Once you've beaten Widow, players can upgrade their nail, and are provided multiple paths forward to progress. So her role as what I like to call in most of my videos the "if you can beat her, you can beat the game boss" is really well placed in the midpoint of Act 1. Returning to the mechanical fight, there are 3 phases. After reaching about 2/3 of her health, the number of bells she summons starts to increase, making dealing with each attack more and more complicated. And with up to 3 bells dropping in rapid succession, and most summoning to target the player's location, the fight's tempo amps up as you push through the first 2 phases. On top of that, Widow starts to spawn huge walls of bells that drop onto the edges of the arena. This attack is both an escalation of the arena negating threats from Bellbeast and Lace reaching a new peak, but also finalizes an attack that later appears in the Grandmother Silk boss fight. Silksong, like Hollow Knight, loves to introduce late-game boss attacks via earlier encounters, and though Lace iterates upon herself, this is where the game starts building towards Grandmother Silk. Finally, Widow teleports away when brought to her last health gate, returning with a scream for a frantic ending. She doesn't stagger in this last phase, and the speed ramps up even further. Instead of the bell pulls bringing 1 bell at a time, they now create either a spaced out wave across the arena, spawn in 2 diagonal bells, or spawns them in rapid succession so that they overlap with both each other and the Widow's continually intensifying melee attacks. Widow also has the important role of being the first NPC to reference Grandmother Silk directly. Though Lace referred to what's above, Widow is the first one to characterize it as a mother, while also putting a direct focus on Hornet as a daughter. As I mentioned, I'll dive into the themes of motherhood and succession around Grandmother Silk later, but Widow continues to subtly lay the groundwork for that characterization while more directly introducing the fanaticism that defines the Citadel above. After defeating Widow, the player gets an abstract picture of the Widow before her fanaticism, where she played to soothe the higher being that she now serves. The removal of her silk referenced in the journal makes her obsession with the silk strands coming from the Citadel particularly cruel, and with masks throughout the series being tied directly to an individual's identity, the forced removal of her mask ends up symbolic of the horrible truth that those who follow the Mother will have their identities stripped away. This is an amazing culmination of Silksong's early game, and was the boss that fully sold me on Silksong as more than an extension of the amazing Hollow Knight, earning in S-grade. Placing the nail directly after her does a ton to build how much of a victory taking her down is, and the rescue of Bellheart reminds the player that you, as Hornet, were able to positively change the status quo of the world in a way that the player is rarely able to in these kind of franchises. The music here is Larkin at his absolute best, and the screen-wide nature of the attacks continues to build to an increase in scale that kept Widow in my mind throughout the game. Though surely fierce, the skull it bears looks taken from an even larger beast. If not for the bones as proof, I would scarcely believe bugs could grow to such scale. There are only a few fully optional encounters in Act 1, but the fight that I believe is the most successful at achieving its goal as a side story is the Skull Tyrant, of all things. The now old hub of Bone Bottom asks the player to hunt down and kill a creature that's gotten dangerously close to their haven, beginning the Skull Tyrant fight. Like a large number of side bosses, Skull Tyrant is an elite version of a basic enemy, the Skull Scuttlers from the Marrow. It manages to both take the unique pieces of that enemy to make the Skull Tyrant a boss that stands out from the roster, while also evolving the enemy enough to present as a boss, rather than just a larger version of the mob. Like the Savage Beastfly, the Skull Tyrant is another Act 1 side boss that does 2 damage with every single attack he does. It holds true to its past as a Skull Scuttler and scuttles across the ground as the main form of attack, but the skull that decorates its head and serves as its namesake makes them immune to damage from above. The end result is that, though the player is forced to jump, then dash or pogo to avoid the main threat, the only way to damage the Skull Tyrant is to meet it face to face on the ground. Unlike everything else in the game that's encouraged aerial motion, improving at the Skull Tyrant is about minimizing your airtime, especially with its jump attack. On the ground, there's plenty of time to dash out of the way and punish, but if the player is airborne too close to the Tyrant, it's easy to get hit by the sudden leap. The vertically short arena combines with this really well too, compressing the player's ability to escape, and though the long open arena risks the Skull Tyrant being off screen, its moveset is always moving towards the player, making his location more predictable than the fights that suffer the most from long arenas. Finally, the Skull Tyrant can leap in place, dropping a series of rocks from the ceiling. Unlike the bells, these don't bounce, but there are far more dropping at once. And with how compact the space is, dodging both the rocks and the Tyrant's attacks can be pretty tough. For an optional elite enemy, there's a lot to like here, and the suggested lore of an ancient dead bug that this creature hides within is the kind of world building that sets Hollow Knight apart from its contemporaries, conjuring thoughts of the world that existed before the Citadel, a concept that takes center stage in the game's third act. If that was the whole fight, I think it'd earn a slightly above average grade, but the Skull Tyrant extends past its arena. After the player has turned in the quest and received the reward, returning to Bone Bottom has a chance for another Skull Tyrant to arrive, destroying both the bench and most of the town while beginning a rematch with the boss. I do wish that this event was less randomized because the ambush is one of my favorite moments in the game. One of my favorite tricks that the game pulls is that, unlike most limited encounters in the Hunter's Journal, you get the full entry after only a single fight, rather than needing to encounter each version of the enemy. For example, the player doesn't get the Mossmother entry until they've beaten the Mossmother duo fight, which can tell an observant player that there are at least 3 Mossmothers in the world. Skull Tyrant avoids that, almost making a promise that the player won't see him again with the Bestiary entry completing, making the sudden ambush unexpected regardless of how observant a player is. Though there's less tension in the rematch due to Bone Bottom's lack of a ceiling, the fight taking place in the game's first safe haven creates an extraordinary feeling of dread. If the player hasn't reached Act 2, this game's version of the Elderbug, Pilby the Little Pilgrim, is killed during the fight, and it sets a brutal tone and precedent for the world. This tyrant, this apex of the marrow, is not only as unique as once thought, but it would have annihilated this town if Horden hadn't been there. Though the Citadel's cruelty is becoming more and more clear as you ascend and becomes immediately clear upon reaching the Underworks, this fight is a reminder that the lack of leadership from above has put the lives of everyone in Farloom at risk. It also marks a potential shift for Hornet in her overall arc. If Hornet had learned Pilby's name, when the pilgrim running the funeral asks if anyone knows his name, the only person who can break the silence and give a name to the fallen is Hornet. At the start of the game, Hornet's only desire is revenge, to find who trapped her and ensure she'll permanently be left alone. But by the end, she'll have sworn an oath to Farloom and herself that she will not sit idly by while another kingdom collapses to dust under the influence of higher beings that fail to see the lives of the literal bugs below them. To me, knowing Pilby's name is one of the first major signs of that change within her. A sign that though she wields the power of a higher being through her parentage, despite living lifetimes longer than the bugs in Farloom, she can still see the world from the eyes of a mortal. Though the gameplay of the Skull Tyrant would place him in a low B grade, I think the nature of the rematch and the role this side quest has in the story earns him a spot in the A grade. It sticks out from the otherwise aerial-focused on-ramp of bosses and leads to one of the heaviest moments in Silksong. Disrupting a safe hub is a risky choice, but the Skull Tyrant manages to pull it off. Elder Conchfly, crowned with a huge coral horn. Once partnered with a mate, they will rarely be seen alone. Like with Skull Tyrant, the Great Conchflies are somewhat a 2-part boss fight, but the 2 fights here are distinct enough and need to be found in order, making it harder to discuss them as a single encounter. So instead, we'll only be analyzing the first half of the fight here and returning to the second half in Act 2. In this battle, the 2 Conchflies move independently, though the attack synchronized enough that it avoids the pitfalls of a duo fight. The moveset is simple, with the Conchflies either burrowing into one surface, then rushing out of another as a form of contact damage, or stopping and shooting a bouncing projectile seen from the normal Conchflies that fill the blazing steps. Usually, if one of the Conchflies is spitting a drill, the other will time their next burrowing attack as the drill starts bouncing, forcing the player to position themselves while still dealing with the complication the projectile provides. The small spike is the only thing that does 1 damage, with all other contact damage in the fight joining with the rest of Act 1's optional roster and dealing 2 damage. There's less of the precise rhythm found in duo fights like Oro and Mato and Hollow Knight, but the synchronization still creates a sense of unity between the 2 threats as you work your way through. The big twist of the fight is that the Conchflies have a shared health bar, and whichever fly is unlucky enough to take that last hit dies, leaving the other Conchfly to flee alone further into the area. The fight uses the opposite trick of the Skull Tyrant, with the Hunter's Journal promising 1 more Conchfly is left to find, and the description of the creature available describing their desire not to be alone. As 1 minus, Silksong has a musical sting that it plays whenever a player finishes an enemy gauntlet or defeats a boss, and the sting plays right after the first Conchfly has died, but before the second one leaves, spoiling that the fight is actually over. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity as it releases the fight's tension just a little bit too early, not letting the other Conchfly swear its vengeance first. It distances the player from what they were forced to do, and considering there's another emotional duo boss within 5 entries that focuses really hard on the player killing one of the duo and leaving the other alone, it means that the Conchflies don't immediately do anything that other fights haven't done yet. It does end up picking up once you find the second half of the fight, but the cliffhanger here doesn't land for me. Though the moveset is simple, the fight is solid, but the strange Act 1 placement and long gap before eventually finding the second half of the story lessens the emotional impact, earning a low B grade. I wish there was something else to root the player in the Conchfly's stories beyond the journal entries, because the generic boss theme doesn't help distinguish or build the tragedy of this fight in any meaningful way. The Mossmother duo, meanwhile, is entirely focused on its gameplay over its story. Mechanically, the Mossmothers each have more health than the first encounter, and summon more boulders and minions whenever they smash their head on the ceiling. But there aren't any other surprises for the player here. The second Mossmother is a bit of a shock, arriving the first time the Mossmother uses its summon attack, but especially if the player didn't immediately find this weave nest by returning to the starting area after beating Widow, they can be pretty lazily rolled over. On my second playthrough, I was able to kill the first Mossmother with a +2 nail before it even had the opportunity to summon the second one. The incredible journal quote that tied the Mossmother to the main theme of the game being unlocked behind this fight is also somewhat strange. Unlike with the first Mossmother, where there's a gorgeous moment of emotional release when her children fly past you into Farloom, this fight is at the end of an optional tunnel and still rewards you with what could be argued as the game's thesis statement and a tool. It's a fine duo fight, taking advantage of the enemy's simplicity to really test the player's aerial control, but it would fit better as a God Home-esque challenge. As one pet peeve, when the first of the mothers drops, you immediately get the boss slowdown and full screen explosion, but the fight doesn't actually stop here. It makes the arena visually cluttered for a while, and though the low damage means that isn't too much of an issue, it doesn't read well. On top of that, the children in the back of the arena that the mothers are protecting all leave after the first mother dies, leaving the player fighting the last mother in an empty space, which again, doesn't really push towards the same thematic importance that the Mossmother, even its simplicity, introduced. The duo can be saved until Act 3 to add void attacks that I imagine would be threatening in this small an arena, but that's not enough to help the fight stand out. There's not much to say about this fight. The enemy is still solid and mechanically works as a duo, but I can't give it above a C grade. For the fight that unlocks the written thesis statement of Silksong's maternal relationships, it is bizarrely unimportant. Though gray with age, the frayed form suggested a being strung from silk, one who welcomed a decisive end in combat over a slow decline. There are 2 ways for the player to end the first act of Silksong, with the usual path players run into, taking them through the blasted steps to face the last judge. But if the player explores the surreal area known as the Mist, they can instead face Phantom. And I have to admit, Phantom of the Opera was not on the shortlist for musical and thematic inspirations for Silksong bosses, but it works excellently here. The entire area leading towards Phantom builds atmosphere in an incredible way. Endlessly repeating and dilapidated rooms drenched in a thick mist and populated with ghosts. And playing your needle to the same butterflies that Lace once conducted will lead you to the only path through this strange space. At the heart of the organ, Phantom awaits in an eternal isolation, playing the organ to summon a pillar of steam that they use to move to the foreground. Their design immediately draws lines between themselves and Lace, with the bestiary entry and death fully confirming that they are a being of pure silk. Both are shown using music to interact with the world around them, they use similar needles, and both are seen around the silk butterflies. And through Phantom, the player starts to get a better idea of who Lace might be. The game directly comments that Phantom sought death in combat, but most of her characterization comes from the imagery she evokes from the famous musical The Phantom of the Opera, Love Never Dies. I don't know if that joke's gonna land with the Silksong community, but I am putting it in the video anyway. The Phantom from the novel and musical was born deformed, kept in a cage and displayed as a marvel in a traveling fair. He eventually escaped and took residence under the Opera House, where he studied music, invention, and architecture. A brilliant mind, certainly, but one that became exactly what society had deemed him to be, a monster. Silksong's Phantom is similarly buried beneath the Citadel and its coral chambers, even below the mines of the Underworks. Despite their apparent isolation, Phantom does keep a mask to cover their face. Exactly what the nature of their deformity is the player never sees, but even staggered, her hand still rises to keep up the mask and the illusion it provides. Like the Phantom, Phantom seems to be an obsessive musician, using music to keep themselves company in an eternal self-imposed isolation. Their existence is a curse defined by self-loathing, and with no object for their twisted affection and need for acknowledgement to obsess over, all they yearn for is a death with meaning. It makes Lace's amusement and harshness seem heavier. If this is the fate of beings of silk, then what does Lace think of herself? Does Lace belong anywhere? She is not bug, nor beast, nor god. What makes her any more alive than the rusted form of the fourth chorus? But the parallels aren't only drawn to Lace. Phantom is mechanically designed as an adaptation of the Hornet boss fight from the obscure indie game Hollow Knight. Phantom stops and throws their needle across the arena, rushing after instead of bringing the weapon back. They leap into the air and throw their needle, following after, or they parry away attacks. Like Lace, this parry is harder to deal with than Hornet's single slash from Hollow Knight, instead darting horizontally 3 times for 2 damage. If the player jumps or activates Phantom's parry midair, it is still much more punishable than Lace's ends up becoming in later fights. The similarities to Hornet not only mechanically build towards the reward for this fight, unlocking Hornet's silk parry ability that Phantom uses throughout the encounter, but Phantom is doing exactly what Hornet believed she was doing. They've demonized their own existence and accepted exile, and now stand against any force that would be strong enough to change the nature of the world. Though Hornet justified her actions as protecting the world, Phantom's goal is as empty as Hornet's was before the moment she decided to save the night in Kingdom's Edge. In Hornet's own words, "I have already stood sentinel for one dying land. That role I will never play again." Defeating Phantom can represent Hornet defeating the part of herself that was prepared to die there, the part that saw no future, and take another step towards becoming the hero that she evolves into by the end of Silksong. The rest of the moveset ties her further to Lace in terms of her combat ability, through a thrust across the arena with her needle, or a huge slam similarly choreographed with a massive beam of light, which repeats 5 times once her health gets low enough. Additionally, they gain the ability to start teleporting, as the arena fills with steam as the fight continues. Phantom continues to hone the same skills that Lace and Widow did, using the speed-focused moveset to force the player to find moments to press in and remain aggressive. Phantom is much easier than the gameplay challenge presented by the Last Judge as a way to enter Act 2, as the lower damage and familiarity of the moveset makes her a much less intense increase of challenge than the Last Judge. Phantom's existence ensures that the player can't ever get stuck fully at the Last Judge. There's another way around to get into the Citadel and the bulk of the game that rewards exploration with a more story-driven encounter. The end of the fight has 3 things that help it stick out. First, the last blow that the player lands is always parried, leading to a paused moment where the player is forced to use the parry skill and land a final blow. This can actually be failed, dealing 2 damage to the player and healing Phantom up, but once the blow lands, Hornet gets her 7 Samurai moment. She darts past Phantom, there's a beat, and Silk gushes out of them. And finally, the last moment of death is uniquely unsettling, as Phantom explodes into silk. There's no corpse, no shell, no body, just a lingering cloud of silk. With the similarities drawn to Lace, it makes it clear that whatever Lace is, it isn't a bug. Overall, I think Phantom earns an A grade. Their moveset reflecting Hornet and Lace relies on the references within the design to wordlessly characterize these 3 crucial characters, using design and musical inspirations to inform their character despite their minimal screen time, and setting up the emotional conflict that Lace has even more. The huge judge likely stood through countless generations, never defeated, never wavering in their charge. But for most players, the final challenge of Act 1 was the aptly named Last Judge. Once the player has rung the 5 bells throughout the early areas of the game and ascended through the blasted steps, the pilgrim at the Citadel Gate describes that, with the bells rung, music will finally open the gateway to the Citadel. The pilgrims have, at long last, made it. And as they follow your lead, singing and harmonizing at the gateway, the Last Judge awakes in the background and attacks, slaughtering the pilgrims that had arrived at Paradise, and usually doing the same thing to the player immediately after. Though the Act 1 on-ramp built up to Widow, the Last Judge's name is mechanically fitting. Among the Act 1 roster, I think there's no argument that she is the hardest battle. Personally, I found her more challenging than a large majority of Act 2, with the rematch with Lace and Groal being the only fights that I found tougher before Act 3. Everything that the last judge does deals 2 masks of damage, with a few being flaming or explosive attacks that deal fire damage, meaning the Magma Bell charm can reduce the damage of these after effects. With the level of challenge presented, she ends up being the literal last judge of your skill before you unlock the bulk of the game. But before we get to mechanics, the attack that opens the encounter is confirmation outside of the uncomfortable nature of the world that whatever lies in the Citadel is not as benevolent as the Pilgrims have insisted. Though Farloom has been hostile and unwelcome, the Citadel seems distant, though it's unclear initially whether it's from negligence or ruination. But once the last judge arrives, the Citadel gains its first real face, and the murder of the Pilgrims becomes a first of many acts of cruelty that the player bears witness to before the game is done. To add insult to injury, the last judge's eyes are decorated with what look like black tears, as if she regrets the death that she has and will continue to cause. It clashes with the fervent enthusiasm of her battle cries to characterize her as sinister and acutely aware of her actions. Furthermore, the last judge's nature and existence is part of the game's continued commentary on faith and its interaction with a religious belief. Throughout Act 1, the player travels along a holy pilgrimage arranged by the Weavers of the Citadel as part of the song that keeps Grandmother Silk in prison, a song that is failing, as Hornet is violently aware through the haunting that Grandmother Silk has impressed among the denizens of Farloom. The most characterized of these pilgrims is Sherma, a naive devout who believes that even Hornet's assistance is guidance from the divine, ensuring his path is carved safely. Throughout Act 2, Sherma comes to realize the state of the Citadel and comes to his own dedication of purpose. Instead of continued devotion to a god with no interest in his own well-being, he chooses to place his faith in Hornet and the pilgrims that made it to Songclave, protecting them as the abyss tears the world apart. He becomes his own person without the guidance of the deific power, placing his faith instead in Hornet's mortal half, and his desire to save not only Farloom, but all the pilgrims that live within it. Sherma succeeds in his pilgrimage. He begins his journey coded as a child, but by the time he saves Hornet after her descent from the cradle, he's become exactly who he desired to be, and importantly, someone who would never have existed if Hornet hadn't disrupted Farloom during his pilgrimage. The last judge stands as an icon of that religious pilgrimage, letting past the bugs devote enough to slave away in the internal imprisonment of Grandmother Silk, like Loam, and killing the rest. The name Last Judge becomes almost sacrilegious. We can find a nest filled with the bugs that become the judges, small bugs like any others indoctrinated by the song of the Weavers. And yet, the Last Judge is somehow this divine being that defines what is permitted in the Citadel. Even proximity to Hornet was enough to damn these pilgrims who are unquestionably devout from their small interaction we have prior to the fight. If the force that all these pilgrims worship is guiding and leading them safely through the danger of Farloom, by what right does the Last Judge damn pilgrims to an eternity toiling in the underworks? If this bug, plucked from the masses of its indoctrinated kin, is the final arbiter of faith, it reveals that the faith that the pilgrims follow is manufactured, painstakingly created to abuse and control residents of Farloom in the same way the haunting physically puppeteers its victims. Even those free of the haunting are not free of the manipulations of faith, until they find faith in something true. For Sherma, that faith was in Hornet and the people of Songclave. And Hornet similarly has faith in Sherma and his unwavering kindness. Despite its universality, faith is not the threat to Farloom, but it is those who proclaim themselves final judges or provide confessions that demand eternal devotion. The gameplay threat that defines the Last Judge are huge area attacks. She pulls back an incense burner before turning into a damage cyclone, leaps into the air and plunges down towards the player, and throws the burner over the player's head before pulling it back towards her along the ground. Outside of the jump, the largest threat is that these attacks all cover a huge area and last long enough that a panicking player, pictured here, will get hit twice by a number of attacks, and unlike with Moorwing, there are no concessions to ensure that the panic doesn't end up with the player almost instantly dead. The player is still limited to 6 masks unless they've returned in Act 2, and each attack being able to sometimes do 4 or more damage, the Last Judge can shred a player in a way that even late-game Hollow Knight bosses struggle to. The sound design helps to define the scale of the gate to the Citadel, with the echoing of the incense burner on the unusual pristine floor mixing with the battle cries of the judge to create an oppressive atmosphere that sells the player on the intimidation factor this being has. As the fight continues, her presence intensifies as she evolves her moveset in my favorite method of evolution, adding after effects to her attacks rather than just adding more moves. Striking a salute, her incense burner explodes with flame, which does do a burst of damage on its own and adds a single new move to the roster, a charge across the ground that leaves flaming pillars that burst up shortly after. With how good the last judge becomes at forcing the player away, this distance closer that rewards a quick pogo returns the judge to melee combat to avoid her hiding off screen in the large arena. Out of the many large arenas in this game, this was one of the ones that never felt like it took away from the fight to me. She fills the entire arena with damage, and attacks rarely came from off screen so long as I was remaining aggressive. Every one of the judge's moves evolves in this phase. Nothing stays simple or straightforward. The incense throw now adds a large explosion after the impact, forcing the player to fully commit to dodging the attack rather than needing to just weave up or down, while the jump attack now covers the entire ground with a wave of flame, forcing the player to pogo or keep aerial in order to avoid the explosion. Finally, the spin attack lasts longer, creating waves of flame that push out from the judge, coalescing for a short time and forcing the player to find safe places to stand between waves. At a final health gate, the fight speeds up even more and is punctuated by a particularly long version of the spin. Projectiles, outside of Silk skills, don't go through the active flame rings, meaning that using ranged attacks to punish this move is much harder than one would initially think. This discourages relentless tool spamming, but it also rewards careful timing for builds that are using the polyp pouch for poison damage, letting that chip damage continue to build up over time. Though the speed of the judge between attacks doesn't increase between the first and second phase, the after effects last long enough that the last judge evolves into a constant onslaught, as attacks often begin while the player is dodging the lingering effect of the previous move. Silksong's most punishing mechanic in my opinion is how it handles getting hit while healing. In Hollow Knight, getting hit would interrupt a heal, losing only the amount of soul that you've already focused up to that point, which would usually be 1 or 2 hits worth of energy. In Silksong, you lose all the required silk the moment you press heal. So getting knocked out of that heal both means potential death immediately and loses the entire thread's worth of healing and offensive magic potential. Since the last judge has so many attacks that linger into each other, there are very few windows to heal, requiring an understanding of your opponent's moveset or giving up knockdowns to recover, and that increase in speed helps to set up the faster-paced Act 2. I also love the last judge's almost religious use of fire. It helps her stand out from the rest of the roster, even more so once the player has landed a final blow. The last judge's incense burner sparks before she immolates with a massive explosion that covers the area around her. If the player doesn't move far enough away and dies to this blast, they get to do the whole fight again, and the use of self-immolation pushes the religious zealotry suggested with the name and makeup further, while the armor falling apart to reveal only ashes after the flames consumed her makes for an explosive denouement. I think the last judge is another S-grade encounter. Overcoming her for the first time feels amazing and punctuates the end of Act 1. Her presence and moveset stand out from the rest of the roster, and her sometimes overwhelming challenge avoids frustration through the path provided with the more plot-focused Phantom fight. The moments after beating her where the elevator is revealed to drop pilgrims that survived into servitude in the Underworks makes for a chilling moment too, though that extends past the scope of this video somewhat. 2 cogwork bugs, and yet the soul seemed singular. A sad, yet masterful imitation of life, imbued inside shells of iron. In this video's intro, I mentioned how Silksong not only contained bosses that carried more weight via the structured plot, but bosses that expertly capture an emotion, distilling it into some of the most expert wordless storytelling I've ever seen. And I don't know if there's a boss in either game that tells a wordless story better than the Cogwork Dancers. I know we're on a little bit of an S-rank streak with the end of Act 1, but it's going to last a little longer, and let's be honest, anyone who's played Silksong already knows exactly what grade this boss is earning. Upon reaching the top of the coral chambers, the Cogwork Dancers are wound up in the background of a compact arena, and the atmosphere and use of music is one of, if not the best musical moments of 2025. The walk into the arena is absolutely silent, with the winding of these automatons starting before the music kicks in. And the Cogwork Dancer theme is gorgeous, timing the music with the choreographed movements of the dancers. The dancers each signal where they're moving next with a beam of light, dealing 2 contact damage universally on all attacks. When they're airborne, the player can be more aggressive due to a smaller hitbox on their charges, while the dancers slash the ground around them when they land, requiring grounded players to be more precise with each counterattack. In addition, the dancers can both point towards the center of the arena, joining together into a large AoE that keeps players away before falling gently in each other's embrace and leaping back into time. They can also vanish into the background, summoning lines across the arena that the player needs to leap up and avoid, an attack that makes a later return with Grandmother Silk. The dancers don't share their health bar like the Conchflies, and after enough damage is dealt to one of them, they'll return to the background, where the music stops as they're both wound tighter and tighter still. When they emerge, the music has picked up tempo. The moveset doesn't change, but the increased pace escalates the challenge without needing the player to study new moves. Moving between these attacks in time with the music is incredibly satisfying, and though the predictable timing of attacks means that the dancers are easier than the overlapping attacks of the Last Judge or Speed of Phantom, it also makes the dancers a fight that players reach that dance-like flow state on a first playthrough without requiring the same bar of entry as other masterpieces like Nightmare King Grim. I'm of the opinion that the most satisfying part of Hollow Knight and Silksong is once you've learned a boss's moveset so well that you can stay directly in their face and attack constantly, and the dancers both encouraged and rewarded that playstyle on a first playthrough without being a complete pushover. Once a second health gate is reached, they return to the background again, and the winding dancers become offset, which is a subtle and expert communication as to exactly what will change going into the third phase. Though the tempo doesn't increase when the music resumes, the dancers now individually move on the 1 and 3 of their theme rather than moving together on the 3. Players need to think one attack ahead, punishing one dancer while positioning themselves to avoid the other. The tempo here is pitch perfect, and attacks are choreographed enough that there's never surprise as to what the enemies are doing. On top of that, the small arena means that the player can always be dealing damage or at least getting hits to earn Silk in return. As the player reaches the apex of the dance and empties a third health bar, one of the dancers breaks, and the other is brought back to be wound for a final time. Crafting a dual boss battle presents an interesting challenge to a gameplay designer. If the enemies are balanced to be fought together, then the tension of the fight risks fading after the first enemy falls. This is the case in fights like Oro and Mato or the Mantis Lords, where the best part of the fight is over as soon as you've got the final threat alone. One potential fix is that designers apply a buff of some variety to the now solo enemy, such as the Blobble Raging, or Ornstein and Smo's variable second phase. The issue with buffing an enemy is that it can make returning to the start of the fight after a loss really frustrating, as the player often needs to learn the second half of the fight through trial and error. When this final wind-up of the dancers begins, the player is left wondering how this fight plans to escalate, even more so since the dancers starting to wind up here has broken the rule of threes. Three-phase fights, like the Cogwork Dancers thus far, are a trope in and of themselves. That trope rule is broken as this cogwork starts to be wound, and a player familiar with the genre is left wondering exactly what will come next. But when the dancer emerges, all the usual tricks and intensity that the player might have expected is missing. The music slows and quiets down, and the dancer moves alone, with the same attacks as before, to a massively decreased tempo, almost out of time with what's left of the music. Their damage decreases to 1 mask, and with the player's proven ability to face the dancers at a faster pace, there's no real threat here. Instead of the player continuing to feel impressive and agile as they weave through the threats, they find themselves forced to snuff out the last flame of an already beaten foe. This isn't a victory lap. The player wants to stop, but the game requires the dancers be defeated to progress. And Team Cherry doesn't pull their punches here, especially as the dancer flies to the center of the arena and does nothing, arms reaching towards the empty space where its partner once stood. Whatever these cogworks were, there must have been some connection between them. Were they capable of love, or just a simulacrum of that emotion? If the player has already found the Green Prince, who sings of someone he lost to the needle in, the design similarities are undeniable. Without a word from the Green Prince in terms of who he is, his story has become clear. He must have loved someone in a way that words can't describe. But now he's alone, left with only thoughts and memories, dancing with empty space. It builds towards his arc's culmination in Act 3, while also providing a poetic and tragic moment in its own right. On top of that, the Cogwork Dancers are the first boss that begins to question if artificial life can be as real as biological life, laying the groundwork for Lace's arc. The Cogwork Dancers earn an S grade. Though they represent a decrease in challenge from the last judge in Phantom, the emotional weight means that the counter continues to escalate tension, and the central position of the arena makes the duel an unavoidable memory throughout Act 2. This was the moment that Silksong had matched Hollow Knight in terms of quality for me, and it continued to rise the further into the game I got. His desire to see Farloom saved may have been well-intentioned, but he seemed quite happy for others to die upon the stage in pursuit of his goal. After the Cogwork Dancers, the player only has one other required boss before returning to that same tragic arena and ascending to face Lace and Grandmother Silk in the final battle of Act 2. Delving through the ancient vaults that hold the secrets and truths of this twisted world of lies and betrayals, the player comes face to face with their most dangerous foe yet, a thespian, known only as Silksong may have spikes of emotion with fights like the Cogwork Dancers, but despite that, the game is really funny. Hornet's penchant to slap anyone who disrespects her, as well as interactions with the more hopeful members of the cast, make Silksong's world a hopeful one, despite the abject and recurring cruelty that defines it. Hollow Knight also had a jovial fight in the Dung Defender, but used it in order to introduce a tragic character. Compared to the Dung Defender, Trobbio is hilariously unimportant. With that being said, Trobbio does have thematic relevance, but we'll get into that more after Trobbio finishes referencing Andrew Lloyd Webber for the second time in a game about bugs with nails fighting eldritch gods. Writing that out, I've realized that if Trobbio was a weaver, he would literally be a Webber. Missed pun opportunity, very sad, 0 out of 10 game, Trobbio earns an F grade. Act 2 puts a heavy focus on artificial beings being able to feel and express themselves, with the Cogwork Dancers, Lace, and second Sentinel fights in particular being placed alongside the recurring themes of parenthood and succession that appear with fights like the Raging Conchfly, Shakra, First Sinner, and so on. Meanwhile, Trobbio's depressed and he's killing people with fireworks. To me, the fact that he is so violently disconnected from any of the emotional bastions of the game makes him even funnier. Trobbio's a butterfly, and his design mixes bright pinks and reds with smoke pillars, bouncing balls, and glittery fireworks as he dances around his murderous stage. Trobbio attacking Hornet seems to be a coincidence. You stepped on his stage, so he decided to make you part of his show. As I referenced with the Bell Beast and Lace, music is a recurring theme throughout the Citadel, with the choral chambers being designed as a music box to lull Grandmother Silk into her eternal slumber. With the haunting intensifying, that music box has failed, and so Trobbio seems to be using fire and music in a misguided attempt to lull the kingdom back into peace. And maybe intentionally burning people alive as he does so. It's kinda unclear. Fire is referenced a few times throughout Silksong, with the last judge's flame weeding out those she deems unworthy of entering the Citadel, or as a manifestation of the Father of the Flame's divine presence, which we'll get to later. Though explosives and pyrotechnics play a major role in this fight, Trobbio's fire is much visually softer than the other fights built around the element, almost reflecting that his intention is still the betterment of the world, despite the frequent end result being murder, which is confirmed with Hornet's entry in the Hunter's Journal referencing good intentions. His dialogue is also a play on words from the Flame theme. He calls Hornet a squib. In Australia, this is slang for Trobbio calling Hornet a coward, but a squib is also a small explosive used in fireworks, automotives, and most importantly, film and theater. When you're watching a show on television or on stage and someone has a high-powered burst of blood from their chest after being shot or stabbed, that's usually a squib. It's a cute little pun off the theatrical theming of the fight. Alongside an incredibly silly musical theme that makes the fight playful and fun rather than threatening, Trobbio has an absurd amount of voice lines, boasting over 4 minutes of audio. For a character who only appears in 2 fights, the fact that he has more unique voice lines than the main character is a testament to how present he is throughout this battle. In terms of his moveset, Trobbio tests that the player has precise control over their location, and starts the push towards requiring that the player attacks during Trobbio's attacks rather than in the moments between them, a skill that becomes absolutely critical to succeeding against the late game bosses of Silksong. Outside of the last judge's occasional overlap, most bosses in the game so far can be mostly attacked between their volleys. But Trobbio is designed to avoid that same rhythm. When the player gets close, he loves to either backstep away or dive under the stage, where the player can watch the trapdoors surge as he crawls around. Sometimes there is a moment to hit him as he pops up with a dramatic pose, but he can also throw out 3 bouncy balls that bounce around the arena as projectiles, before eventually turning into explosions that shoot in a horizontal or vertical line. The player can smack these orbs to change their momentum, but it doesn't destroy them, and Trobbio's universal 2 damage makes aggression risky. If the player is close to the trapdoor, it becomes harder to predict these balls' random movement, but if the player is far away, Trobbio is hard to damage before he spins out of his pose and into an attack. Outside of that, his main melee attack is turning into a tornado, either from in the air or on the ground. If he starts on the ground, he stays on the ground, only damageable from above before stopping and releasing 2 tornadoes to each side that push out and up. Depending on the player's crest, or if they've acquired the claw line yet, they might be able to rush in after the tornado lifts upwards, but pogoing during the attack and staying above him to dodge the tornadoes after he poses is the safest place to be and lets the player keep up aggression. If he starts this move in the air, he flies down to the ground as a hitbox, encouraging predicting where he'll connect with the ground to time your pogo. Finally, he screams his name, summoning a barrage of flaming fireworks that explode on a short delay. I think it's telling that an attack that works similarly to the Pure Vessel, a super boss from Hollow Knight, now appears on a comical boss in the middle of Act 2 in Silksong. It pretty clearly tells you everything you need to know about the increase in challenge between these 2 games. After the halfway point, Trobbio can cause a series of explosives to detonate below the stage, leading to pillars of smoke and flame that need to be avoided and often overlap with his next attack. In order to generate breathing room for the player, Trobbio will often take a moment to fly around the arena during other attacks or pose on the ground while an attack takes place. Not only does this characterize Trobbio while giving the player a moment to pause, but it does so without stopping the tempo of the fight. In some bosses, an attack finishes and the enemy sits and waits for a moment, whereas Trobbio's unique poses and voice lines give him a constant sense of motion that helps him stand out and keeps the tempo and energy high. Also, whenever he gets knocked down, he starts fanning himself with one hand before recovering, and I find that hilarious. And of course, Trobbio's death is one of the best in the game. Upon striking the last blow, the player witnesses this. Of course, Trobbio is not really dead. He's only flexing his acting chops, but he really committed to it. If you hit him afterwards, he grunts and tries to stay still, and if you leave and come back, then he falls back down to keep the lie going, which is made even funnier by the fact that when he invites the player back for a rematch in Act 3, he doesn't even mention how he was supposed to be dead. Honestly, my headcanon is that he forgot that he had pretended to die. I adore the Trobbio boss fight and the way he continues to intensify the pace of Silksong's combat, earning an S grade. He serves as both an important gameplay challenge and a palate cleanser while exploring the often brutal and dark corners of Act 2. They too seek the specter at the haunting's heart, though I fear that foe would pose a challenge beyond their mortal limits. I missed the duel with Garmond and Zaza on my first playthrough, meaning I didn't capture any footage. Though I learned there was a Garmond and Zaza boss in Act 2 I missed, I didn't look at the prerequisites when I started my second playthrough and went for the 5-hour speedrun achievement. I cleared my run with just over 4 hours on the clock, which I was pretty satisfied with. Then I looked up the requirements and realized that I'd already done the High Hall's Gauntlet, and so couldn't fight Garmond and Zaza a second time. So once I had finished that second playthrough, I created a new save, copied the rollback data from an earlier save, and loaded back to before the High Hall's Gauntlet. It took a while, but I eventually got Garmond and Zaza, the only non-Steel Soul boss that I hadn't fought up to that point, and then I beat the fight damageless on my first attempt. And that simplicity is partially by design. Garmond and Zaza is less a boss fight and more an optional combat challenge that provides later assistance in the High Hall's Gauntlet, notoriously one of the most challenging gameplay sections required to beat the game. Because of that, he's not supposed to be mechanically dense, but I wish he put up any level of resistance. Garmond can charge across the arena, opening himself up for the player to land next to him and knock him into the spikes. He can leap up, then thrust down, but I don't think he's successfully aimed at me a single time. He can wave his lance around him, which forces the player back for a moment, unless, of course, they have any silk skills at all, in which case they can use them to push him into the spikes again. There's just nothing threatening about him. I understand that Garmond and Zaza are supposed to be the weaker of the combat duel allies, but this moveset undersells him as a character. Instead of a noble knight destined to slowly lose his strength and will, he's just a goopy fop in this fight, and that frustrates me a lot. I think him being so easy to knock back into the spikes is the big mistake here. He leaves himself open for a long time, takes a ton of spike damage, and then puts out nothing offensive after leaping back, leaving himself open again to be staggered and knocked back into spikes. Garmond and Zaza earn a D grade. I've been trying not to grade things poorly just because of simplicity or how easy the fight is, but this fight is designed to take place while preparing for the biggest combat challenge of the mid-game, and he could at least try to prepare the player for some of what awaits them in the high halls. Lost in the madness of the haunting, they still commanded the endless excavation of their caves. The Forebrothers Signis and Gron are an unusual boss in terms of game progression. I didn't realize it on my first playthrough, but they are actually a required fight in order to reach the true ending, as the diving bell used early on in Act 3 is right behind their office. If they're found after acquiring the claw line in Act 2, they're an exciting and challenging boss that tests the player's ability to handle multiple threats with an environmental hazard. But in Act 3, they serve as a surprisingly simple obstacle to overcome while backtracking into the deep docks. The fight begins with Signis, with pillars of lava trapping the player in. Without a wall, using the cling grip to avoid Signis' more ground-based moveset to deal with mobs, or get the high ground to heal safely isn't an option, and the hefty cost of 2 damage for hitting the wall punishes positioning yourself too closely to the arena's edge. As an end result, the player is forced to keep close to Signis' melee attacks. He's only got 2, but they cover the entire arena and come out fast enough that the player needs to be ready for him to leap around and attack regardless of where they are and what they're doing. His main attack is pulled from the Lace and Phantom battles, swiping forward twice while he advances. The pace of this attack matches the second Lace fight, which continues Act 2's trend of upping the game's tempo as it builds towards that climax in the Cradle. Second, he can boomerang his weapon across the arena, providing the same openings as Hornet did back in Hollow Knight. Leaping over and pressing in is an easy source for damage, or in the case of this fight, a great opportunity to deal with the minions. Additionally, with his attacks being fire damage, the Magma Bell works like it did in the last Judge fight, giving the player a little more wiggle room as they push through. Signis has 3 health gates. At his first one, he summons a Flintstone Flyer to supplement him from above. If the player focuses on leaping over Signis' attacks, there are plenty of opportunities to attack the enemy, and the ability to hit back projectiles and the Flyer staying off the ground avoids filling the constrained space. On top of that, the fact that the Flyers are immune to pogo damage forces the player onto the lower half of the arena, where Signis remains a threat. If the player doesn't take the Flyer out, they get punished pretty hard when Signis summons another Flyer and a Smoke Rock Sifter at the next health gate. The Sifter is definitely the biggest complication, as its ability to block damage from a variety of directions makes it tough to kill quickly, though attacking it to give yourself a moment to reposition is pretty satisfying. These particular enemies aren't an issue on their own like the Beastfly summons were, so they end up adding on to Signis' simpler moveset to provide an increased challenge rather than overwhelming the player. Once Signis' health is reduced to half, he summons Gron, turning the battle into a true duo fight. Gron had appeared earlier while moving through the deep docks, attacking for a short time before escaping, and since Signis and Gron don't have a larger-than-life design, Gron seemed like an elite enemy that just escaped the player. This plays somewhat with their role in the story. Signis and Gron are foremen. They aren't raging against the Citadel, nor are they part of its more intense operations. They're trapped, searching for meaning in a world that's given them none. And as they were haunted by Grandmother Silk, their control over the deep docks has become cyclical and purposeless. Empty husks piloting empty husks, accomplishing nothing as bug after bug is sent to their death to face Hornet for no reason. Gron lets Signis remain the main threat on the ground while he stays airborne. He lands between some attacks, but he'll either leap up and throw his spear, which detonates shortly after, or slam down into the ground if the player is below him. The tracking spear throw can make it tough to press towards him, while the detonation afterwards complicates the aggression of a player trying to finish off the injured Signis. The downward slam ends up covering the weakness of Signis' boomerang too, as the player's only escape route of leaping directly up can vanish if they aren't aware of Gron's position. Signis is certainly still the larger threat and has less health, which means he's usually the best of the two to target down. But this duo works pretty well, despite lacking the synchronization of duos like the Dancers or the matching moveset of the Conchflies. Like with the other duo fights, the designers add a complication once the fight returns to a one-on-one. Whether it's Signis or Gron who drops first, a lava waterfall in the center of the arena begins to start and stop continuously until the fight's over. If Gron's the survivor, his mobility means that the player is constantly dodging under the waterfall, and the explosive nature of his spear and lack of walls to gain vertical space can make the arena claustrophobic. Whereas Signis' aggression in the tight space demands players learn to pogo or parry his basic attacks off while trapping the player in a small space with the boomerang. It flows together really naturally, and prevents a solid conclusion both to the deep dock's mechanical lava flows and thematic, constantly working enemies. I think the Forebrothers, Signis and Gron earn a B grade. Though not spectacular, it's a solid duo fight that uses what are effectively elite enemies and mobs in an effective way, scaling to ensure the fight remains satisfying while exploring Act 2. I do think it's a little strange that they don't receive any buffs going into Act 3, as that would encourage collecting remaining upgrades prior to diving into the Abyss for the first time. But I imagine they didn't want the Forebrothers to be the thing stopping a player's momentum as they got ready to enter that section and unlock the bulk of Act 3. Returned to their home caves, the chef continued to devise delicacies too repulsive for any bug still sane. Though Trobbio is the gold standard of comedic bosses, Silksong's occasional silliness comes to the forefront a second time in Act 2 via the disgraced chef Lugoli, a chef accused of, and I quote directly here, repeated culinary crimes, who continues to commit those crimes in the Sinner's Road. They're a required fight to get the more challenging of the 2 nail upgrades found in Act 2, and fit the best out of the challenges required to satiate the great Garmond. After all, when you know you're looking for disgusting and abnormal foods and run into a chef boss, it becomes pretty clear that you found one of the objectives. They're also the first boss so far that introduces a recurring motif in Silksong bosses: waves of enemies prior to the boss fight. When the player strikes this gong, the roach servers in the background turn around, pose long enough to earn themselves a spot in countless YouTube shorts and TikTok reels, then attack. Though these are new enemies, they're simple enough that the player isn't overwhelmed or surprised by anything they do. They press towards the player in the air, slashing forward a couple of times. The attacks are easy to see coming and don't overlap, but encourage players to take these pre-boss enemy gauntlets slowly and steadily. Putting forward too much aggression is the only way this intro poses any risk, rather than serving as a method to just fill your silk meter to the max level before Lugoli arrives. The background of the arena, with the bug corpses dangling above this repulsive kitchen, make it clear that they are killing and eating other bugs, which in my mind immediately goes to the source of their disgrace being bug cannibalism. But as I thought about that, I realized Silksong puts more of a focus on bugs eating bugs, since the fleas cook and eat Moorwing's corpse. I think these thoraxes match the bugs in the Citadel, so maybe the difference was that the fleas found and ate an already dead corpse of an unintelligent bug, while Lugoli hunted sapient meals, but that's purely conjecture. Whatever it is, Lugoli and their arena look repulsive, so maybe they were fired for a failure to maintain proper hygiene in a workspace environment. Lugoli's moveset is simple, though hard to overcome on a first attempt. They have 3 moves: a well-choreographed ladle smash, a leap up into a butt slam, or Lugoli doing the peach bomber at Hornet. All of these attacks deal 2 damage, but the threat isn't in the moveset. The threat is in the effect that Lugoli uses. The ladle smash and butt slam generate maggot balls that arc up and away from Lugoli. These projectiles only deal 1 damage, but they inflict the leech status condition, draining your silk over time and wasting your next attempted heal. The end result is that the players need to create enough space to avoid the attack, then dish out damage while still dodging the projectiles. The hip check leaves the largest opening as a result of this, but without double jump, the flying Lugoli suddenly rushing the player can be difficult to handle. The maggots are absolutely debilitating in this fight, but the moveset is slow enough that a patient player can get through without too much of an issue. There is an item that provides a limited immunity to the leech status, but it's hidden pretty late into Act 2, meaning that if a player wants to wait for that, they need to press through a large amount of the act without the nail upgrade that Lugoli's fight has locked behind it. On top of that, players who waited on the nail upgrade until Act 3 will find that Lugoli's become void-touched, becoming even more of a threat than before, and making it even stranger that Signis and Gron didn't receive the same increase to their health. After Lugoli's been reduced to half their health, they dive under the arena, summoning 2 maggot orbs, before leaping back up with a spread of 4 more orbs. This move doubles down on the main threat of the fight being the leech status, while also providing a clear window to heal or remove the status effect. The attack can vary in its effect based off the player's current status. If the player has the Silk, it lets players in the second half of the fight recover from mistakes with much less pressure on them, removing leeches or healing without necessarily needing a knockdown. On the other hand, the delayed window where Lugoli can't be attacked is time for the maggots to wear away at your Silk bar, meaning getting enough Silk to get out of the negative status effect can take longer. Silk management is key in this fight, and the move rewards careful players while punishing players who've stretched themselves too thin. But as I mentioned, Lugoli is another boss meant to be funny. They're covered in mess and fling themselves wildly around the arena to a weirdly intense musical theme. The Roach Keepers have some hilarious audio, and the oversized knives are just great. The artistic definition of Lugoli's rear end as they fling themselves across the arena is so silly, and even sillier with how macabre the arena's backdrop is with these hanging meat hooks. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and it's all the better for it as a light optional challenge. I think Lugoli earns another B grade. Like the Forebrothers, they do what they're supposed to, as an obstacle and the only boss immediately required for the third nail upgrade. And being designed as an endurance fight through the maggots as the main threat, they encourage players to find the Whispering Vault's Pale Oil to have the nail at +2 before they face Lugoli and search the rest of Act 2 for the other ingredients. I think people might have been surprised that I didn't give the Savage Beastfly an F grade earlier on in this video. And though that fight is fairly despised, I can acknowledge how well the Beastfly's design keeps a focus on aerial control in the early game, even if the minions detract from an otherwise decent moveset. But if you clicked on this video in order to hear someone get upset at a Savage Beastfly, then look no further than the Lava Savage Beastfly. I already mentioned that the journal entry for the Savage Beastfly built really well towards the unlocking of the Beast Crest. The Beastfly mindlessly bludgeoning itself with the reverberations felt through the building, compared to this Beastfly, who is flying in place and waiting for someone to kill it. This Beastfly reuses the fourth chorus's arena, which fails to characterize the Beastfly with the same insatiable bestial desire that the first one boasted. Mechanically, the Beastfly's moveset is the same, except instead of smashing into the arena's walls, it comes to a gentle stop instead. It lacks so much of a physical presence the first encounter had, and most importantly, is so bad that it has me complimenting the design of the Savage Beastfly. The new change here is that the Beastfly's downward slam temporarily destroys one of the 6 platforms in the arena. This does mean the attack is actually more limited than it was in the first battle, since each slam will always be centered in one of these platforms, but that limitation avoids it destroying more than 3 of the platforms in a single attack, which makes finding your footing much less of an issue, especially since the player has a ton of options to keep themselves airborne by the time they've likely reached this boss. The destructible floor makes the Beastfly's diagonal rise out of slams tougher to handle, as staying grounded often isn't an option, leading to more frequent contact damage and often threatening dropping the player into lava. But where the fight really loses it for me are the new summoned threats. The second Savage Beastfly only summons one enemy type, Termites. They fly around the arena, often moving away from Hornet if she tries to move close to them, and they shoot flaming projectiles that linger after their impact with the ground towards the player. There are 3 reasons that this enemy fails even more for me. First, the Termites' projectiles don't stick out from the orange background, especially when combined with the Beastfly, which consistently blocks visibility with its attacks. Second, a more open arena means that targeting the minions can sometimes be impossible. So instead of being forced to choose between aggression on the boss or dealing with the minions, the player ends up needing to deal with the minions' attacks while fighting the Beastfly and waiting for any opportunity to burst the minions down with spells or tools. That worked in Sister Splinter due to how vertically compact the arena was. Lava Savage Beastfly misses out on that. Finally, Termites are constantly flying on the top of the arena and don't move towards Hornet, meaning that Termites are borderline impossible to have the Beastfly crush. The mechanic designed to allow the player to keep aggressive and focused might as well not exist here. With the floor gone, aerial mobility is even more critical. And though the claw line can provide some relief to reach the Beastfly, it doesn't solve the frustration that the Termites add. The first time I beat this Beastfly, I missed a kill on a Termite, and through the visual noise, a projectile went through the chaos and killed me. And that moment really sums up what the whole fight feels like. The Lava Savage Beastfly earned Silksong's first F grade. There were only 2 bosses in the game that ever made me frustrated enough that I had to turn off the game for the day rather than just go and explore somewhere else, and Lava Savage Beastfly was one of those 2 encounters. To pair with another is a base instinct, and one that brings some bugs great joy. I once sought similar union, but of my own mates, none could match my lifespan. We've seen Silksong keep the tension from a duo fight to the end of the fight via depression and environmental chaos so far, and ascending through the sands of Karak, we see the conclusion of the Great Conchfly's method with the Raging Conchfly. In terms of progression, the two Conchfly bosses must be fought on the way up to Crust King Khann in Act 3, but that progression is split between all 3 acts. The Great Conchflies can be fought on your first visit to the sands of Karak, then you need Claw Line to reach the conclusion of that arc and Khann's corpse. Then you need to be in the second part of Act 3 in order to enter and finally face Khann's dream. The slow drip of progression throughout the game being built around this background arc, while also letting Khann be the only of the 4 old hearts that the player can have realistically already found. And since the Conchflies don't intensify in Act 3, it makes me think that Khann is meant to be found in Act 2. On top of that, the Conchfly design reading as bestial and their motivations to each other described as a base instinct does an excellent job wordlessly building up the sands of Karak as an area. This is a space with no ruler, no order. The land itself is hostile, home to hermits and beasts hardy enough to survive. But when the player enters Khann's memories and sees that same coral design now properly placed against a gorgeous ocean background of the coral tower, the previous bestial design insisted by the Conchfly story becomes tragic, not just for them, but for the world itself. That these now feral beasts who survived were once at home in an admittedly cruel world, but it demonstrates the failure of the Citadel. Without the characterization that the second half of this Conchfly battle creates, that eventual payoff ends up falling somewhat flat. The Raging Conchfly's speed intensifies without adjusting the base moveset of a Great Conchfly. Instead of pausing after leaving the wall and before entering, the Conchfly moves like butter through the arena, forcing the player to use their movement tools to keep their aggression consistent, while the spike shot can now shoot twice at a time and with enough speed that the player can't react to it, meaning players need to attack from angles that specifically avoid getting hit by a quick drill. This is also the first moment in my playthrough that Silksong's expertly made hitboxes showed themselves off for me, because the precision of the Conchfly's hitbox comes into play a lot with the triangle point rushing towards you at that speed. At the halfway point, both fights get recontextualized as the surviving Conchfly starts to summon its children to join its attacks. That's right, you've made her a widow, you absolute monster. The setup for the emotional climax of the game is pretty subtle overall, but like the Moss Mother, the Raging Conchfly continues to set up for the end of Act 2. The Conchfly has children to protect, but upon seeing you, it can't stop itself. It needs Hornet dead, its own safety and the safety of its children be damned. It does truly operate on base instinct, choosing its revenge not logically, but out of some carnal need. It parallels Grandmother Silk's later attempt to drag Hornet down with her, unintentionally harming Lace. After all, that original grab would have been a victory that means and changes nothing outside of personal vengeance. Once the children join the fight, there are 2 ways they layer onto the Raging Conchfly's attacks, horizontally or vertically. The Conchfly can set itself up, summon its children, and they'll rush across the arena, each staggered, for the player to dance between, while the Conchfly burrows back into the ceiling or ground to begin its next barrage. Second, the children can all rush vertically, often in the middle of one of the Conchfly's barrages, forcing the player to react more carefully as they try to press in another attack. It's also possible that this attack is somewhat inspiration for Grandmother Silk's downward nail strike, but that's a pretty major stretch. But the Raging Conchfly continues to push towards the big strength of the best of the late Act 2 bosses, that they encourage finding ways to attack in the middle of an enemy's attack. Like Trobbio, the Raging Conchfly doesn't pause and provide a moment for the player to counterattack, and as an optional challenge in Act 2, it continues to build and test the player's skill, and if delayed until Act 3, cements that ability to maintain aggression before the player reaches the easiest of the old hearts to find. I think the Raging Conchfly earns an A grade. The Great Conchfly's cliffhanger didn't land for me, but it does set up this fight enough for the story to land, with its unique placement making for a really fun progression towards one of the Act 3 objectives. And the speed of the fight, though overwhelming at first, makes it one of the fights that focuses on directly elevating the player's skill, reflexes, and knowledge of their builds in preparation for the absolute powerhouses still to come. Barely a bug, and possessing only basic thought, yet instinct alone proved enough to turn it deadly. Voltvyrm was one of only 2 bosses, not counting Garmond Zaza, who I wasn't able to find naturally on my first playthrough while I was searching for 100%. After I had to look it up, finding Voltvyrm with a fully upgraded nail made the fight an absolute pushover. I face-tanked my way through the boss in less than a minute. So, on my second playthrough, I made a point of fighting it earlier, with only a +2 nail upgrade, only to find that it still died in less than a minute. Optional content is difficult to balance. If you make optional bosses too intense, you could risk unintentionally punishing a curious player by placing an oversized threat in the way, especially since Silksong uses corpse running, which does end up encouraging fighting the same boss over and over again. But if you make optional fights too fragile, you can find yourself with a boss that has an exciting concept but still ends up dull. And Voltvyrm is the poster child for that exact fault. I have a lot of good things to say about this fight, but that fragility really holds the fight back. It doesn't even have the Act 3 void buff to try to give it a little bit more of a chance. Starting with the run-up, the arena leading to Voltvyrm is a contender for the most justified long run back in the game. The lightning-covered worms and coral in the platforming area are recontextualized after meeting Voltvyrm as an extension of the boss, creating a sense of the player moving their way through Voltvyrm to fight its heart. The platforming area also introduces the visual language used by Voltvyrm's moveset, meaning that even if Voltvyrm does have attack patterns that need to be learned, the fight is able to start at its full pace right off the bat without being unfair. The arena is also claustrophobic in a way that sells the player on the scale of the Voltvyrm. The ceiling damages the player, making being aggressive more precise. Since certain attacks do force the player to stay in the air, the tight space punishes greed and rewards aerial control in an exciting and dynamic way. The Voltvyrm crawls into the ceiling, then climbs back out and creates one of a series of lightning patterns for the player to dodge. There are patterns that are huge horizontal bars covering the screen with a small delay before bursting, or some patterns of orbs that cover about half the screen at a time. Voltvyrm's design as part of the level also sells its mindless nature. The design is unnatural, lacking any of the usual humanizing features that many of the bugs of Farloom have. Furthermore, it is the only enemy in the game not influenced by an outside substance with no reaction to the needle in. It doesn't have thoughts or wishes for Hornet to hear. With even feral bugs pausing for the music, this suggests an almost Venus flytrap-like intelligence. Hornet is lured into the cave and she'll be consumed, not even out of hunger or want, but of pure instinct. But that also loops back around to make the hard-to-find arena even more confusing, because it means Voltvyrm is a pretty inefficient predator. I think I'll give Voltvyrm a C grade. It's not a bad fight, the platform challenge before the battle and unique moveset and design help it stick out from the roster in a cool way, but there's not enough of a threat here to let it stand on any leg past being a satisfying punching bag. The remains of an aged bug were housed at the pyre's heart. The structure suggested they wished for immolation. If so, I have seen their wish granted. The Father of the Flame, despite being a simpler fight, is one of two contenders for the most atmospheric encounter in Silksong. The Wisp Thicket is a dreary and uncomfortable area, filled with aggressive inanimate objects and teleporting enemies that hide behind a dense foreground. It's also where I've lost my furthest Steel Soul run. Still not as embarrassing as losing it to a bunch of polyps. The Father of the Flame is a part of the background when the player enters the arena, but unlike Fourth Chorus, it doesn't animate and push forward. It stays seemingly inanimate in the back, rocking with the wind and swallowed by the shadows of the thicket. Its design resembles, in effigy, a huge red hood covering the violently blazing heart. Despite being an atmospheric boss, Larkin reuses Sister Splinter's more violent theme here, but with a longer fight, the quieter and more uncomfortable half of Splinter's theme takes the limelight. A frantic initial burst of music sells the scale of the Father, while the sound of fire crackling merges with the song to create a vastly different atmosphere than the wild wailings of Splinter. It is a great demonstration of how much the verbal yells and sound design throughout these fights mix with the music to elevate the experience. Rather than a moveset, the Father of the Flame shoots out flame wisps that float around for a moment, then turn into a tracking fireball that the player needs to avoid. On the ground, this is barely an inconvenience, but damaging the Father of the Flame forces the player to double jump and pogo off these bulbs to reach the flaming joints of this spider-like effigy's limbs. And with the number of hits they each take, the fight ends up a test of your pogoing ability, with the challenge varying wildly based off the crest the player takes into battle. The player needs to find a rhythm where they can keep bouncing until a joint breaks, using their movement abilities to avoid the endless barrage of fireballs without dropping their combo. Each flame deals 2 masks of damage without the magma bell, and they're shot out quickly enough that if a player panics after being hit, It's easy to lose your rhythm and take multiple hits at once. Destroying these limbs without touching the ground is immensely satisfying, and a key opportunity to flex aerial mastery with your late game crest of choice. There's one catch that helps this otherwise simple fight stick out. Hitting the Father of the Flame doesn't provide silk. The game doesn't provide a direct explanation as to why this one enemy is the exception, but my interpretation is that the Father of the Flame is an inanimate object moved by an external force, and inanimate objects have never produced silk. From there, however, the question becomes what exactly you're fighting. Even at the end of the fight when the player is attacking the Father of the Flame's heart, there's still no silk to be earned. And that question of exactly what is happening is where the atmosphere of this battle shines. The Father of the Flame provides little context for the fight, with the biggest hint we have being the tool earned from the fight consuming silk to create flame. So perhaps whatever religious or sacrilegious ceremony this is removes the power silk has over the residents of Farloom. On top of the interesting atmosphere the lack of silk creates, this is the one fight that corpse running actually improves, as the silk cocoon provides enough silk for at least one heal, allowing the player to potentially even squeeze 2 heals out if they leave the cocoon untouched until they've already healed once. Usually, the lower max silk stores not having collected your cocoon provides is enough of a detriment that it's not worth delaying picking it up, but this fight asks the player to look at dying from a new direction, and I love when a fight recontextualizes familiar mechanics. Watching the Father of the Flame's body immolate as you progress through the fight is chilling, and the destruction of each arm provides an innate sense of progression in lieu of the usual knockdowns. Once the arms are destroyed, the core burns brighter and spews out flames that the player realistically needs to avoid from the ground. Then, the Father returns to creating homing fireballs for a short time before doing that large barrage again. The fire barrage is active long enough that most players have to focus exclusively on dodging, but short enough that the player doesn't lose momentum working through the health of the second phase. And though maintaining a pogo on the larger core is easier than the small orbs, the hardest part of starting a pogo chain on the Father of the Flame is getting up past those tracking wisps, meaning that the forced grounding of the player makes this final section test both the player's aerial mobility reaching the top of the arena and their control once they've climbed up. As I mentioned before, the question that the Father of the Flame leaves the player with is exactly what this effigy is. The jointed arms give an almost arachnid vibe, while the third and final major use of fire ties the fight to the religious use of fire throughout the game, with the Father of the Flame having one final explosion upon death, tying them more to the last judge's focus on a purifying self-immolation than Trobbio's attempt to awaken something positive in the world. But whereas the last judge's flames were controlled by her, the Father of the Flame's flames seemed to have a life of their own, and as the player destroyed the effigy, it burned away. Hornet even wonders in the journal if this is what the bug wanted, which suggests the echo of some unknown deific power and leaving that atmosphere to linger even after the fight is done. The biggest issue with the fight is its simplicity. At the end of the day, there are 2 attacks, one exclusive to a second phase, and the player is attacking inanimate objects. But even with the thin mechanics, the atmosphere that the Father of the Flame delivers earns it a high B grade in my book. It's a solid fight, and an example of less being more in an atmospheric challenge. With this one vanquished, I hope to have sped the end for that jail and its distasteful order. The Broodmother may not be my least favorite boss in the game, or even the one that makes me the most mechanically upset, but I do think she is the most disappointing boss in the entire game. The slab is an incredible area, capturing and trapping players without their nail or tools, forcing a prison break sequence that culminates in an enemy gauntlet where Hornet reclaims her gear and kills her way out of the prison. Further exploration adds some twisted context through the Old Penitent that reveals that the flies are born and raised in captivity, just as much prisoners of the system as those they ensnare. Later in the game, the player receives a wish to return to the heart of the slab and kill the Broodmother, the creature that spawned all of these children to their life of eternal imprisonment. Grandmother Silk's uncharacteristic love for her manufactured daughter Lace drives the entire second half of Silksong's narrative, contrasting directly with the Broodmother's characterization as a mother who believes that her children deserve the empty lives of servitude she's birthed them into. It is a chilling and horrifying backdrop, and with how well crafted and atmospheric of an area the slab is, the tension presented as the player moves towards the fight is impeccable. Then she starts doing this. I love a comedic fight, but the Broodmother really fails to match the tone of the slab or the story that she partakes in. What seems set up as the single strongest thematic connection to Grandmother's Silken Lace in the game ends up a goofy and frustrating fight. Her animations are particularly rubber hose inspired, with goofy sound effects that work well for silly fights like Lugoli, but not so well for a fight that tries to present a dark reflection of the meaning that Lace believes her own mother assigns to her existence. Even Hornet's Hunter Journal dialogue shows a level of disgust and repugnance that she rarely displays towards the bugs she's killed, which is bizarre with how silly this fight's animations are. Even more so since, once the Broodmother dies and Hornet hopes that the cycle of enslavement of children by their mothers ends, the player can return to the slab to find that a new Broodmother has already been born. If the rest of this story had landed well, this would be a chilling reminder of exactly what's at stake through the story of Silksong. Hornet has tried to end a cycle of generational enslavement and fails to accomplish her goal. The cycle of the slab will persist regardless of her efforts, and if she's failed here, then what hope does she truly have of stopping Grandmother Silk? The story of the Broodmother should be one of the most important pieces of optional content in Act 2, but instead is played for an unimportant joke. Broodmother is the second fight to open with a pre-battle gauntlet, but this time with 3 waves of enemies that pose much more of a risk than Lugoli's chef duo. The first wave introduces fresh flies, enemies that die in a single hit, then detonate to destroy each other and the other mobs summoned in later waves. These particular mobs are spawned throughout the fight, but unlike the basic enemies, the Broodmother isn't affected by these explosions in any way, and by breaking the rules established by the gauntlet, it displays a pretty major missed mechanical potential. The second and third wave each feature a few enemies with 3 more explosive flies, which thankfully never gets too overwhelming with the speed that the fresh flies drop. Lugoli's gauntlet introduced the mechanic, and the Act 3 bosses actually use the gauntlets to characterize bosses pretty well, but the Broodmother's gauntlet never quite landed for me. On one hand, the Broodmother sending her children to die before her works narratively, but the Broodmother doesn't have enough of a presence before the fight starts for the gauntlet to build into her encounter. With one notable exception, later enemy gauntlets put a really heavy focus on the existence of a boss sending these enemies towards the player, making the waves of enemies almost an extension of the fight. Here, despite being in her den, Broodmother isn't visible or present in any way until you've killed enough enemies, which wastes the power of the trope to instead focus on introducing the fresh fly's main mechanic, which doesn't even tie into the main bulk of the fight. Once the Broodmother arrives, things continue to go downhill. She can fling herself at the player 2 times in a row, but mostly floats erratically in the air. And jumping towards Broodmother to attack and being punished as she flings herself around is both inevitable and frustrating. She can also summon more fresh flies or spit globs of goo that trap the player in place before lunging at them for another 2 contact damage. One of the best things about Silksong over Hollow Knight is that bosses and enemies walking into the players in attack was minimized significantly. The higher tempo of the game means enemies spend more time attacking rather than walking and flying around, meaning there are less fights that are defined by that frustrating contact damage. When a player takes damage, they want to feel like they were hit by an attack or dodged into a boss instead of the boss floating into them. But with 2 contact damage, a small arena, and completely random flying movement, Broodmother is one of the worst culprits of contact damage in Silksong. Halfway through the fight, she gets a souped-up version of the Gruzmother's bounce around the arena. The speed tries to cover the fact that Broodmother is often fought with most, if not all, of the game's movement upgrades, meaning that the attack is much less intimidating and that punishing it with aerial attacks the claw line is much easier than staying aggressive with the Gruzmother was, where early players were forced to position themselves to be ready to avoid the charge due to their lack of mobility at that time. It already wasn't the most exciting move in the game, but it does even less here in the latter half of Act 2. If we were analyzing combat alone, I think Broodmother might have avoided the bottom honors, but with how much she fails to deliver upon the tension delivered by the slab and the thematic relevance that her story is dripping with, I think she earns an F grade. Though there's a single fight that I do think is worse, Broodmother is the biggest place that I think Team Cherry missed an opportunity for an extraordinary moment. The souls of so many bugs obsessed with silk consumed by it. Their pain shall forever remain in that pit. Even I do not possess strength enough to cleanse it. Next to Father of the Flame, the other contender for atmosphere in Silksong is the Unravelled. And the visual design of this arena is amazing. The player has to move through an abnormally empty laboratory in Whiteward more than once, and after using a hidden key to dive down this pit, the boss's name appears with no enemies or music. It's an incredible moment that pays off each trip through Whiteward, but it's sadly the best part of the fight. Through the first enemy gauntlet, the lights stay dimmed, making visibility challenging. This works as a climax to Whiteward's horror atmosphere, and the Dreg Husks and Dreg Wheels work to build tension within the arena, with huge AoEs spawning from bodies wreathed in silk. Figuring out how these enemies plan to attack by looking at them is much easier said than done, and since Dreg Wheels are being introduced for the first time in this fight, the lack of confidence in the enemy's moveset makes the player feel unsafe and unfamiliar even before the boss proper has appeared, and the conductor corpse in the background being dragged into the silk and turning into the boss only amps up that horror atmosphere. But the boss itself is where the fight loses me. The Unravelled is modeled off of the conductors seen throughout the game, which makes for an intriguing enemy design. The conductor doesn't look like something that would ever fight the player. There's no limbs, no weapon, it looks like an interactable NPC rather than a boss, because it is. And that makes this fight excel atmospherically. On the other hand, the NPC-esque design makes the attacks feel disconnected and frustrating to dodge. It can spit two enemies as projectiles, and figuring out where from the Unravelled the enemies will shoot from and at what angle is a complete crapshoot. You can sometimes smash your way through this attack, and other times, that'll get you hit more than once, meaning dodging this attack while staying aggressive and keeping the fight exciting pulls too much from luck and instead encourages backing away to create space. The other attack is a charge. Usually with the tight arena, this would be a test of your pogo ability, but the Unravelled is immune to damage from above to avoid players sitting on top of him and exploiting his limited moveset. What that means is that the player needs to land behind the Unravelled after a charge in order to sneak in a few attacks before it disappears. But the Unravelled's weirdly long contact hitbox from the trail of its robe means that I found myself walking into the Unravelled more than I was being hit by the Unravelled. Whenever it burrows underground, it turns into a demonstration as to why this atmosphere, though it's more carefully curated and opens better than the Father of the Flame, falls comparatively flat to me. The Unravelled takes its time before it emerges and leaves very little window to respond, often only 1 or 2 hits at a time if a player is aggressive. Then it takes more time before reappearing. Though the time spent underground isn't outrageous, it adds up really quickly with the second phase only extending this downtime. Not only is the phase transition complete silence followed by a wave of mobs, but the Unravelled begins to call down spears. When they're complementing its other attacks, the spears are fun to bait and dodge, playing with the edge of the player's vision to keep them on guard and encouraging grounded play. But leisurely walking out of the way of spears while the Unravelled is off screen ends up releasing tension. Calling horror a challenging genre, especially in a gaming setting where the player controls themselves and the tempo they play, is a massive understatement. I don't play many horror games myself because I am a comically jumpy person, but the greatest horror experiences that I have encountered in media are about the moments of stillness that build tension rather than the scares themselves. In film, those moments are carefully controlled. New stimuli and complications can be introduced at an exact tempo to keep the tension building to each moment of release, sitting long enough to be felt without sitting long enough for the tension to ever fall off. In game design, there's a huge problem that horror developers have to consider. What if the player stops moving? What happens if there are no more stimuli events, if they just set down the controller for a moment and wait? Even with creepy sound effects and atmospheric lighting, the ability to stop and breathe risks being able to erase the buildup of tension. And you see that in the Unravelled, especially on replays. When you're casually walking around the arena waiting for the spears to attack or for the Unravelled to appear and disappear again, the horror that the start of the fight built so well fades more and more, until by the end, I found myself impatiently waiting for the Unravelled to arrive rather than nervous for what else was down at the bottom of this pit. When you add the ability for frustrating projectiles and contact damage onto that, the challenge and amount of stuff going on between interactions ends up doing the opposite of the Father of the Flame. Where that fight was simple and consistent throughout its duration, the Unravelled forces the player to retreat during certain attacks and wait for the boss to return constantly, losing the atmosphere that Team Cherry had so successfully established. I think the Unravelled earns a D grade. The fight is often frustrating, though I do enjoy the atmosphere cultivated early on in the fight, even if it doesn't quite land for me in the same way that the Father of the Flame did. I have somewhat of an addendum to make to my first Hollow Knight video. In that video, I put Pure Vessel at my number 9 spot at the absolute top of the A grade, even if the gameplay alone would have had it wrestling for the number 2 spot from its Hollow variation. My argument was that, by the time you'd actually beaten the boss, you'd have been practicing and beaten them multiple times in the boss rematch feature before, robbing the player of that first explosive moment of victory that comes at the end of a super boss. Mechanically, Pure Vessel is undeniably one of the best single bosses in the game, and honestly still the series, only matched by Nightmare King Grim in terms of presented challenge. And it could be argued that the fight in the Pantheon isn't the true Pure Vessel encounter, and that the first time I beat Pure Vessel in a rematch, that was my moment of success, and I had simply set my own goalposts too far ahead to enjoy it. I started to wonder at that point when runbacks go from an occasional frustration to harming the boss they're attached to. If I had mentally attached the Pure Vessel to the runback of that 4th Pantheon, and the negative attachment of that runback had harmed my perception of the boss, is that a fault of the boss, the runback, or just a reflection of my own personal preference to getting fights radiant rather than doing the Pantheons in the Godmaster DLC? When I started playing Silksong, I wanted to make it a point to separate the runbacks from each boss while still analyzing them. I want to continue to improve as a creator and an analyst with each video I make, to get deeper into the movesets and themes of the games I analyze, and try to put into words how these bosses tell their stories. And I'm proud to say that, through disconnecting the runback from each of these boss encounters, Groal the Great is still the worst boss in Silksong. Hi, Editing Akashiros here. I recorded this entry before I got my Steel Soul playthrough to the summoned Saviour. Slight spoilers from that, but Groal has since lost the title of being my least favorite boss in the game, so good job, Groal. This one's strength was much enhanced by Stolen Soul. They are not the first who tried to hoard it, or to mold it towards such violent ends. Completely contrasting my Groal opinion, Bilewater is a strong contender for my single favorite area in the game. Falling through the pipes of the Citadel into the muck and oppressive atmosphere of Bilewater is an extraordinary moment. The musical theme is gorgeous, and despite the darkness and dismal nature, it's an uncharacteristically colorful area, even if the colors are all faded and worn by time and abuse. Those faded colors merge with the tragic score to suggest the memory of a once sprawling and beautiful kingdom, conjuring questions of who the Weavers slaughtered and enslaved to turn this place into a personal sewer. The enemies throughout the area are perfectly characterized as clinging on to life. Many will respawn infinitely or run away after attacking once, and their varying spawn locations make the area unpredictable and alive. Bilewater is dynamic in a beautiful and tragic way. Enemies like the Mothleaf Lagnia being peaceful add a sense of unfairness to this world's fate, while the completely broken bench collapsing through the floor communicates exactly the level of hopelessness this place has. And though Groal mechanically matches the cruel design found within the area, he doesn't push the hopelessness or melancholy of the area any further. Groal is the only of the Act 2 bosses that is directly required to enter Act 3, and being forced to kill the ruler of a shattered kingdom is a choice that foreshadows the future collection of the Old Hearts. But unlike those 4 bosses, who are each praised by the game for some aspect of their rule, Groal is negatively defined by his gluttony. They're implied to have either killed or taken advantage of a snail shaman's death, accumulating soul magic to re-establish a foothold against the capital. But instead of pushing back towards the capital, Groal selfishly hoards this power and attacks anyone who comes too close. The failures of Groal as a leader do help to make some of the more malevolent rulers in Act 3 still seem like positive options, but it also makes Groal a thematically frustrating boss. Groal is characterized as using Bilewater as a shield. The runback is only as long as it is because Groal is actively hoarding the bench that people would use to rest near his arena. And he not only summons minions during his boss fight while he hides, but he opens his fight with a long, trap-filled enemy gauntlet. But that's where the theme starts to get a little difficult to read. Groal the Great's name, to me, characterizes him as someone trying to prop themselves up with a power they don't actually have. But the dedication displayed by his followers is unlike anything else prior to Act 3. If Groal is a gluttonous monster accumulating power for a revolution that we know he'll never pull the trigger on, then does that mean that Bilewater's sentient beings are all similarly seduced by that power? After all, why do they defend Groal with their lives when they usually retreat at the first sign of violence throughout the area? Are they convinced that a change is coming and they're willing to die for it to defend Groal, or are they influenced by the same soul magic that one could claim is warping Groal's original intentions? An NPC to provide some additional context or echoes of soul magic entering the movesets of Bilewater's residents that serve Groal could have helped to display the level of insidious corruption this dangerous magic can provide, building towards the Darkest Hour at the end of Act 2. Story-wise, it's not as insulting as the Broodmother's missed opportunities, but it is a frustrating lack of plot theming for one of the only bosses actually required to enter the story-heavy Act 3. But where Groal really falls through is as a mechanical fight. The gauntlet before the fight has some positives. The huge trap that swings across the arena and the great sound design that comes with it add a sense of weight to the space, but the enemies that come before are not the kind of enemies that shine in a gauntlet. Throughout the area, these enemies regularly run away and hide after attacking, which creates a superb atmosphere while exploring the uncomfortable area. But in an arena, it leads to a massive amount of downtime where the player has nothing to do but wait for the enemies to pop back into the air and start flinging projectiles. The flying variation introduced here is particularly cruel since they don't signal when they'll attack or when they'll fall to the ground, which punishes attacking them from below. But the downtime is where this really fails, especially if the player has just repeated a 10-minute run back through what could be the entirety of Bilewater if you missed a bench. Once you're fighting the gauntlet for the 2nd, 4th, and 6th time, sitting and waiting for the enemies to decide to return is incredibly boring. And worst of all, the gauntlet is completely detached from the boss fight. Until Groal arrives for the first time, there's nothing that communicates to the player that they're even fighting a boss. Groal only arrives once the enemies are dead, robbing him of the potential build-up that the best pre-fight gauntlets create. In terms of his moveset, he spits up 2 bouncing explosive balls, tries to consume the player with a huge inhale, or disappears to summon either the swinging trap or a duo of minions that vanish after one attack. The thing that makes these attacks so hard to dodge is the arena and Groal's size. The arena is 4 small platforms, 2 of which are raised, with the floor of the space inflicting the leech status. Since Groal, like the Broodmother, floats without a defined pattern, there are plenty of moments where the player can get trapped against the wall with Groal moving towards them, where there are just as many opportunities where Groal's attacks do nothing. Similarly, claw-lining to Groal's massive frame sometimes works perfectly, and is sometimes punished with a spit-up that hits the player before they've regained control after their attack. The inhale, well, I'll be honest, this is the one part of the fight that I actually think works. Though it moves the player, it doesn't move them enough to be frustrating, and running against the vacuum or throwing in a bomb to interrupt him is actually pretty cool, though being punished for trying to attack afterwards via Groal jumping on you for contact damage doesn't help keep the momentum going after the attack. That contact damage is honestly what kills Groal for me. He loves to spawn next to the player if they're by the walls, and his escape leap moves towards the player rather than away from them, often damaging players on the way down and making aggression hard to maintain, and instead encouraging spamming tools from sections of the arena that he can't reach. But that's the big debate behind Groal. Video essays that defend him as a boss praise the fact that being swallowed by the inhale provides an opportunity to respond with damage, that accepting that you'll be covered with leeches and muck gives the player the space they need to camp out Groal and minimize contact damage. For me though, the moveset pushes the player away from the gameplay that makes Silksong shine, where Hornet has become completely in control of the arena. Yes, you can sit in the muck in the corner and use tools to kill Groal without a problem, but does that really create enough of an atmospheric encounter to make up for the frustration of Groal dodging into the player for 2 masks of damage? For me, the answer is no. Groal does have his second phase attack, using the Vengeful Spirit from Hollow Knight 3 times, and it's alright. It rewards players for aggressively pushing in towards Groal to attack from above or below, which is the closest I ever got to feeling like I was playing Silksong during the fight. It also finally introduces Soul as a key piece of this fight, which is great considering that is the player's entire motivator for killing Groal. Groal earns an F. If his escape leap always went away from the player, or if his moveset involved more precise movement to be learned and punished, or if it built towards the danger of soul magic to foreshadow the act's ending, or characterize the people of the otherwise extraordinary area that is Bilewater, then there'd be something here. But as it stands, Groal is a fight that, even having to overcome him twice, I'm already dreading having to face him again. I really don't want to think about my eventual Steel Soul run trying to reach Act 3, and Groal is honestly the biggest reason why. She has lived a mere fraction of my lifetime, and yet her rings prove a ferocious match, as gifted a warrior as I have ever encountered, and one I am fortunate to call a friend. I've seen a lot of love for the duel with Shakra, and though I think facing her is a satisfying story beat that mechanically communicates her physical power, I don't enjoy the fight's tempo or the way it discourages the usual methods that a player uses to stay aggressive in combat. Shakra has 3 attacks, 2 of which can be interacted with. She can charge horizontally along the floor, then stop and throw a chakram, that pun was definitely intended, or she can teleport above the player and rush down to the ground with an energy explosion that does appear again in the fight against Shrine Guardian Seth. She leaves enough of a window in both of these for the player to land a hit, with players being able to predict the horizontal chakram for the charge to either leap up and heal or leap over to attack, or dart towards her after the slam before she dashes away to continue her assault. The issue is that the claw line, most tools, and even silk skills are too slow to reliably attack her, meaning that the fight becomes a matter of waiting for these attacks and learning where she'll move to land a blow between the barrages. But her 3rd attack is what really doesn't land for me. She'll dart around the arena, throwing a chakram straight towards the player before darting to another location, and she repeats this until she darts into one of the other 2 attacks. This move can't realistically be countered without getting lucky with where she spawns, leading to the player just waiting for a move that they can keep up with. This is another of the bosses that struggles from their arena size. Though facing her outside Bellheart sets up the culmination of her plotline in Act 3, this space is so much larger than a fight with a teleporting enemy should ever be. Shakra teleports around, throwing chakrams from off-screen, then teleports right on top of the player, and especially as you're trying to learn the moveset and figure out what moves you can and realistically cannot punish, Shakra teleporting from off-screen onto you after you've committed to trying to run after her can get really frustrating. And though I don't enjoy the fight mechanically, it is a completely optional challenge. There isn't any reward behind the fight, and she doesn't kill Hornet permanently in a Steel Soul run, making it a very low-risk encounter. It also does a solid job characterizing Shakra and setting her up for Act 3. With her mentor found dead, Shakra is left purposeless. Her tribe are forbidden from returning home after they've left, leaving her alone in the world. All she has left is her combat acumen. Even with no foe left to face, this duel is some way to give her existence meaning, dreaming of a real fight that gives her some challenge. When Act 3 begins and the void rears its head, Shakra's true nature is tested. Though she seeks fights greater still, she uses her strength instead to protect those who can't protect themselves, placing her faith in Hornet that the darkness that engulfed the world will one day end. Considering how she's always avoided people in towns, sitting on the far outskirts whenever selling her wares, her immediately leaping into action to protect Bellheart once things go horribly wrong is a really strong final beat for her story. And this duel establishing her as the single fastest fight in Act 2 helps to hype her up for players who missed any of the fights where she helps. I think Shakra earns a C grade. I don't personally enjoy the fight, but it's optional and it sets up her character well enough that it doesn't detract from the end of Act 2. And if a player enjoys the fight's berserk rhythm, then it's awesome to be able to rematch a fight. The talent and intelligence of this construct goes far beyond others I have witnessed. They seem less built as a tool to serve than an attempt at life itself. Though the Cogwork Dancers and Phantom started to introduce the idea of artificial life having value, a motif that culminates in Lace's plotline, the second Sentinel dives completely into that theme. The player animates the second Sentinel through shards of Cogwork hearts, unlocked through musical minigames, only to encounter them throughout the halls of the Citadel, fighting against the enemies nearby. After enough encounters, they invite Hornet to face them. Interestingly, this is the only fight that Hornet tries to de-escalate. After realizing that the second Sentinel fears Hornet is a victim to the haunting, Hornet tries to convince it to put down its blade. The arena here is extraordinary, with the corpses of the Sentinels in the background introducing a sense of brotherhood that the Sentinel was robbed of. Even before the rubble in Act 3, the arena evokes a sense of melancholic loneliness, and the choral combat music is beautifully minimalist. Though not as directly heart-wrenching as the Cogwork Dancers, the sense of loss in this fight is astounding. Mechanically, this is a contender for being the most detailed melee fight in the game. though most attacks only dealing 1 damage still keeps it on the easier side for how late in the game the fight can often appear. The second Sentinel is created as a collection of multiple bosses, including fights that haven't necessarily happened by the time it can be faced in Act 2. It uses the Pinstress's charged slash, which doesn't appear until Act 3, it uses Seth's upward spin followed by Phantom's downward dash, and it uses both Lace's 3-hit combo and her horizontal parry, with a hitbox size increased to match the Sentinel's body. Rather than the large arenas that define most of these fights, the second Sentinel's arena is compact, and with how much they leap around the arena or cancel out of their own attacks with a backflip, contact damage is more of an issue than with most Silksong swordsmen. Thankfully, the reduced damage means it's less of a threat than any of the Act 3 duels. It does have a ranged energy wave that it can use on the ground horizontally or in the air diagonally, and all of this mixes together to give the Sentinel one of the most dynamic movesets in the game. They have so many attacks that they can link together that it creates a sense of constant momentum that even some of the duels that this moveset pulls from fails to fully generate. Though there are windows between attacks to land damage, the Sentinel has so many variations and follow-ups that the boss doesn't have combos to be memorized or scripted. And with the main theme of the quest being that the Sentinel is alive and a worthy protector of the Citadel, this mechanical choice makes them more like other living enemies than the easier to predict automatons. Unlike the programmed dancers or fourth chorus, the Sentinel creates the illusion of an enemy watching your movements and reacting to try to catch you off guard throughout the fight, and the lack of a phase escalation intensifies this. The Sentinel throws everything at the player immediately. There is no hesitation or pause for the player to take advantage of, and I love that. Furthermore, the naming of Second Sentinel draws parallels between themselves and Hornet. Though the name refers to them being the second of the created Sentinels, it echoes Hornet's own name as a boss. Her second form in Kingdom's Edge is referred to by Godhome as Hornet Sentinel, and like Hornet once did, Second Sentinel struggles to see a future for itself, questioning its own purpose and value. Though the fight features the Sentinel testing Hornet, it serves the same inverse purpose. Hornet concludes afterwards that the Sentinel is a true guardian of the Citadel, one that Hornet can not only trust but consider a friend. I do wish that the Sentinel had some more events in Act 3 to get a final story reward for this moment, but with the questline being wholly optional, I can understand why this wasn't the case, even if it means that the Sentinel leaving to defend the Citadel and effectively disappearing for the rest of the game falls narratively short. I think that the second Sentinel earns an A grade. The mechanics are both satisfying and characterize the Sentinel in a really masterful way, even if it lands on the simpler side for a late Act 2 boss fight with how many opportunities there are to heal or strike between the Sentinel's attacks. I enjoy the motifs that the Sentinel builds on as an additional example of artificial life that holds the same value as any other, even if its existence was initially established via mimicry of other warriors. Since there's nothing after the fight, it does mean that it serves more as a supplement for the main thread, no pun intended, of that theme in Act 3 rather than pushing towards its own conclusion. I also want to make something clear here. Though I'm discussing artificial life in Silksong, though life can express itself through robotics, Silksong doesn't characterize its robotics as AI. The robotics in Silksong are charged by the white butterflies that were likely created through the experiments of Whiteward. And though beings like Second Sentinel are artificial beings that developed past what were supposed to be assumed system limitations, I've always viewed that as a representation of the perseverance of the souls used to create these robotics, rather than a statement on the legitimacy of artificial intelligence. This one's husk held a masterful talent to weave silk into blazing runes. Throughout my life, I have seen runes woven for many tasks. Was she the first to hone such skills? I managed to get through my first playthrough of Silksong with virtually no spoilers, which was incredible, but I did see footage of First Sinner before I reached that fight, and I was really nervous. I personally struggle learning faster-paced encounters, and First Sinner looked absurd. The return of Widow's frantic and wild theme, combined with how she takes the already fast-paced Widow fight and dials up that encounter with teleports and a constant barrage of projectiles, makes her seem visually wild upon first viewing. But First Sinner is such a carefully constructed encounter that though she creates the most intense feeling of speed in Silksong yet, she never once acts faster than the player can perceive, creating a fight that tests fundamental skills rather than an unforgiving moveset to master like Nightmare King Grim or Pure Vessel. First, the way the fight opens is one of my favorites. In a hidden corner of the slab is a tablet telling the story of one of the sinners imprisoned by the Capitol. These tablets have appeared throughout the slab, listing in order of imprisonment, the imprisoned's sin, their punishment, and a final absolution denied. I talked previously about the last judge's divine judgment being displayed as political rather than fitting an actual divine purpose, and that re-emerges in the slab here, particularly with the first sin, defined before entering this arena as apostasy. This penitent was imprisoned for refusing to believe in Grandmother Silk, constricted eternally by the same enchantments that once held Hornet. After entering, the player finds and begins to bind the statue within the prison cell. These statues have been the source of all the player's major movement upgrades and Silk skills, but instead of gaining a new ability, this statue comes to life and slams into the arena, weaving itself a gown and attacking. The feral screeches and screams as First Sinner attacks, creates an immeasurable aura of madness and a feral desire to survive. This Weaver has been trapped here for longer than the player could understand, and instead of accepting death, she has evolved an unquenchable desire for freedom at any cost. The design is amazing. The needles in the background raised as rune-infused blades and thrust at the player in vertical, diagonal, horizontal, or cross-based patterns merges with the constant silk magic she uses to teleport and cast spells to sell First Sinner as the apex of the Weaver clan's magical abilities. With the journal questioning if she might have been the first to intertwine rune magic with silk, conquering her is sold as a beyond exceptional achievement. Past those needles, First Sinner has 2 melee attacks pulled from Widow, which use enough of the previous mechanical language to make learning the First Sinner's moveset quick and efficient, while still allowing Widow to have her own unique identity as a boss encounter. Rematches can risk making the initial battle feel underwhelming on replays. For example, once you've fought failed champion, the False Knight will never be an issue again. First Sinner does the impossible and both intensifies Widow's mechanics while maintaining Widow's individuality in a way I've only ever seen replicated by the Hollow Knight's transition to the Pure Vessel, and even then, that's a transition from a story fight to a mechanical fight. Widow and the First Sinner are both mechanical and still maintain individuality. First Sinner also seems to play by the same magical rules as Hornet. She can bind to heal herself unless Hornet interrupts her with damage. This move supplements the rest of the moveset to establish the pace of the fight. First Sinner never stops attacking or teleporting away. If the player wants to land any damage, they have to close the gap through the barrage of nails. They have to throw tools, they have to take the initiative. With the Claw line upgrade especially, the player is encouraged to match First Sinner's aggression. Especially on my second playthrough, First Sinner's tempo clicked in a gorgeous way. Her hitbox lasts exactly long enough on her teleport that a claw-lining player can still land a hit as she vanishes. And pushing through the barrage of attacks to interrupt the bind at the last moment means that it's the player's actions drawing the frantic nature of the fight to the forefront. Unlike the more difficult bosses in Act 3 that punish aggressive claw lining, First Sinner wants the player to rush towards her, to counter her storm of silk and needles with your own in this unforgettable rush. And this is why, despite the fight looking absurdly fast, it doesn't feel as overwhelming as other fast-paced duels, because the speed is coming from the player just as much as it comes from the First Sinner. Once the player reaches the halfway point, First Sinner disappears, and the player knows exactly what's about to happen. The pause is exactly long enough to use tools and bind before First Sinner returns, but unlike Widow, this isn't a final sprint. A full 50% of her health remains. The gaps between her attacks shrink, and she starts to summon runes that cover the arena with damage, an attack that she still overlaps with healing in the corner, or barrages of nails that stop the player from finding a safe place to wait for this threat to fade. The game demands the player output more and more aggression. Interrupt binds with ranged tools, keep claw lining, don't let the First Sinner escape. It is the single best boss at creating a flow state in the entire game. The only minus I have is that the fight doesn't last longer, especially if delayed until Act 3. I don't know if or when I'll ever do a run similar to my no nail upgrades, no magic, no charms run of Hollow Knight and Silksong, but this is the kind of boss that makes me want to do that, because the moveset and what it encourages from the player is unthinkably cool. First Sinner makes me want to learn the fight to the point I can maintain that Hunter's Crest combo throughout the whole thing. The fight has an amazing denouement as well, as the player learns First Sinner's forbidden rune magic and witnesses how the Weavers came to be. They were bugs like any other, skittering mindlessly in the dark until they were chosen by Grandmother Silk. Even unaffected by the haunting, their existence is defined by it. The Vision's final line, "She called us daughters, called us divine. She lied," both goes incredibly hard and works to set up Lace. The line insists that Grandmother Silk sees the Weavers as pawns rather than children, that she has no daughters and is incapable of the love that we later see displayed by Hera, Vespa, and the White Lady in the Red Memory. But despite this, and despite First Sinner's hatred of Grandmother Silk being justified, we later witness that this isn't the case. Grandmother Silk does see her artificial creations as daughters. For me, that yields the question of if Silk, despite her tyranny, saw the Weavers the same way. Despite being a pale being, she's more mortal than she'd admit. First Sinner is an S-grade boss. Mechanically, it's among the best Silksong has to offer, and the atmosphere built by the slab isn't undercut like it was with the Broodmother. It's an amazing climax to the area's lore, and provokes dozens of questions in the player's mind. A creature born of a bug's desperate hope for strength. Few possess the skill to call the void, and of those that can, none possess the means to tame it. I didn't think I'd get to a point in my Steel Soul run where I'd be able to get footage of the summoned Saviour, but I finally reached and fought it the night before I recorded Act 3 of this video, so here we are. This is the most cowardly footage you'll see in this video, but I have no shame. Summoned Saviour is exclusive to the Steel Soul mode, which means that if you die, your save file is deleted. And though it's pretty fragile, the fight lasted less than a minute even with me playing like this, I really don't get what this boss is supposed to add to your experience. Silksong is at its best when the player reaches that aggressive flow state, and the game's mechanical chassis encourages that. Every hit landed by the player provides the Silk needed to be both aggressive with spells or to heal, and especially with airborne threats, using the claw line costs 1 Silk, closes the distance, and then immediately refunds the cost through that hit. Unless you're fully reliant on Architect Crest tool spam, the player has to remain aggressive regardless of their playstyle. That's why Act 3 introduced Void as a complication. When you're hit by a voided attack, it damages your Silk reserve as well. But outside of inanimate void globs found throughout the overworld in Act 3, you still get Silk from attacking even voided enemies. But Summoned Saviour is just an animated version of the Act 3 void globs, which means the player gains no Silk while hitting it. And unlike some other bosses, there is no spool of Silk prior to the battle that lets the player recharge. This means that a blind player can unexpectedly run into a boss that risks permanently deleting their save file with sudden and erratic flying movements and 2 masks of contact damage that discourages the usual melee flow state and blocks the ability to heal from inevitable mistakes. The upgrade to the Hunter's Crest, which increases base nail damage based off of your combo, doesn't even increment when hitting the Summoned Saviour. It ends up invalidating certain crests by blocking your ability to cast spells and harming the thing that makes people want to choose the Hunter's Crest over the Wanderer's Crest. If I had lost a Steel Soul run to this, I would have been even more tilted than I was against some of the other ridiculous combos that have ended up killing my attempts, because the Summoned Saviour is, for some reason, designed just to kill you rather than to be an engaging fight. The fight doesn't even present a satisfying challenge. Standing in the corner and spamming Cogflies and the occasional attack got me through pretty safely. But knowing this fight is here and knowing how much staying at a distance and not engaging negates any threat of this boss means there is no reason not to equip Architect and just throw a bunch of random bullshit at it instead. The Saviour isn't unique enough to recommend fighting even to someone playing on Steel Soul. The reward is a rejuvenating source of shards. But on Steel Soul, where you're beating everything on your first try, you'll never be running out of shards, so why is this reward here? Summoned Saviour is an F-grade fight, and surpassed Groal as my least favorite battle. Details that are exclusive to the Steel Soul mode are really cool, but a fight designed just to kill a player unexpectedly hours into these playthroughs is uncharacteristically cruel, even for a game as demanding as Silksong. A bug born entirely of thread. Much Silk would have been needed to see her sustained. A fragile form of life, but life nonetheless. When it comes to a boss rematch, the thing that lets a fight stand out to me isn't the increased damage or intensified moveset, but things that make that fight atmospherically unique, that represent progression throughout the story and the world. Even among a collection of dream matches in Hollow Knight that I loved, none of them do quite as well as the rematch with Lace in the Cradle. Rather than Lace's taunts and songs opening the fight, Lace rises from a bed of pure white flowers, initially wordless. It's only as she turns to face Hornet that she laughs again before rushing towards her. This recontextualizes Lace's behavior throughout the entire game to me. In her home, Interrupted, there is no music, no laughter, and no joy in the suffering she puts the world through. Lace had been lying, silently, in a field of flowers. The laughter and joviality she displays only emerges when she faces Hornet. Though she may not wear a mask like her sibling or many of the bugs of Farloom, the laughter and sadism of Lace are her mask. How she chooses to identify herself rather than accepting what she believes to be the universal truth of her existence. And as the fight progresses, her phase evolutions do an amazing job enforcing this. When she enters her second phase, she laughs wildly, but as she enters her third and final phase, the same animation is now matched with what sounds like screaming. The laughs and amusement break away, revealing the pain and self-loathing that define Lace's existence. Though she initially seemed more free than Phantom, she's just as trapped in an organ of her own making. In terms of the fight itself, it also escalates from her first encounter, while still leaving room to grow into the final rematch. Her moveset is almost entirely identical here, though all her attacks now do 2 masks instead of 1 damage, to ensure that the player understands Lace's core moveset before further evolving the fight. The one shift is in her parry, which now has 2 reactions. In addition to the horizontal response that requires the player to either run or jump up, she can leap into the air behind the player, attacking diagonally downwards. If the player runs away, they end up under Lace, able to attack her so long as they're cognizant of her falling back to the ground. But if they just do a neutral jump, they'll often get caught as she attacks what was previously the path to increased aggression. The parry can still be responded to, but the player needs to be immediately on the defense after the parry, rather than always being able to maintain their aggression. After reaching her second phase, she starts adding secondary effects to her downward lunge. Though it makes punishing this attack somewhat more difficult by protecting her landing, this is more of an introduction to the evolutions that will define her final rematch. The final Lace battle is defined entirely by a barrage of after effects that are incorporated into her entire moveset. And this adjustment is the one place this fight starts to set up for that. I do wish that her dash attack had also started to adjust in the same way to set up the final battle a little more, but the increase in speed and damage does already make this fight a pretty major leap up in challenge from the first encounter. In her last phase, she regains her teleport into an AoE slam attack, but with the speed rapidly increased and the ability to repeat it twice. However, with the player unlocking far more tools and the claw line to close distance, it rewards the player for timing and weaponizing their ranged options, which is a skill rewarded in a big way in the upcoming Grandmother Silk fight and all of the act that follows after. The end of the fight does an excellent job pretty directly putting Lace's mindset into the limelight before the finale, connecting the themes of motherhood and artificial life into Lace, while also providing some direct and unobscure characterization for Grandmother Silk. Lace considers herself empty, not a life, but a husk. She considers none of her personality real. Her childish nature, her laughter, even her devotion to her mother is false. It means nothing, and her existence means nothing. Hornet immediately pushes against this, but Lace rejects this. She has no interest in kindness, no interest in being real. She's come to terms that she'll die as she lives now. The world will not get better, so why bother trying? Cradle Lace earns an S grade. It's an excellent use of a rematch while still reading as final enough to convince the player that this really is the last time they'll see Lace. It's a memorable and satisfying mechanical challenge, and narratively sets up everything coming next, while also wrapping up Lace's story in an intentionally unsatisfying way before the first time that the credits roll. Heart of the haunting, long lulled to slumber and desperate to wake. The higher being's threads stretched throughout Farloom, snaring its bugs and driving them to madness and discord. Silksong has a lot of moments of exploration that help it rise to the top of its genre, but I'd argue the single best moment is hiding an entire third of the game behind an optional quest, and part of the setup for that amazing reveal is the design of Grandmother Silk, both within the story of the game and as a gameplay challenge. Before we talk about Grandmother Silk, we have to go back and discuss the Radiance from Hollow Knight again. The Radiance was a floating boss with no active hurtbox that weaponized the threat to the kingdom, taking its moveset from enemies found throughout the game. It was characterized through the simplicity of its motivations. It was a grand and ageless being, and it wanted to be adored and feared, and was willing to destroy Hollownest to do that. Grandmother Silk is a floating box with no active hurtbox that weaponizes the threat to the kingdom, taking its moveset from enemies found throughout the game. If Lace is to be believed, it's characterized through the simplicity of its motivations. It was a grand and ageless being, and it wanted to awake from the endless slumber it was trapped in, and was gripping Farloom to the point of choking it to do that. Her daughters are created as extensions of her will, empty husks designed as cruel extensions of herself. Now, all these parallels draw immediate assumptions, like the Radiant's Grandmother Silk must not love or feel. She doesn't care for the life of her followers or daughters. She is a higher being, and Hornet, daughter of the Pale King, is the only force able to stand in her way. To face the Radiance, the Pale King needed to create a form of half-life to trap it, and again here, the Pale King's efforts have yielded fruit. Hornet is a bug capable of killing a god, but if that's the case, is she even still considered a bug? And the normal ending solidifies this. When Hornet binds herself to Grandmother Silk, she becomes more than a bug. Her cocoon spreads over the corpses and ruins of Farloom, a new rule where Hornet has awakened to her true fate as a weapon formed by the Pale King. In this ending, Lace is proven right. Her life meant nothing. A speed bump in the eternal struggle of being so great that they are beyond the understanding of any bug. Now, Jacob Geller already has an amazing video discussing this ending as a representation of the biblical apocalypse, so I'm not going to dive too much into that side of things. But it's important to mention that the imagery does exist when discussing the finality of these endings. And mechanically, Grandmother Silk continues to serve as an echo of the Radiance. She pulls the arm swipe across the ground from the fourth chorus, the needle attacks from the first Sinner, which a player may not necessarily have fought when they found Grandmother Silk for the first time, the Web of Silk from the Cogwork Dancers, now featuring an incredible animation when the player gets hit for 3 masks of damage, and rock slides that invoke the Bell Cascades of Widow. The 3 damage on the web attack especially helps raise the stakes and characterizes Grandmother Silk as a final challenge. She also continues to encourage the clawline-based gameplay of First Sinner, forcing Hornet to chase after her as she floats around the arena. Especially in the first ending where Hornet takes Grandmother Silk's place, it uses the player's best strategies to characterize them as hunting and lusting for the power that Hornet is rising to assume, making for a grim final battle that leads to the utterly hopeless ending for the world of Farloom. In this ending, Hornet hasn't changed from the start of the game. She began with the goal of finding and killing the monarch that captured her, and she ends the game achieving that goal. Grandmother Silk has one attack that isn't pulled from an earlier fight, where she brings up the spines from the area below to complicate the arena. Since the fight rewards aerial mobility so intensely, this is a wonderful attack to interact with the threat of collapsing rocks and needles flying across the arena, especially since the player can pogo or attack the spikes to break them off the arena and open the space back up. It diverts player attention in an exciting way while adding a real sense of weight to the arena. Her teleporting away to start her second phase does the same thing, using the wave of destruction to heighten the fight's scale as a battle over who will rule Farloom next. The one difference between Grandmother Silk and the Radiance is that Grandmother Silk is not nearly as overwhelming of a challenge compared to the monolith that is the Radiance. And that's because she fits in the gameplay role of the Hollow Knight more than she does the Radiance, even if she mechanically and thematically mimics the latter. Grandmother Silk will usually be beaten by the player, then need to be fought again once they're ready to try for the third ending. The second ending also requires the player to fight her with the Cursed Crest, which means no Silk skills and no healing, which is a surprisingly fun challenge to get one of the more buried endings that I'm not going to dive into too much here, but it proves how mechanically straightforward Grandmother Silk is designed to be. Getting this cursed ending took me less attempts than the Act 3 final boss did on my first playthrough by a very wide margin. The final ending of the game can only be found after the player has done a rather bizarro set of tasks. Some make sense for setting up character arcs. Finish Shakra's personal quest, rescue Sherma from White Ward, lead the fleas to Fleetopia, things like that. But on top of that, the player needs to donate rosaries and shards to every town, and complete a massive number of side quests that have nothing to do with the main story. Reaching this third ending requires Hornet to care, to empathize with the pilgrims, to take time and resources away from what draws her to the peak of Farloom, and selflessly display a sense of community. Doing all this breaks the wall between Hornet and the player. It isn't just the player growing attached to the continued efforts of Flick the Fixer and his statues, or the eccentricities of the dancing Pavo, it's Hornet becoming attached. She finds this sense of community that she never had, and sees Farloom for what it is. alive. She sees it as more than the haunting that curses it, more than the playground for higher beings, more than another place to rule. Talking to the snail shaman as you begin the Silken Soul quest that starts Act 3, Hornet says, "Dominance, it seems, is baked deep in my blood, as too no doubt for the one up top, and yet another part resists. A part, over time, I find myself siding with more. That part wishes not to claim a monarch's mantle, rather it would see my freedom regained, and this kingdom's bugs unshackled from their pale chains." Compared to the nihilistic Hornet from Hollow Knight, choosing to pursue this ending is the moment that Hornet went from the anti-hero we knew her as to a hero in her own right, while also recontextualizing Grandmother Silk. It defines the grandmother's dominance as a base instinct rather than a calculated desire. It doesn't excuse her actions, but it brings her down to the level of the other bugs. As Moorwing tries to consume the residents of Greymoor as Trobbio dances upon his stage, Grandmother Silk wishes to control the world around her. And though Hornet has broken from the base instinct that drives her by entering Act 3, that left one question unanswered in my mind. What does Lace desire? What is her instinct? Or is it that absence of instinct that separates her from Grandmother Silk, from Hornet, and from the other real bugs of Farloom? And upon returning to the fight with the trap completed and defeating Grandmother Silk, the player is rewarded with a significantly worse ending. The Abyss is called into the arena to collect Grandmother Silk, and she grabs Hornet to drag her under, only to be interrupted by Lace, who takes her mother's arm and ends up pulled into the Abyss alongside her. We get some Eclipse imagery to invoke more direct images of the apocalypse, and as Hornet's rule started to descend in the first ending, Grandmother Silk's void-soaked threads rise from below the crust of Farloom, black and dripping in the senseless and endless rage of the Abyss. And then the game ends. The world has ended, you've lost. Unless the player refuses. Unless they reload their game and, despite the insistence of the mindless Abyss blocking off their save file, force their way back in to wake Hornet again. To wake a version of Hornet that refuses to accept the end of the world and the death of this kingdom that she has come to care about. To awake a Hornet who barely limps her way out of the cradle until she's saved by the kindness of a world that she's formed, a songclave in desperate straits, protected by Sherma, who has finally completed a true pilgrimage, protecting those without hope through his hope in himself, his fellows, and the kindness of the Red Maiden. And after this, Grandmother Silk remains an enigma. She wishes for dominance, and even betrayed and beaten, she must still hunger for it, as she tears the foundations of the world apart while clawing her way back up. Or so it might seem. Though her fight is done, her story doesn't end so simply, though we'll return to that as we reach the final encounter of Act 3. For the moment, Grandmother Silk is an S-grade boss fight. Though simple compared to the final bosses in the series, it leaves the player wanting more, by presenting a veneer of false finality that the player has to deliberately reject in order to find the true path forward. It's an exceptionally made story beat and a design decision that displays a massive respect for the audience. If you beat the game, that's an accomplishment. But if you want more, if you want to make the world better, you have to fight and claw for every single inch. And even if the world tells you no or kicks you down, you must stand back up and leap back into the flame. And the way that this ending makes it so Hornet's intention and the player's intention match up is expertly done. A monster in the classic form of tales from youth. Its slaying was done as much by my fierce traveling companion as by myself. And then, after that, the game needs to slam on the brakes somewhat. There are now 15 new bosses to encounter in the world, and not all of them are planning to reach that same level of spectacle and thematic importance. So, like with Lies of P after Romeo, Team Cherry are left with the impossible choice of how to keep stakes high while also bringing the scale of the world back down. And I think Team Cherry found a great way to do that with the Bell Eater. The scale of the Bell Eater is more down to earth than Grandmother Silk, while still boasting enough scale to build towards the old hearts. But its main role is to supplement the refusal to give in to hopelessness that starting Act 3 requires from Hornet. After Sherma finds the player, they go to hunt down the snail shamans for answers, falling through the ruined citadel to return to the nearest bell station and call the Bell Beast, only to get jump scared by the Bell Eater showing up instead. With the change in status of the world communicated through piles of bodies and voided bugs found in the citadel, this moment was harrowing. The Bell Beast has been here since the very beginning, and they're gone. Even while the player is fighting this massive worm, there is a growing sense of hopelessness as the Bell Eater fills more and more of the burrow. At first, the Bell Eater pops out either its head or its butt, each of which only take directional damage. The head can turn into a spinning circle of blades, or spit out 2 explosive bouncing orbs that the player can smack away much more reliably than Trobbio's fast-moving bombs, while the butt either shoots out the same 2 orbs, or a barrage of goo that serves as a mini bullet hell. There's a lot of waiting involved with fighting the Bell Eater, but the delays are used to sell its scale. Hornet cannot break this creature's shell even with magic, and it doesn't collapse in on itself during a stagger as many other creatures have. It is the very walls of the arena spiraling around prey that fruitlessly tries to escape. In the second phase, the Bell Eater's size is shown off, as it makes the arena larger before causing bells to fall from the ceiling. This callback to the Bell Beast communicates that this creature has truly taken its place, which continues to build that sense of dread even further. It starts to climb through the roof and ground as the player bounces off of its body while waiting for the opportunity to attack. At this point, the head and butt attack simultaneously with their own tempos, and the waiting nature of the fight is somewhat mitigated here. There becomes a rhythm to attacking the Bell Eater, positioning, and then attacking the other side as it arrives in this constant back and forth. Dying does really kill the momentum of this fight by slowing it back down, but on a successful run, the pace establishes the Bell Eater's power and scale while also making the fight more challenging. Especially when the Bell Beast returns from the top rope to smash the Bell Eater into the ground, finishing it off screen. And when I say that this was one of my most hype moments of 2025, I mean it. With how hopeless the state of the world is, seeing the Bell Beast return and finish this thing off lifts such a massive weight off the player's shoulders. Especially when it turns out that the Bell Beast is a single parent, and that she now trusts Hornet around her kids. I'm gonna reread an enemy description from the start of the game again, because this is when the game really starts to bring it back into relevance. Motherhood is an instinct that can push creatures beyond what seems their normal limits. It turns even weaker beasts like these into formidable foes. Throughout Act 3, bosses are almost universally themed around the desire to protect those who cannot protect themselves, around their dedication to their kingdoms, to their people, and very frequently, to their children. Bell Eater has the scale to start Act 3 at the right level, while taking advantage of the stress after beating Grandmother Silk to set up this incredible moment, and starts the thematic push of motherhood and the desire to protect from where it lingered in the background throughout the game up to the forefront. Personally, I think it earns an A grade. Though the waiting is justified mechanically, it does hold the fight back from being my favorite on a rematch, and the moveset is minimal and rather limited when it comes to some of the other Act 3 challenges. I like her for her willingness to teach and her spirit still strong despite a long age spent in solitary. She has my respect. Most of Act 3 is formed around a quest for 3 old hearts. There are 4 bosses that once ruled a portion of Farloom, and you need to plunge into their memories and defeat them at their apex. 6 of the 14 remaining bosses fall into that, but we're gonna open with the early Act 3 bosses that often have some of the final tools that the player is expected to unlock. The first of which is the Pinstress. Though she's not as tonally confused as the Broodmother was, the Pinstress is still a thematically strange fight. After rising from the abyss back into Farloom, the player receives 2 different quests to duel a previously introduced character. The first of which leads the player to follow the Pinstress to Mount Fae, where they find her covered in snow and frozen in the cold, her once wide eyes dark. When I found this, I pulled out my needle-in and began to play the dirge to enter the memories of the dead, and nothing happened. It turns out she's just taking a quick snooze in the blizzard and you can smack her until she wakes up, ready to fight to the death. I'm really not a fan of this introduction. The fake out death and this pretty goofy sound effect takes away the weight of a noble warrior asking for a duel to the death rather than being killed by a hopeless world. Her journal entry is incredibly stern, and this fight really doesn't build to that. And mechanically, the fight doesn't exactly get much better. Compared to the detailed moveset of the second Sentinel that was partially inspired by the Pinstress's moveset, Pinstress seems limited. She has a dart downward into 2 dashes across the arena, or can go directly into the 2 dashes, but that's it in terms of melee attacks. She has the same charge attack as the second Sentinel, but frequently charges it just before she teleports, or floats around until she's close to the player to trigger it, rather than it being a quick charge and burst. Other than that, she flies around on the edges of the screen, dashing away whenever the player moves towards her, and throwing daggers in sets of 3. And this moveset embodies the worst part of flying enemies in Silksong. Her propensity to teleport and throw daggers in an arc, while almost entirely off-screen, means that Clawline either doesn't work due to her vertical positioning, or is punished with a sudden pin to the face. Punishing her darts and dashes is a matter of patience more than skill, leading to the sense that Pinstress is designed as an early game battle drawn out to the endurance of an Act 3 challenge. Usually, the satisfaction built with enemies that constantly run away from the player is being able to stay in their face or knock them down for a moment to gain control of the fight. The Pinstress, however, teleports and dashes away from most follow-up attacks, and even when knocked down, she'll usually fall off the edge of the small arena without taking extra damage, leaving the player waiting for her to fly back into the air. There is no moment in the fight where the player corners or gains the advantage over the Pinstress, which means the entire fight is minutes of chasing down a boss with no satisfying release. Her visual design does a solid job defining her as a part of the Pinstress order, but it doesn't go any further than that. She floats around with the same cloak the seamstress made for the player, she uses a version of the threefold pin, and she uses the same charge attack that she taught you. It all feels like how the Pinstress would fight, but it doesn't have any sense of scale or tension, especially when Hornet's journal entry is talking up her strength and how much she respects her. That needs to be communicated through the moveset, and it's really not. Her boss theme doesn't do her any favors either. Rather than a huge orchestral and choral arrangement like the one that sold the power of the Neomasters and Nail Sage in Hollow Knight, the Pinstress uses the same generic theme as the Mossmother, which isn't great for what's supposed to be a battle to the death between the two greatest swordswomen in the land. And finally, the ending of the quest is bizarre. Pinstress sits down after the fight and asks Hornet why she didn't kill her. Hornet says she's not going to kill someone who still has the strength to protect Farloom, while Hornet tries to stop the dangers of Act 3. And Pinstress salutes Hornet for both her physical strength and strength of will, awarding her a badge of the Pinstress Order and, with a fresh resolve, disappearing for the rest of the game. I suppose she does technically give you a hint to find one of the 4 masks hidden in Act 3, but that's really not a satisfying resolution for a character that the game is talking up so much. I think the Pinstress earns a low C grade. The fight isn't insultingly bad, however frustrating it may be, but it just doesn't take itself as seriously as a duel to the death with the last member of a sacred order should be taken, and instead presents an evasive and frustrating duel that removes the player's opportunity to take control enough to miss the best part of the evasive boss archetype. This one chose to embrace the doom to come. I shall not share such easy surrender. Meanwhile, while Pinstress struggles to commit to comedy or drama in her duel to the death, Tormented Trobbio commits to his bit so hard that Silksong effectively tells the exact same joke with him twice, and it is somehow funnier the second time. A note is left upon the Songclave wishboard after returning from the abyss from the Tormented One, beckoning Hornet to return to the stage and suffer with him. This is, of course, Trobbio, and the fact that this is left via a written note is so funny to me. It implies that when the world ended, Trobbio did his makeup differently, painted a mural, walked through the ruined citadel's abyss-soaked ruins, waved hello to Sherma, posted his wish, and then went right back to his theater to keep killing people. And then nobody has anything to say about this. This is completely unquestioned. This, as described by the journal, depressed thespian has completely redone his color scheme, covering the statue of the citadel in the background with a huge purple cloth, and painting over his own mural with a much more dramatic image of himself. And upon entering, instead of bursting out of the stage with pillars of smoke, the smoke fills the stage as a lift rises him, perfectly posed, to his place upon the stage. His theme is, well, I can't say that it is the best music in the game because there are some incredible pieces still to come, but it is pretty close and it's definitely the funniest piece of music. The tense orchestral remix of his original jovial dance, echoing with a full choir repeating Trobbio over and over again, is hysterical. The rise to the stage through the smoke while the music starts drenches Trobbio in even more characterization, and also encourages players to set up tools and buffs, which by Act 3, they really need to be using in order to keep up with the speed and health of many of the upcoming threats. And though Tormented Trobbio is a comedy bit, he is still a threat. In my first playthrough, he took me the 4th most attempts in the game, beaten out only by the first Savage Beastfly, Karmelita, and Lost Lace. He does this through 2 main shifts: increase of speed and evolving to close his previous vulnerabilities. The speed is obvious. Tormented Trobbio moves faster, attacks with less pauses than before, and spends less time posing, leading to more frequent overlap between attacks. Especially in the second phase, where Trobbio is almost universally setting up more attacks before his explosive trapdoors have finished going off. But every change to his moveset is designed to remove the dead moments that the player could and previously would punish him for, ensuring that the player is forced to take every possible opportunity to land a hit. His tornado attack now leaves an explosive trail behind him and the arcing up tornadoes. If you don't bounce off his head or land directly next to him, you will not be given the opportunity to attack. When he summons fireworks, he used to leave himself vulnerable, but now a huge explosion protects him as the fireworks are summoned, forcing the player to attack while the fireworks are scattering about the arena. His orbs now cover even more space, making hitting them away to create space even more important, since the X-shapes can now cover enough of the arena fast enough that escape becomes impossible, especially since Trobbio is usually attacking before they've finished exploding. And though that can lead to some frustration when the player tries and fails to use the same strategies that worked on Trobbio, Tormented Trobbio is designed with the same main principles as the game's final boss. None of the moves are new. You know everything that your foe is going to do going into the fight, but the opportunities to counter have been shrunken and demand precise and strategic aggression. Tormented Trobbio encourages the same strategy that Lost Lace later demands, making him important practice for learning how to overcome that fight. To return to the narrative of it, Trobbio's death is more subtle this go-around, namely because he knows that Hornet has no plans to actually kill him. He set up a lift to vanish and even mocks the player afterwards, calling the rise of the Abyss and the end of Farloom fate. Though Hornet has no opinion spoken here, I think this supplements what I was saying in the Grandmother Silk section. Hornet has rebuked her instinct and shunned fate, and in so doing has potentially caused more harm than good. As much of a depressed thespian as Trobbio is, he is effectively a manifested version reminding you that until you've beaten Act 3, you've trapped the game in its worst ending. I'm not a fan of games that make it their sole core identity, like Spec Ops: The Line, but choosing not to play a piece of interactive media can be artistically viewed as an ending the player always has access to. In Spec Ops, the choice to continue playing is tied directly to the characters continuing to engage in war crimes as an extension of the player's agreement. After all, you could have chosen not to fire white phosphorus of civilians if you had turned the game off. Or as a slightly better use of the trope, giving up on a playthrough of Dark Souls is canonically you going hollow, losing hope and accepting that you aren't able to overcome the threats that lie ahead. Tormented Trobbio invokes that same narrative. He reminds the player that the world has ended and everything you're doing is just making it worse, so stop bothering. By ignoring him and continuing to face the inevitable death of Farloom, you and Hornet have both resolved that he is wrong, that there is still hope of a better ending. My random strays at Spec Ops aside, Tormented Trobbio earns an S grade. Though the fight can suffer from some occasional growing pains as you unlearn Trobbio's muscle memory, it sets a mechanical precedent for Act 3 in the same way that Trobbio had set the precedent for Act 2, using a challenging battle softened through Trobbio's comedy to set the player up for success. It's also even funnier, both in terms of the fight itself and the thought of Trobbio walking through the Citadel into Songclave to post his wish to the player. He carelessly seeded these caves with that cursed substance. His final fate seems fair reward for those efforts, yet I feel some sympathy. It is in alluring power. The Wormways is a fascinating optional area that narratively becomes a major highlight for Act 3 in my playthrough. Earlier in the game, the player can find a scientist obsessively studying the mysterious lifeblood from Hollow Knight, referred to in Silksong as plasmium. The player can unlock access to the material by helping harvest from the area, but there's a sense of disquiet, especially upon finding the corpse of Zango, the alchemist's assistant, dead and covered in the vines he'd been planting. And when the player returns to the Wormways in the desaturated Act 3, the Wormways spurn the Act's usual design and are far brighter, with the plasmium flaring up and empowering the creatures within with limitless regenerative capabilities. The alchemist has become overgrown and obsessed, almost half plant himself, and when you return to Zango's corpse, the player is met with Plasmified Zango. He's returned to life, spewing plasmium into the area like a fountain, seemingly unaware that he's even in a fight. He's just here, and you happen to be in the way. Despite the setup here being incredible, the fight really doesn't cut it. Zango is not only hidden at the bottom of the wormways and doesn't connect to the alchemist's final quest, but the reward for hunting him down and facing him is nothing. That's right, nothing changes. The player receives no items, no additional plot, no memento. He serves literally no purpose outside of being a boss to fight. Zango starts with a single attack. He spits plasmium in an arc that the player has to attack him through. And the player does need to stay aggressive, because Zango constantly regains health even while taking damage. After losing 25% of his health for the first time, the plasmium is shot faster and further, and after losing 75% for the first time, he gets one final boost. Starting at 50% of his health, he also gets a second move, suddenly rushing across the ground, punishing a player for being too aggressive, which of course the player was encouraged to be through the boss's regeneration. After that, the player can be encouraged to instead spam tools from a distance rather than engage with the moveset. And though there can be some satisfaction in that, I've never enjoyed bosses that encourage relentless tool spam above learning or abusing a detailed moveset. The most engaging part here is that if the player is still doing the alchemist's quest, they can use the needle extractor to drain 25% of Zango's max health, and this drain persists even through player death. I really don't enjoy using the needle extractor in combat, but it is satisfying when it does land, even if it makes the ending of the fight somewhat underwhelming. Zango isn't really characterized as a terrifying lifeblood monstrosity, but that might be by design. We know we're getting at least one Silksong DLC at the time of writing this script, so it's possible that Zango and the Wormways are the first steps into something the game will dive further into. The way the room's design evolves over time, and Zango joining Voltvyrm is mindless due to a lack of reaction to the Needle-In, something even more horrifying since the corpse did react to the Needle-In in the first two acts, has a lot of potential, but doesn't quite stick the landing. Because of all that, I think Zango barely scrapes into the D grade. To me, it doesn't make the game around it worse, even if it does fail to climax its area. I'm personally hoping that the incomplete feeling here is something Team Cherry plans to take advantage of in the future DLCs. They held long at their vigil, far beyond the age of their brethren, yet still when roused, they swung their blade with remarkable ease. As I referenced in Voltvyrm, there were two bosses who, while I was trying to get the Hunter's Memento and reach 100%, I needed advice to try and find. The second of those two fights was Watcher at the Edge, and I wasn't sure where to talk about Watcher at the Edge, so I figured in the optional Act 3 section right before Crust King Khann made the most sense. I think I'm pretty comfortable calling Watcher at the Edge the hardest to find boss in Silksong. You have to go into a corner that used to have a mundane item and use the Silk Score ability, and in so doing, you find one of Crust King Khann's old soldiers staring at the edges of the sands of Karak. You awaken it with the needle, and it's an elite version of the Karaka enemies faced on the way up towards Crust King Khann, the same enemies that surrounded his body in death. The atmosphere is certainly melancholic, though the arena isn't quite designed for a boss fight. He can fall into the worm-infested pits to the left of the arena, taking plenty of damage before he burrows underground or leaps back up, and the player can walk out of the fight with no repercussions. He suffers somewhat from the same long arena syndrome that earlier bosses have suffered from, but his moveset is straightforward enough that it often only becomes a problem when the player commits to a heal before he teleports under them to close the distance. His moveset is rather defensive, blocking attacks before responding with a melee combo or leaping into the air for a slam. Being able to weave around these attacks is satisfying, but there's no evolution in the moveset, and finding an elite version of the standard enemies you faced before Crust King Khann is a strange choice for a hidden boss. Attack until you're blocked, then duck away to provoke a swing or a jump, then dash back in or after while he's in the air, and repeat until the Watcher goes down. There's one piece of design that makes me think that the Watcher of the Edge was originally designed to be fought on the way to Crust King Khann, and only moved into this optional space to avoid being fully cut. And to explain that, we need to finally describe needle damage. In Hollow Knight, each stage of the nail had a certain amount of damage that it did per hit, and though charms could increase that damage, it was numerically straightforward. In Silksong, the system starts similarly, Regardless of your crest, your nail has a base damage based on your nail level, though the charged strike and tools get complicated from there, and we're not going into that in this video. What matters is that enemies throughout the game all have unique damage multipliers based on the player's needle level that is applied to the damage dealt. For example, if the player fights the first sinner with an unupgraded nail, instead of dealing the flat 5 damage per hit, they receive a bonus multiplier of 1.75, dealing instead around 9 damage, which would usually be the flat damage of a rank 2 nail if a rank 2 nail didn't get a multiplier here of 1.25, boosting that damage to 11. And these modifiers, especially late game, usually aren't in the player's favor. Early optional fights like Savage Beastfly eventually apply a 0.8 modifier in an attempt to slightly avoid overleveled players steamrolling the game. But what we can often get from these modifiers is that it tells us some information about where Team Cherry likely expected the player to be when they faced a certain threat. First Sinner has no multiplier if fought with a level 3 or 4 nail, suggesting that Team Cherry intended to have her fought late in Act 2 or early in Act 3. There are some bosses that defy any explanation, like Tormented Trobbio's multipliers being almost identical to the original Trobbio, balanced with a level 1 nail in mind, but one of the strangest bosses is the Watcher at the end, who only uses a flat damage modifier if the player has a level 2 nail, which is around where the Raging Conchfly is balanced to be fought. Since the Raging Conchfly blocks access to Crust King Khann, I can see a world design where a lower health Watcher of the Edge is required immediately after the Raging Conchflies in order to reach Khann. But that world might have required Raging Conchflies to be fought earlier, potentially even blocking access to a nail upgrade, or just being a back-to-back boss fight right before an enemy gauntlet that could get pretty exhausting if the Sands of Karak hadn't been fully explored before reaching Act 3. I can understand why the Watcher isn't required, but that doesn't help it stand out as a hidden late game fight. The lack of music and sandstorm combined with a unique death do make for an interesting atmosphere, but presents a boss that struggles to stand against the titans that we're about to get to that define the bulk of Act 3. I think it earns a C grade. It's a fine challenge. Not bad, but not great. For his stern stewardship, his legion seemed utterly loyal. For less combative bugs, his would have been a hard rule. And with that, we reach the main attractions of Act 3, the Old Hearts. Rulers of Farloom generations past, faced in their own memories of their prime. First up is Crust King Khann, the only of these 4 Old Hearts that the player could have found resting prior to Act 3. As I mentioned in the Raging Conchflies section, they match the Crust King's visual aesthetics to create a living vestige of a bygone era. And upon entering the Crust King's memories, the lost majesty and beauty of what are now the Sands of Karak is a sobering moment that sets up the nature of the Old Hearts really well, even if the player doesn't make it all the way to Crust King Khann the first time they enter the memory. Where Groal the Great's enemy gauntlet made him thematically confusing, Crust King Khann feels present throughout his entire gauntlet. To reach Crust King Khann, there is not a single enemy gauntlet. No, there are 4 multi-wave battles, mostly including enemies that the player has never seen before. There is a shortcut to unlock after beating the 3rd, but that shortcut is also missable, meaning Khann has the potential to have the single longest run back in the game, and draw the player's resources to their absolute limit. Thankfully, players don't lose shards for tool usage in a dream, meaning that the player is rewarded to throw literally everything they have into all of these fights. Throughout these waves, Khann roars commands from atop his tower, huge growths of coral summoning more and more waves of enemies as extensions of himself. Though he may wait until all his defenses have been shredded, his presence here creates a drawn-out sense of tension as the player rises higher and higher through wave after wave of foes that become more and more impressive. Though these memories are all told from the perspective of the rulers, leaving room for the debate of an unreliable narrator, it's clear that Khann believed that his strength was in his people and their strength, and that when he spoke, the ground itself bent to his will. Unlike Grandmother Silk, who sat atop her kingdom in eternal solitude, Crust King Khann's kingdom was the source of his pride. And with the Conchfly children appearing in these waves, it makes the Conchfly fights that came earlier even more tragic, reminding the player that those were the last vestiges of a world that once was guarding the path to the place that they could have called home, a place that the Weavers have turned into a wasteland. Mechanically, Khann ends up being a slower-paced fight than the Titans of Act 3. He attacks by using the coral in the room around him, either covering the bottom half of the arena, leaping upwards and sending a pillar down, or bringing pillars up around him. Since these attacks can protect him, there's more time between attacks than there are in fights like Tormented Trobbio, meaning players can focus on dodging, then attacking, rather than needing to combine the two. And though aggression and mastery of the moveset is certainly rewarded, such as ducking under the diagonal attack or sticking close with the X-shape attack, and the fact that the player doesn't need to immediately display that expertise makes Khann one of the easier bosses to learn. And though it makes him one of the weaker Old Hearts mechanically, the challenge here comes from the endurance challenge from the gauntlets prior, especially if the player misses the shortcut, in which case Khann's relative simplicity is definitely for the best. His second phase intensifies his speed a little bit, and his X-shape attack gains a cancelable follow-up that comes down from the ceiling to complicate staying in close and aggressive, while the ability to cancel the follow-up in lieu of another attack creates a sense of responsive movement. He also summons coral from the ceiling that rains down and overlaps with his next attack. Since his attacks are all clearly telegraphed, it's usually a matter of seeing what attack is coming next and waiting in one of the safe spaces before again closing the gap. His final death also lands really well with returning to the real world. As Hornet rips out his heart, I'll get to that later, the Lost Lace section is really going to be a long one, his final words start brutal. Our claws to crush, our claws to rule. But end with Khann demonstrating the same loyalty and dedication he demanded from his people. Our claws to save them all. Emerging from that line to Khann's corpse, still surrounded with a dead legion of dedicated soldiers, reveals the final tragedy. Khann fought the Weaver's kingdom not to protect his life, but the life of all those strong enough to dedicate themselves to stand alongside his rule. But he, and everyone he chose to protect, has failed. And even in memory, at the apex of power, he still could not defeat a god. Especially right after the game was released, I heard a lot of negativity online claiming Crust King Khann was too easy for an Act 3 Old Heart, but that simpler design does a lot of storytelling, earning the encounter in A grade in my book. Though only present for a brief moment, the Coral Tower continues to villainize the spread of the Weavers while providing an all too brief snapshot of a gorgeous area that the player honestly feels robbed of. His presence is felt throughout the gauntlet, and the metaphor of him literally moving coral, the earth below him, to defend his world is really powerful. This graceful ruler once possessed skill to rival my own. At her youthful peak, her voice united all Skarr in her service. The next of the Old Hearts is Skarrsinger Karmelita, and this fight is exceptionally designed in every aspect. The moveset and the way it evolves over time, characterizing her as a warrior, the visual design of Karmelita and her dream, the usage of previously optional and atmospheric areas to build a mystique that the fight definitely exploits, and the audio design. My god, the audio design is beyond extraordinary. Starting with the build-up, Karmelita has been set up since the on-ramp of bosses. I mentioned in the Savage Beastfly entry the optional Hunter's March, a brutal area characterized by mini-bosses that stonewall the player, the onslaught that is the Savage Beastfly before any upgrades, some of the tankiest enemies in the game so far, incredibly demanding platforming, and traps literally everywhere, even one waiting to kill you for sitting on a bench. Among the world defined by the haunting, the ants of the Hunter's March introduce an additional unique brutality, one even their own corpses are not safe from, as the corpses of enemies are carried away by the ants that crawl upon every surface. So when, in Act 3, the player can now rise from the statue of this mysterious figure and the ant population intensifies, there is a sense of anticipation and realization. The Savage Beastfly was never the boss of Hunter's March. There's been something, or someone, behind the brutal ants. The player finds Karmelita decrepit and dying, enveloped in shadows. Her sentences are broken, with ellipses creating the sense that each word spoken is a greater battle still. And upon entering the memory, a faint song grows and grows as the player enters what looks like a coliseum. Unlike Khann, it's clear this story is built from the perspective of Karmelita's memories, because the arena, filled with warriors, is prepared for Hornet to challenge Karmelita, rather than being a conjured memory of a specific area. Like other late game fights, Karmelita opens with an enemy gauntlet. It starts with smaller enemies, with more joining the fight whenever the player would turn the battle into a one-on-one, creating a more dynamic wave of enemies rather than the definite released waves. I really love how this characterizes the ants as eager to leap into combat whenever the opportunity presents itself. It creates a sense of bloodlust that Karmelita's song spreads among her people. After the first group, the two guards in the background emerge. And like with Khann, these unique enemies invoke the thought of what the Hunter's March and Farfields used to be. And once Karmelita emerges, the song starts in earnest, with a solo vocalist filling the audio space. Karmelita's design as a queen ant with her antenna designed as waving hair and her carapace invoking images of a gown works so well. And the way her animations spin and turn into each other as she dances from one move to the next is a masterclass in 2D animation. The way she raises her arm into a spin, then carries that momentum onwards into her idle animation or steps into another attack, is almost undescribably fluid. And every single one of her attacks and poses have this level of smoothness. Despite the speed and variety in attacks, there is no moment that freezes this fight's momentum, and the audio design only escalates that further. Her constant shouts of effort and intent give her a sense of humanizing kinetic presence. This isn't a god or supernatural being, this is a warrior, trained and honed to the point of perfection. She tires, just as anyone would over the course of the fight, and the high notes she belts to transition between phases connect her as the performer of her own theme. On top of that, whenever the player knocks Karmelita down, the singing in the background stops. I've heard that this is evidence that the music is diegetic, and I personally disagree. We hear Karmelita's vocal effects and commands without pausing the musical vocal track. So to me, this vocal track is a part of Karmelita's idealized memory. This eternal and unbreaking song seems almost divine, echoing through the fabric of the dream into the open space around it. And when she witnesses the best version of herself falter and break, that glorious memory shudders before intensifying again. When it comes to gameplay, Karmelita is wonderfully characterized through this fight, while still presenting a wholly different challenge than a majority of the blisteringly fast and mobile bosses. Unlike First Sinner, Karmelita dictates the pace of the fight through her first two phases. She has a throw that forces the player to dart between the two blades, pushing the player back and then pulling them back in, or two varieties of melee combat that both reward darting away or upwards, then pushing back towards her afterwards. And if the player doesn't push back in with the end of these attacks, her ability to block draws the fight out as the player struggles to land even a single hit of damage. The player has to remain incredibly aggressive, but the speed of her attacks and 2 damage each hit makes that an intimidating prospect. And trying to space her out in the air ends up challenging through her ability to leap upwards and throw out arcing projectiles, or to cannonball up towards the player, trapping them in the air with a parade of spikes that they need to avoid. Especially as the fight continues, she'll often be attacking while the player is trapped in the air, with continued jumps or barrage of projectiles, removing more and more of the player's options as they try to find a way to push in towards Karmelita. Her movement speed initially felt frustrating as it intensified into the second phase, but even though her contact damage only deals 1 damage instead of 2, I found it worked better here than it did in fights like Failed Champion. Her speed is blistering enough and her attack hitboxes are wide enough that exploiting the lower contact damage is unrealistic. The lower contact damage instead only emerges to minimize the player's frustration. At first, her movement sometimes felt like random darts around the arena while I tried to close in, until I realized that she only ever moves without an attack in 2 directions, away from the player to position for a new attack, or pushing to retake center stage. This is her arena, and hoarding center stage from her results in her pushing herself back into the middle. This mechanically keeps her attacks covering a solid amount of the perfectly sized arena, avoids trapping the player in a corner with contact damage, makes her more predictable, and continues to characterize her. In the second phase, she adds a charge that the player needs to leap over, creating a vertical complication to the otherwise horizontal dance. In the first phase, the player was usually rewarded for staying on the ground to better dodge the projectiles and quick leaps, so this attack provides an easy opportunity for damage during the charge, while also challenging the player to re-ground themselves quickly before another attack punishes them for using their defensive aerial options, especially since her ranged projectiles also double in this phase. Most bosses encourage either staying airborne or staying on the ground, but Karmelita demands this constant transition from one form of defense to another that makes her incredibly dynamic. In the third phase, Karmelita stops blocking attacks. As the player draws closer to victory, she starts to hammer her own attack button in the same way a panicking player does. There are no gaps between attacks here. It is a constant and unstopping onslaught. Her ranged projectiles occasionally go back down to a single throw to keep up speed, with each attack flowing into the next and constantly overlapping with projectiles still spinning around the arena. The player's Act 3 training so far to keep up aggression during enemy attacks, with fights like Bell Eater and Tormented Trobbio, is finally put to the absolute test in an incredible way. And the tension created here through the gauntlet and length of the fight is drawn to a needle's edge in this last increase in speed. And like Khann, this all characterizes her so well. her pride in her voice and her ability to protect her people through her strength, cracking under the pressure of the Weavers as her unbreakable defense crumbles into unchecked aggression, becomes the sad truth of the Hunter's March. The Ents may have survived more than the other kingdoms, with a few mottled scars even living in Hunter's March free of the haunting, but the kingdom is gone. Most of the Skarr are now victims of Grandmother Silk's haunting, under the erroneous belief that they are still serving Karmelita. They are relentless, inhospitable, and embodied through the mindless rage of the savage Beastfly that rests in a chapel that provides a moveset with a pogo that very directly resembles Karmelita's attacks. The ebb and flow of this dance that defined her kingdom at its peak has fallen, and the rage is all that's left. Her needle in dialogue adds to this tragedy. Before entering the memory, this aging monarch, unable to push out a full sentence verbally, repeats her mantra, "For you, my children, for you I sing." And in her memory, one needle in dialogue stuck out from the rest to me. An oath spoken to her people. My voice will not fade. And yet in the presence, she can't even complete a sentence, much less sing. Her greatest tragedy is characterized not as the people she lost, but that she failed to protect them. She lives with the worst fate a parent can possibly imagine. She has outlived her children. Something especially pointed out since Act 3 puts a particular focus on the Voided Ants, as they are one of the only required enemy gauntlets to reach one of the old hearts. Skarrsinger Karmelita earns an S grade and is my personal favorite fight in Silksong. She is such a well-realized character, and every aspect of her design is placed with so much intent and detail. Even writing this section, though there were plenty of design decisions to discuss, they communicated her tragedy so clearly in such a short amount of time that it was one of the hardest entries to write. His tracks and traps. It should have been obvious from the start, this old hunter sought to draw me in. But what reason drove him to test himself so brutally? That answer I suspect I shall never know. After meeting Skarrsinger Karmelita and returning to Belhart, the player receives a wish, with the immediate notable reward of a mask shard, to travel to the far fields and reclaim Gilly's doll from one of the ant hunters. Tracking NPCs through areas has been a core part of a number of wishes, including bosses like Broodmother, but while interacting with a clue here, the floor drops out from under the player, throwing them into a closed cage in Gurr the Outcast's arena. They haven't been following a trail, they've been following cheese into a mousetrap. Gurr has been hunting them, and with that, Gurr attacks. It's another great setup and builds Gurr as a threat immediately, especially since the player has to hammer on the attack button upon landing in order to break out of the cage. Otherwise, Gurr starts the fight off with 2 masks of damage smashing into the player. The choice for Gurr to be introduced only after Skarrsinger Karmelita has been found is a strange one. After all, Karmelita stands as the apex and explanation for the strength of the ants found in Hunter's March and Far Fields. Going from her to Gurr, a definitively less difficult encounter, is somewhat underwhelming. Like Hornet is taking a step back. These few modeled Skarr are the only ones actually free of the haunting, and this is all they can offer as a challenge. But the more I think about it, the more I think that's the point. Karmelita's fight began with a direct challenge, and was an honest duel to the death. By the end of the fight, there's a sense of gravitas. This was one of the greatest warriors of Farloom, and Hornet has still emerged on top. Meanwhile, Gurr does 3 things. He summons traps, raises spikes from the ground, and rushes at the player. His skill is less intricate and more reliant on tricks and traps to make up for the difference in power between himself and Hornet. Though there is some challenge to be found here, it creates a stark gap between the apex of what the Skarr tribe once was and what they've now become. It supports Karmelita's story, even if Gurr himself is mechanically underwhelming. Supported even more when one of the corpses displayed in his trophy room is that of the last claw enemies that were unique to Karmelita's arena. One of his great prides is in conquering what you once saw as a speed bump before the real battle. Gurr has already received a buff in the game's short lifespan, and I think that it helped him a lot. Upon release, Gurr would emerge, then throw out traps one at a time. On my first attempt against Gurr, even playing passively led to a fight under 2 minutes long, with me still at full health, which is ridiculous for a boss in Act 3. And as you've likely discerned through this footage, though I'd like to think I'm pretty good at Silksong, I'm definitely not a Silksong master. The patch that happened changed Gurr to emerge, throw out all his traps at once, now 2 in the first half of the fight and 3 in the second half, and then dive back under. It keeps the pace of the fight up compared to him floating in the air as a punching bag while he sets up traps, even if there end up being less traps overall. Even with the buff though, Gurr still ends up a contender for the easiest Act 3 boss, though the tempo and demand of the player to attack him during his attacks at least allows him to blend with the act's focus on player aggression. The wait time between each attack that he bursts up with is short enough to avoid being dull, but still leaves plenty of room to heal, set up traps of your own, or spend time removing traps that he's placed. Similarly, the slide is well enough telegraphed that the player has to react quickly, but isn't ever overwhelmed or surprised by the tempo. I do wish that the traps were more of a problem when dodging the slide though. Most of the time, vertically dodging Gurr's charge is never an issue, creating a lack of cohesion between his charge and traps that further makes the fight fall short compared to the other battles in Act 3. I think Gurr the Outcast is perfectly passable, but doesn't earn above a C grade. His setup and the way he provides a somewhat underwhelming end to the story of the Scar does play well with Karmelita, but he doesn't bring the level of scale that the other Act 3 bosses have presented to the player. Eternal Defender of the Shellwood Shrine. He offered fair warning and challenge, a duel in the purest sense. I admire his honor and his skill. Though Hornet was a huge admirer of the Pinstress, the mechanics in that fight failed to create the image of the same talented warrior that the lore suggests, but the same problem does not exist with Shrine Guardian Seth. Moments before reaching the third Old Heart, Seth stands in the player's way. The audible crack as he stirs suggests an unknowable ancientness, and the directness that he challenges Hornet to a duel with suggests that Seth has made this challenge countless times before. The sound design helps draw the player into the back and forth of this fight. Seth wields both a needle and a symbol as a shield, and every time he blocks and after each of the AoEs that end many of his combos, the symbol rings out into the corpse-littered arena and even echoes into his next attack. Though he's vocal, there's none of the same joviality found in Trobbio. His callouts are direct and intense, and when that combines with the dirge that is Nyleth's theme, it creates an atmosphere unlike any other duel in the game. This isn't even a fight that locks the player into the arena. Seth will let the player leave and return, even further setting him apart from the rest of the game. And his moveset supports this atmosphere while simultaneously creating a regular rhythm of symbol clashes. Seth can press forward with a series of strikes, swing forward into a backwards leap that catches a pogoing player, dart forward with a thrust, smash into the ground with an AoE, or throw the symbol to bounce off the ground before teleporting to catch it. He's incredibly mobile, and like most Act 3 bosses, forces the player to attack in the brief window as the attacks are finishing before he teleports or attacks again. But unlike most bosses in Silksong, Seth is additionally designed not to be disrespected. A large amount of Act 3 is built to challenge the player, of course, but even in the high-level play against Seth, he often still sets the tempo and tone. Even when the player is spamming electric-infused spells, the same kind of overwhelming assault that the other bosses fall to is avoided. Seth can be beaten, but the speed and defensive focus means that he still won't be disrespected. Not only does this build towards the mystique of Nyleth's shrine to support that Old Heart's atmosphere, but Seth is, as many may already be aware, a memorial to a young Hollow Knight fan. Seth Goldman, prominently thanked in the credits, visited Team Cherry in 2020 through the Marty Lyons Foundation while he fought Ewing sarcoma. While there, he created the original design for Seth, and it seems even got to see the boss in motion before he passed away later that same year. Over 5 years later, Seth now stands as an eternal protector of Nyleth, a beacon of life, of growth, and of safety. Shellwood may no longer be the safe forest that it once was, but even after Nyleth fell, life persisted. This is a forest where things never truly die, as even the attacks used by Nyleth persisted into the enemies of Shellwood. And in his second phase, his fervor for the role of Guardian comes forth as he rises from what looks like a knockout and closes the gaps between his attacks. In some ways, the phase is more predictable as he slams up to 3 times, then darts forward. The AoE does set the tempo and forces the player back, but the extraordinary audio design turns the defensive play required into a culmination of the atmosphere as the music soars higher than before. It is incredible how cinematic this fight is able to be when so little is actually scripted. There are 2 issues I want to bring up, one with Seth and one with Act 3. Throughout Act 3, Grandmother Silk will scream in pain, draining color from the environment as the void pushes further upwards and overwhelms the music for a short time. When exploring the world, this is an amazing piece of design that reminds the player of their goal and cements the change in the status of the world. It is significantly less effective in the middle of a boss fight, especially one as atmospherically rich as Seth. And my single problem with Seth is a recurring issue in the game. It's, again, a teleporting foe in an oversized arena. Seth does minimize this by staying aggressive with his teleports, but a smaller arena wouldn't have taken away from his moveset and instead removed the occasional frustration caused by an off-screen teleport. Of course, Seth's role in the game extends past his fight. After falling into the water on the edge of the dueling space, which has always felt very Robin Hood and Little John to me, Seth can be found again without his title, Exploring the World. He's lost his memory and his cape, and with it, a weight seems almost removed from his shoulders as he comes into line with Seth's original concept art. He eventually finds his way to the Flea Caravan, where he plays their games and eventually decides to join them and protect them. It's a fitting, peaceful retirement. Shrine Guardian Seth earns an S grade. Not only is he a mechanical exceptional challenge with some of the best audio design in the game, but he is a beautiful and respectful memorial to a soul lost too soon. Seth has a line at the Grand Gate that I didn't record, but I find particularly topical and beautiful. Everything that grows must pass, I suppose. Still, to witness even its current state is a privilege I'll not squander. Her presence would once have maintained the wood's fragile order, allowing the safe passage of bugs across its branches. Seth is a difficult boss to follow, but Nyleth, the old heart that he builds towards, does take advantage of the atmosphere he creates. Unlike the other old hearts, Nyleth has no defenses or enemy gauntlets. After beating Seth, the player has a direct path to Nyleth. All the old hearts are unified in the truth that there's something they failed to protect. But Nyleth, outside of Seth's vigil, is the only one not protected in return. Nyleth may be more animalistic than the other old hearts, as proven by her roar, but her shellwood isn't hostile or dangerous. After all, it has no need to be, not so long as she's alive. Like all the old hearts, there's an inherent tragedy in the battle. In Shellwood as we know it, the white flowers that adorn her arena and the climb down are disguises for the fascia, and the pollen Nyleth spreads is weaponized by the pollencia. Even with her death, her echo is still felt in the area she once guarded. Nyleth is built into her arena in a way that only large-scale bosses such as Fourth Chorus and Father of the Flame are, though she has more vertical mobility and the ability to change walls to add a sense of dynamic movement to the battle. The same theme that played with Seth continues here, which lets the atmosphere flow gracefully from his battle into Nyleth's. Outside of rushing from one wall to the other, Nyleth has a few ranged attacks that define her threat. She can open her mouth and spit globs of pollen that move slowly across the arena, or roar to summon thorn pods that fly into the air. These pods can be hit back towards Nyleth, and though the damage is pretty low, the environmental interaction does help make the fight more dynamic. Past that, Nyleth has two attacks to create space, a spinning blade barrage that comes out quickly and covers a small space, or a huge pollen AoE that forces the player to the other side of the arena. There's plenty of time between attacks for the player to keep up pressure, making Nyleth's moveset almost simple compared to the other old hearts. After losing about a third of her health, the real challenge of Nyleth reveals itself. From the first on-ramp of bosses and through all of Act 2, Silksong has wanted the player to be comfortable in the air. Team Cherry wants the player using the claw line to fling themselves around the arena, to dash and double jump around attacks and time their landings, and Nyleth takes that to the logical extreme. That's right, no floors allowed here. And though Hollow Knight had the optional Coliseum of Fools with the same challenge, Nyleth puts that front and center while still keeping up a solid offense. I've seen a lot of dislike for Nyleth, calling her fights slow and unexciting, and I think one attack, her multi-wave Pollen Spit, is the only attack that keeps the player off of her for too long. Other than that, using the claw line to stay aggressive and display your aerial control is immensely satisfying. And I say that even as I constantly fall or am knocked into spikes. Nyleth is one of those fights that makes me excited for the first run that I don't end up having to respawn from connecting with spikes, and a fight that becomes faster and faster paced the more I master aerial control. It may lack the moveset diversity or sheer challenge of the other two initially visible old hearts, but I love how unique of a boss Nyleth is. There's no other boss or enemy in the roster that fights like her, making her status as a memory beautiful and sad, especially since her Needle dialogue is the only one to suggest that she recognizes that she exists solely within a memory. To quote, "The form, a memory, wandering seed. It longs, the whole, reaching, forward and out. You too, distant shape, convened within, lost without." There is an undeniable wisdom in Nyleth's half-coherent thoughts, putting a focus on the tragedy of her being regulated to a forgotten shrine. but the unique platforming challenge does come with its minuses. As I mentioned before, the spit attack slows down the fight a lot, which means that RNG can determine how much the player is able to actually stay engaged. And the hitbox on the spikes around the room are a little larger than I'd like, leading to a few frustrating moments of being hit for 2 damage, then being tossed into spikes for another, and the momentum all coming to a halt as the player has to respawn while Nyleth readies another attack. It doesn't ruin the fight, but it does limit it. Because of that, I think Nyleth earns an A grade. She's the simplest of the 4 old hearts, but the success in her story comes from that simplicity, using Seth and her fights to evoke the sense of a world that once was, rather than a concrete kingdom or force. Myth made real in memory. The creature seemed completely at one with the flora around it. Did it ever truly exist as I have seen it? Pale Stag's entry in the journal is the biggest piece of evidence that calls the memories of the old hearts into question. If Pale Stag is a hyperbolized version of a real hunt from the mind of the Green Prince, then it brings into question all the old hearts. Were Crust King Khann's people truly as loyal as they appeared? Were Karmelita's people so unwaveringly unified? Was the rule of any of the old hearts legitimate, or do they falsely remember their own tyranny as gracious rule? Though it is an interesting question that challenges the player to dig through these 4 memories for inconsistencies, I'm not sure it needed to be asked. The old hearts are all characterized as ideals, and even if they might be exaggerated, that doesn't mean that they were false, and the introduction of something that might not have been real throws a little too much confusion in the mix of what I believe the old hearts and the Everbloom represent in the game's final sequence, which again I'll get into once we reach Lost Lace. The build up to this fight is also somewhat strange. The ambiance of Lost Verdania is sublime, but the hints of the Pale Stag's existence before the player runs into it are a little too rushed for my taste. The player is searching for interactive memories to progress through Verdania, and one path happens to have these stags as enemies. And after a pale feather is found on the ground, the player ends up effectively immediately cornering the Pale Stag. I wish that the Pale Stag was more prominent throughout the entire region, blurring around the background and watching the player, the same way that Moorwing had back in Greymoor. As it stands, this hunt ends up like any other creature in the game. You walk into its lair, and it attacks you. There is a surreal atmosphere to the fight with how quiet and empty any sound that isn't Hornet is, and the unique arena sells the player on the unique majesty of Lost Verdania, but the fight is a mechanical drag. The Pale Stag teleports to one of 3 locations, summons discs that float horizontally across the screen, and then does that over and over again until it dies. More discs do get added over time, but there's so little going on here. The player can only ever land 1 or 2 attacks at one time, and the randomness of the discs either make reaching Pale Stag a matter of patience or an absolute joke. And even though the difficulty technically increases throughout, the fight practically slows down as opportunities to counter close rather than each attack becoming more threatening. There's honestly not even much to say with building towards the Clover Dancers. Though the Pale Stag develops the history of the Green Prince and his lover somewhat, it doesn't provide enough detail to add to that tragedy in any meaningful way, and instead joins in with the other few missable bosses being completely mechanically hollow compared to the rest of the roster. I think Pale Stag earns a D grade. There's not enough frustration to earn an F grade, and the passable atmosphere helps it stand out somewhat, but there's really not enough happening here to justify the fight's placement in the world of the 4th hidden old heart. For one to love another so similar to themselves, is that selfless or vain? The final of the old hearts is the Clover Dancers, pitting the player against the Green Prince as he decides to drive Hornet out of the memories he mourns within. And he does so as a remix of the Cogwork Dancers. And despite the Cogwork Dancers being among the best 3 fights in the game for me, the Clover Dancers are only good. The Green Prince is the survivor of the 2 lovers that once ruled Verdania, and having collected a corpse of one of the Cogwork Dancers as a way to keep his lover with him, the Green Prince waits for death to take him in the ruins of the kingdom he surrendered himself to imprisonment in order to protect. Verdania is a really effective area, but the Clover Dancers miss on summoning that same X factor that made the Cogwork Dancers go from a straightforward mechanical challenge to the memorable tragedy that they are. First, only the Green Prince can be damaged in this fight, whereas his murdered partner is a ghost. Even in memories where myths are made real, the Green Prince cannot imagine his lover return to him. It's tragic thematically, but it does slow down the fight compared to the Cogwork Dancers. Depending on the setup, the Green Prince can move away from the player for long enough that the momentum that the Cogwork Dancers always kept up vanishes. Even though the moveset still works here, the fight ends up less challenging despite the slight increase in speed. Second, the moveset really doesn't evolve enough for a rematch. Outside of a mild increase in speed, the only real shift is that the Dancer's Embrace changes from a punishable AoE to a huge wind funnel, visually consuming their kingdom for a moment to hold each other again, while mechanically forcing the player to use their mobility to make a loop around them, which is admittedly a great evolution on both fronts. More damningly though, there's only two phases. One phase where the dancers are synchronized, and then one phase where they desynchronize. The desynchronization especially clashes with only the Green Prince taking damage, because the staggered nature of attacks means the player ignores the ghost even more. I could see an argument of that being intentional, that their kingdom grew and flourished when they were a single unit, and as they were separated through the cruelty of Grandmother Silk and the Weavers, they lost what once made them exceptional. But unlike Cogwork Dancers, the gameplay never slows down to sell this part of the tragedy. Finally, I think the music also lets this rematch down. I'm usually all in on a cellist lamenting, and the song is beautifully composed and performed, but it lacks the staccato drive of the music box. The dancers are still moving in time, but the legato, intentionally flexible tempo here doesn't draw the player into the dancer's movements in the same way that the first track did. The lack of build-up in the music hurts the ending too. The fight's ending feels sudden, especially compared to the other Old Hearts escalations. Khann builds tension throughout his gauntlet, Karmelita gets blazingly fast, and Nyleth loses the floor to keep tension on the rise. Clover Dancers don't have any of that, especially since what was once previously a 3-phase fight is reduced to a 2-phase battle instead. I think Clover Dancers earn a B grade. The core of the fight is still satisfying, but it really doesn't hold a candle to the Cogwork version. And when the first version of a fight is that extraordinary, even a solid fight becomes hollow in comparison. Did he recognize my part played in this land's void-strung state? If so, perhaps his judgment was not unfair. To these bugs I have brought much destruction. I've watched a lot of other ranking and analysis videos of Silksong as I prepared for this one, and I don't think there's a boss that conjures varied reactions like the Crawfather and his Court of Craws. Personally, I lean on the side of the fight being really fun, even if I think it does belong on an earlier side of Act 3 than it often lands. Like any of the major fights of the act, the Crawfather features a pretty extensive enemy gauntlet, though his summons even continue onwards into the fight with him. When the player returns to Greymoor, whether to explore the ruined area or to find Lost Verdania, they'll notice all the Craws that fill the eastern area have donned black robes and iron crowns that block the player's attacks from above. At some point in Act 3, at a selection of benches, the player will have a nail thrown into the ground next to them, summoning them to face the Court of Craws. The further that the player progresses into the act through collecting the old hearts, the higher the chance that this summons arise. I'm not sure if this is solely my experience, but I've only ever had the summons arrive near the end of the act. But with an increasing chance each time, this might just be 2 runs of bad luck. After arriving, the court lights up, and I love how much character this gives to the otherwise rather unimportant Craw enemies. Not every enemy needs a boss fight to shine, but the twist of the Craws punishing you for a perceived sin when they seemed an unremarkable diversion in Greymoor makes for an atmospheric and surprising boss. The enemy gauntlet getting a boss title card also makes them one of the most naturally integrated gauntlets in the game, to the point where I wasn't even sure that the Crawfather would be a part of the fight. The visual backdrop here is used really effectively, with enough enemies emerging from the background to set a precedent before the Crawfather leaps out while still keeping the claustrophobic and packed court present throughout the fight. I really wish Silksong had more small boss arenas, because I do love the sense of being trapped with nowhere to run, and this fight really scratched that itch. Once the Crawfather drops down, the Craws from the area keep getting summoned, and this is where I see the fight sometimes loses people. Unlike the almost universally airborne Craws, the Crawfather stays mostly grounded while the summon Craws make being airborne dangerous, and with their iron crowns, chaining pogos to focus on the minions is blocked as a potential escape option. The Crawfather resummons his minions incredibly quickly, leading to an almost non-stop pace, even if the Crawfather himself has a more mellow moveset than most of the other Act 3 fights. Like the other Craws, the Crawfather is wearing a crown that stops the player from punishing him with pogos, and his moveset keeps that in mind as he attacks almost exclusively to the side. He smashes across the arena, using his beak as a sharpened gavel to dispense justice, leaps into the air and slams down, or leaps into the air to cover the arena in chains that burst with spines shortly after. Unlike the Unravelled, the player is rewarded for staying in close with large gaps between attacks, and punished for trying to keep distance through his chains and slam. The moveset encourages the player to ignore the constantly summoned minions and keep their aggression focused on the Crawfather, with summoned Craws adding a complication that mostly makes avoiding the gavel more challenging. The theming here is also hilarious. The fur on the black cloak looking like a judge's wig and the chains that fill the arena mix incredibly well with the dark background, and the gavel smash is hilarious. I also really love the imagery of the world above being covered in darkness with light pushing upwards from Hornet. It's a solid piece of visual foreshadowing of Hornet as a beacon of light, plunging upwards out of the darkness. Personally, that's why I think it would have fit better earlier in the act, as Hornet's resolution to fix the damage done sparks right after meeting the snails for the first time in Act 3, and waiting until after the Old Hearts to face the court before plunging back into the abyss feels somewhat like a diversion before the game's climax. I think Crawfather earns an A grade. The symbolism is fun, and the use of the enemy gauntlet that bleeds into the fight is incredibly fitting. The lighting design and sound design of both the court and the Crawfather makes for an effective set piece. A tragic fate for a once honorable bug. Those void-soaked threads. Their physical might is nothing compared to the corruption they wreak upon a soul. Despite the grim tone and dark design of Silksong, the game is, at its heart, unrelentingly hopeful, especially for a hard-as-nails Metroidvania. From Seth finding a second chance at life, to the continued spurning of Trobbio's hopeless nonsense, and even the fate of Grandmother Silk and Lace, Hornet represents perseverance and a belief in a better world at risk of her own existence. Even among the many NPCs that a player familiar with this genre would presume dead, there are vastly more positive outcomes. Shakra sings her teacher to the next life and finds a new purpose in protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Sherma succeeds in his pilgrimage and becomes an icon of faith and hope in his fellow bug. Second Sentinel, Bellheart, so many of these characters find a better future at the end of their cruel and relentless pilgrimages. But not everyone makes it to the end. Some slaves of the Citadel, Loam's death broke me, to the few bugs who had heard the hero's call, which brings us to Lost Garmond. Unlike Crawfather, Lost Garmond taking place late in Act 3 is effective for both Hornet's arc and for setting up the final encounter. Introducing the nomenclature of Lost for a person consumed by the black threads of the abyss and establishing an expected fate for those lost to void develops the stakes delivered by Lost Lace's name. The build-up to this twist throughout Act 3 is masterfully executed. The more Hornet encounters Garmond and Zaza throughout Farloom, the more ragged he's run himself. Hornet tells him to stop and he refuses, and upon getting the hero's call quest and traveling to the blasted steps, seeing Zaza panicked as they lead the player into the caves creates an unforgettable sense of dread. Garmond's character design here is amazing, but the arena doesn't really sell the reveal. Despite having a boss card, the wide space converting into an arena leads to a lot of time with Lost Garmond off screen or hard to make out among the black tendrils that busy the background. His moveset also starts to pull him down somewhat. He takes 2 attacks from his first encounter, swinging his lance around himself as a get-off-me tool that leaves him wide open afterwards, or stabs forward up to 3 times with the ability to pivot around. He's much tougher to stagger here, and with no cliff to push him off of, he's also less exploitable. Past that, Garmond also uses all the generic void attacks. He leaps up before plunging down, creating 4 orbs that attack the space around them, or a spray of void that arcs out and away from him. Neither of these 2 attacks play well with the shape of the room, as the void orbs force the player to make that distance and often put Garmond off screen. And without the invincibility dash that made moves like the Pure Vessel's nail spread so effective in Hollow Knight, this attack requires the player to run back and dodge the attack at a distance. The fight doesn't evolve throughout its duration either, meaning Lost Garmond is slow, unengaging, and underwhelming as a threat. But it's again possible that this was the point. Garmond was introduced and defines himself as a high-energy and jovial force, but under the influence of the Void, he is muted and quiet. He lacks the presence he had in Greymoor, and barely stands out from basic enemies with his moveset. The fight is bad, but it tells the story of his fall from grace through its frustration and dullness. Even when playing the needle in, there's nothing left. His mind is empty, with every echo of Garmond erased. Which leads back to the big question analyzing these kinds of fights always culminates with. Is it worth creating a mechanically bad or unfun fight if it successfully tells a story? I usually lean more towards the answer being yes, but there are two big risks. If the fight doesn't land its story to the player, you can end up with fights like True King Allant. If the story didn't click, he becomes nothing more than a strange irritation at the end of the game. And inversely, if the mechanics disrupt the story's conclusion, then the mechanics risk being frustrating enough to pull the player back out. And this is what I think happens with Lost Garmond. He's not an impossible boss by any means, but he is a very easy boss to die to. His void attacks drain the player's silk, and he punishes aggressive play with fast and brutal damage. Instead of being an underwhelming and empty threat, Lost Garmond gives enough challenge to stop the sense of emptiness the designers tried to create, while not providing a diverse enough challenge to be fun. But his final death is the most effective piece of this fight. After Hornet apologizes, a shred of Garmond returns. Even in death, his joviality hasn't broken. He compliments Hornet on her strength, then does what he's refused to do since reaching the Citadel as part of his quest. He decides to rest. And with that, he's gone. The lines hit really hard, and Zaza sitting at his master's feet while he passes will always hurt. The Hero's Call quest finishes, which brings me to that quest's name. Garmond and Zaza were unequivocally heroes, plunging into danger to help any less fortunate than them, and the Hero's Call has led them here. But when Hornet receives this quest, I don't think the quest name is referring to Garmond. I read it as describing Hornet. According to the objective, a bug, somewhere in Farloom, is in pain and asking for help. No one in Belhard knows who to turn to, but Hornet sees the news and travels to the Blasted Steppes before finishing her own quest. The same trait that once led her to Act 3 brings her to this battle. Though Garmond is gone, he dies knowing that Hornet will answer the hero's call. I had a really hard time trying to give Lost Garmond a grade, but I think I'll go with a C grade. As a final story beat before entering the Abyss with the Everbloom, it's a strong moment, but the mechanics of the fight push against the player enough that it's one of my least favorite mechanical challenges in the game, so a middle-of-the-pack ranking felt fair. To quell the mother's rage and see this kingdom saved, I will claim her back. This one, the dark shall not take. And that brings us to the end, with the third and final rematch with Lace, Lost Lace. And like with Grandmother Silk, there's a lot of pre- and post-fight context that really helps this fight shine as the game's both mechanical and thematic climax. There are a lot of thematic threads that need to be tied up here. The strength given by motherhood kindled from before the player even reached Bone Bottom, to the question of if artificial beings can feel or are even real, to the power of instinct equalizing all bugs from the Grandmother to the Skull Tyrant, to the power of faith both to control or to liberate, to a collection of 4 dead or dying rulers who still dream of the kingdoms they once ruled, and Lost Lace somehow takes all of these core elements that Silksong set up and weaves them together into a single thread, and does it all through a rematch against a boss that the player has already fought and beaten twice. And though I do have some minor beef with the mechanical fight that I'll get to later in this section, Lost Lace and the story she tells is Team Cherry's absolute thematic tour de force, and reduced me to tears on my first playthrough. After acquiring 3 of the old hearts, the snails used them as a ritual component to plunge Hornet into the red memory, even lamenting that the strength of the hearts will be lost forever. But nonetheless, they plunge Hornet into her own past, and we witness her growth into who she is today. At first, Hornet is surrounded by weavers, who desire for her to follow their own footsteps, more weaver than worm. To them, the options are binary. But Hera's desire, though her face is blurred with time, is clear. She wants Hornet to become something greater than that. Not a weaver building empires of silk and faith, nor a worm yearning for power and worship. She wants Hornet to become Hornet, to grow greater than she was, to live free of the chains of her bloodline. A woman that Hera will never see or know, as Hornet is given to Vespa. After training with Vespa, Hornet eventually comes to the White Lady, who apologizes for Hornet having this fate thrust upon her, only for Hornet to explain the intent she now understands. Strength, in mind, in care, in claw. Strength enough that I may live to see a world better than our own, or to craft a world as I desire. By entering Act 3, by continuing into a hopeless world, Hornet has represented her 3 mothers' dreams for her, earning her the Everbloom, a symbol of hope of Hornet's 3 mothers, the mother who birthed her and dreamed of her freedom, the mother who trained her and dreamed of her safety, and the mother who taught her and dreamed of the day she'd understand. But it's not just the mothers, it is a wider desire to protect and see the world grow. Whatever old hearts you choose, they were all unified by their desire to see their people flourish. For any bug with determination to find a place of safety in the strength of the Coral Tower. For Karmelita's children to grow and flourish beneath her song, for the forest of Shellwood to serve as a beacon of safety and harmony, and for Verdania to grow as a home filled with a love everlasting. All three mothers gave themselves to the cause, all four rulers gave themselves to their people, and all three shamans give themselves to Hornet. Because when she emerges, she realizes that the snails have again omitted another crucial detail for the second time. They too were just components, sacrificed for their belief. As I interpret it, their belief in Hornet, to undo what's been done, to fight back the inevitable tide of darkness and the god it has claimed as its own. As I mentioned in Grandmother Silk, the Void represents that endless hopelessness, that no effort can ever overcome the inevitable end of times. And empowered by the hope that the Everbloom represents, Hornet plunges into the Void to save Farloom. Not by slaying a god, not by permanently destroying the Endless Void, but by saving Lace, that artificial, lonely child of a god who had lost hope in her own existence a lifetime ago. And Lace's hopelessness manifests before the plunge, mocking Hornet for her attempt and claiming that Lace is no more. There is nothing to rescue, no victory to be found. The Void has taken Garmond, it has consumed Farloom, and it will take Hornet too. To which Hornet responds with the absolute hardest line in the game. Oblivion may take you, child. My own life I shall not sacrifice. I have survived the fury of your land. I have borne its barbs and its blades, and I have seen wonder beyond its dangers. But always, child, I remain a daughter of Hollownest. And the Void, below all things, that darkness, I will fear no longer. The Void reaches out hungrily here, almost eager to consume and snuff out this rebellious flicker of hope. For the Void is endless, and the Void is inevitable. Why bother hoping when no matter what kingdom, no matter how long, the Void will always come? When the good will always lose what they love, when kingdoms will always crumble, and when even gods will one day die and be forgotten. That fear, that endlessness is the darkness of the Void, and Hornet refuses. To give in and accept this Void would be abandoning the love of her mothers and the passion of the hearts that she used to fuel her this far. And this cutscene is astounding. The music starts with Hornet's iconic instrumentation rising above the chaos alone, but as she plummets into the Void, the love of everyone who came before protecting her from this hopelessness, the music swells. The brasses introduced in the Bell Beast and the choral power of the Citadel joins in alongside her. And after reaching the bottom, she finds Grandmother Silk crucified in a penance of her own making. Hornet faces her, but Lost Lace rises from the black as the Void's chosen champion. And as Lace screams in pain, Grandmother Silk screams alongside her, recontextualizing every scream of pain heard throughout the entirety of Act 3. Like the previous encounter, Lost Lace uses the same base collections of attacks from the versions that came before. But instead of only an increase in speed, Lost Lace now boasts an absurd 4 phases and 1800 hit points, making her by far the longest fight in the game. In the first phase, Lace still plays pretty similarly to the earlier fights, though all of her moves continue to intensify here. She has the same 2 general responses to a parry, but the distance covered is massively increased, making triggering a parry at all incredibly dangerous. Her dart forward now leaves a trail of damage behind her, forcing Hornet to stay airborne, and often comboing into a third dart or a leap into a downward thrust. She also gains a variation of Hornet's Silk Spear, but with a huge void tendril reminiscent of the Pure Vessel, and of course, the ability to teleport. She can teleport out of combos and even gains a diagonally downward tendril thrust that she can leap up into or use instead of her downward dash, making punishing her moveset even harder. My first issue with the fight is the issue that I have repeated throughout this entire video about most Silksong arenas. It's just too big. Especially with her teleporting away and leaving huge void attacks in her wake, the player often ends up with Lost Lace off screen, waiting for her to teleport back in towards the player, and sometimes teleporting directly onto them to deal 2 masks of contact damage. The parry is the only attack that caused me any significant frustration here. Though I think the increase in hitbox isn't bad, it goes a little too far for my liking. What I do love is her knockdown revealing that Lace is still under this cover of void, an animation that progresses along with the fight as more and more of Lace breaks free every time. But there's one more thing that makes Lost Lace so challenging. Like with many of the Void enemies in Act 3, Lost Lace can continue to damage and destroy Silk in your spool, which can leave the player often a single Silk away from that desperately needed heal. In her second phase, she uses a similar storytelling trick to the Hollow Knight as her attacks become supplemented by the void that consumed her. She spawns void after some downward thrusts, and summons a collection of those same void columns to create some temporary distance and cover the arena. She also summons orbs that shoot void at the player that work much better than Garmond's spread. Since these come from marked points higher up on the map, the player's mobility ends up being able to handle the attack while still maintaining aggression or continuing to dodge follow-ups in the later phase. And finally, she has the same glob attack as Garmond, but with the orbs better spaced out, the player is better able to stay close to Lost Lace and attack or counter while her aggression continues. This is the only attack that I think benefits directly from the arena's large size. Entering the third phase, there's a long cinematic and attack that the player has to handle. Grandmother Silk screams, and the silk that she was sustaining the cocoon with snaps as she smashes to the ground. The liquid void forming a waterfall on the left side of the arena as it finally finds a way in, ready to consume Hornet, who has eluded it up to this point. This would be an astonishing and cinematic beat, but the player can't see both the waterfall break into the cocoon and watch Grandmother Silk fall at the same time. And I know I'm harping on the arena size a lot here, but it's the one consistent that kept frustrating me as I learned this fight. After the cinematic, there are 2 huge waves of void that the player needs to leap over, which does become a pretty boring attack that Lace can disappear and do during the next 2 phases. Though it works fine for a phase transition, it's significantly less visually impressive than the rest of the second half of the fight. By the third phase, the game has introduced all but one attack, and all that's left is to ramp up the speed and intensity. Instead of occasional void pillars on some attacks, she's creating them constantly, meaning that there are almost always large sections of the arena that endanger the player. The floor itself seems to almost come alive in some of these attacks, which does occasionally obscure when the floor is attacking and when it's just trying to look cool, which segues really well to this fight's color design. With Lace being pitch black and the arena being a cold white that Lace pushes out from, the fight is almost colored in grayscale, with one exception: Hornet's cape. And whenever Lace hits Hornet throughout the fight, the cloak goes gray for just a moment as that hopelessness tries again to creep into Hornet and the player. Especially as the player gets low on health, the damage and speed in the later phases create an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. But Hornet and the player must persevere as that spark of color bursts out from the grayscale again. In the final phase, she gains a variant of her AoE attack. She teleports away, and instead of a series of attacks, she spawns multiple circles at once, attacks everything, then slams down into a huge grounded AoE. This AoE could stand to be a little more telegraphed, but the player learns it relatively quickly, which kept it from being frustrating to me. And the attacks all going off at once does keep the fight's tempo absolutely breakneck, while teleporting away at the start avoids the same easy to attack window that the previous fights had. And eventually, after what's likely a massive number of attempts, Lost Lace falls and the void yields her untouched body back to Hornet. Hornet picks her up and looks to Grandmother Silk, and Grandmother Silk does what a god should never by instinct do. It self-sacrifices. The desire to rule, that desire to control, these are the defined natures of pale beings. It was part of Grandmother Silk just as it was part of Hornet. But through Hornet pushing against her own fate and instinct as a godling, she's given Grandmother Silk the chance to do what any bug would do: protect her child. And I'm not sure if it's because I had a month-old infant sleeping next to me when Grandmother Silk gave Hornet the literal last fibers of her being to save Lace, but this moment humanized Grandmother Silk in a way I really didn't expect. In one wordless look, she gives up Farloon, gives up Godhome and life, and instead becomes a reflection of the very first boss in the game. She's a mother, and so long as Lace lives, there is no cost too great. It doesn't matter to her if Lace is artificial, it doesn't matter what she was made to do. The Grandmother Silk has acted true to her name. For motherhood is an instinct that can push creatures beyond what seems their normal limits. And with one final scream, Hornet rises up through the void, breaking through tendril after tendril, rising towards the light, towards finally escaping the hopelessness of Farloom's inevitable fate, and she fails. It was too little, too late. The light of the Everbloom has faded, the Grandmother Silk is dead, and Hornet is left alone with another failure. Farloom and her life will end, until something else arrives. Now, I'm not one for nostalgia bait in games, but goddamn if Hornet looking up to see the ghost and their siblings having saved her life did not hit me like a ton of bricks. And for me, it is a testament to the efforts of both these games. No mind to think, no will to break my ass. The Ghost and Hornet, through their 2 games of effort, have done the impossible. They have changed the instinct of the void. Instead of destruction and hopelessness, the Ghost wields the void as a sanctuary, where their tortured siblings are finally free of both their broken shells and the infection. And as they raise Hornet and Lace to the surface, the moment Hornet breaks free of her role as Hallownest Sentinel in the first game comes full circle. As she once saved the Ghost and opened the path to the Radiance, they've opened the path for her. Together they have spurned both of their created instincts and become something more, fulfilling Hera's hopes for the daughter she'd never meet. And with that, the unrelenting and unstoppable void relents. It melts away powerless in this new Farloom. A Farloom free of the imposed will of pale beings. A Farloom united with faith in itself. And all that's left for Hornet and Lace is potential. There's no fanfare in this ending. Only Hornet and Lace, together, finally free of the destinies of their bloodlines. All that's left is to decide who they choose to be next, to make the most of the sacrifice of their mothers to see, in Hera's words, another hope beyond. Lost Lace earns an S grade. There are occasional issues with visibility, the parries can rest on the edge of unreactable at times, and the oversized arena frustrates me more here than anywhere else in the game. But the sense of progression throughout the fight, incredibly detailed moveset, and sublime storytelling means that I still ended up enjoying the fight. And though I wasn't expecting to, I actually loved the mechanics even more on my second playthrough, and I have no doubt that I'll continue to love it more and more with each subsequent encounter. And for the moment, that's Hollow Knight Silksong. I wasn't sure on my first playthrough, but after my second, it definitely surpassed Hollow Knight for me. And I am beyond excited to see what Team Cherry comes up with next with the upcoming DLCs. Once those are all out, I'll make what's hopefully a much shorter video running over those fights. Next up, I want to go over the other of the 2 games I considered a masterpiece from 2025, and that's Clair Obscur Expedition 33, which has a ton of story bosses with plenty to analyze in terms of story progression and, of course, French art history. Good luck with the rest of your day, and I'll see you around. The first wave introduces Fleshflies. I shouldn't eat that many blackberries. Now I got blackberry all over my mouth. Trobbio. Throughout. After our, everything that grows must pass, I suppose. Still, Jesus Christ. I'm fine. Everything that grows must pass, I suppose. Still, I can't get through the line. Everything that grows must pass, I suppose. Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna have to include a tape of me crying in there.